To keep running. Anti-hero, after shot, 60 from zero, way out past the line.
Vaya remontada, hermano.
When I ride.
Arriba izquierda. Buena, queda uno.
Sí, dale, sí, debe.
Solo.
Sí, ese puede ser que pueda
Arriba
jugar
de mi espalda. Qué buena,
Escucha.
Sí,
Buena,
buenísimo.
súper, qué buena.
¡Qué buena, niño!
Cuando...
¡Qué locura! ¡Vaya triple! ¡No le va a grabar a ninguno!
Wow.
Right.
Y'all tried it?
Yeah. Got like 6 hit markers.
Oh my god.
They got it, Miles. They're gonna get it, Miles. Phase 2, phase 3. What a round! Perfect. He's able to take out the trophy and win that defeats. It's him. But now exited 1v2. He's got these boys in position. Can he get the 1v1? Oh, what a win! He makes the play, finds all 3. Seconds for a game 5. Dashi, front line. We're going all the way.
Counter, ayúdame.
Sí, solo uno. Yo estoy muerto por la izquierda. Dale, tengo el frente.
Vaya remontada, hermano.
¡Qué buena, chica!
Super letting the birds fly. The rookie having an impact in the matchup against Optic Texas. Hook finally handed his first online qualifier loss. Allie Cat-Name was joining me at the desk. And Allie, I want to start with you.
Yeah.
How shocking was that Optic loss yesterday?
It wasn't that shocking, to be honest. I mean, it was if you look at the stats, because with Hook, they've been undefeated in online qualifier. But Miami has been looking so much better recently, and with the addition of Super, it looks unreal.
Today, Optic has to clean up their game. Why? Well, you got a lot of pride and a lot of fans tuning in for this one. Optic is going to be taking on the Vegas Falcons. And we were kind of high on the Falcons in the green room, talking about the potential of this team being dangerous. But let's start here with Optic side and Shotzi's career.
Yeah, I mean, for Optic, obviously not the result that they wanted. To offer a different perspective in that matchup, it's just kind of like nothing Optic does online is going to sway my opinion on this team. I believe they're a momentum-based squad. When they get to land, that they can put it together and make a run, or they can get bopped out because they have streaky players. And particularly, Shotzi's been one of them. He's got a matchup up against Pred today, where Pred obviously wants revenge. And from talking to their camp a little bit, he has been an awesome leader for the Vegas team.
A leader?
Yes, he's been organizing practice on their days off. He's getting the guys to go in and watch VOD and just create vibes. And, the dynamic between him and Exton so far in the respawns has just got better and better with each one that they've played.
They sent Kenny packing, bring in Skies. Now it's Pred's turn to go elsewhere while Hook makes his return to Optic for the second time. Optic starts off with 2 wins, but it was a round 11 victory over Minnesota that kicked things off. Where's the team at right now in your power rankings? What do you see when you look at Optic Texas?
Ooh, you just asked me an op question. In my power rankings, middle of the pack,
Power
like
rankings.
around the bubble, I'd say, because for
agree.
me, it's just like you don't know what version of Optic you are going to get at any given day. You're so inconsistent. It's really tough because in the respawns, they'll show you these moments where it's like finally the chemistry looks like it's building. It looks like they finally have solidified their fundamentals, and then they'll just blow it all out of water. They'll start solo challenging. They'll start beating themselves. So for Optic Texas, it's just trying to find that middle ground, and it seems like it's been impossible.
Yeah, they're just in that B tier, you know, right alongside teams like Minnesota, like Miami, and I guess you could say Cloud9 at the bottom echelon of that, right? So Optic, as you can see, rebuilding in the clutch moments, they have been better throughout the split. The round 5 controls, the search and destroys, like 2-2, we'll take that. You're coming off of 2-9.
But like, even when you talk about them getting better, like opening duel win rate's gotten better, yeah, but they're still 10th overall in the league and converting them. So it's just like the highs and the lows across some of these small statistics.
Thank you for putting that context. Let's take a look here at Vegas Falcons, because this is a squad that is now smiling. After 28 attempts at Hardpoint, XNID gets not just 1 HP win, they steal 2 off of Miami, a squad that looked incredibly strong just a day ago.
Yeah, when we first watched this match, I feel like a lot of us didn't have Miami very high, so we kind of took it with a grain of salt. But I mean, the first series from Vegas Falcons, the ARs were abysmal. You know, already we were all flagging questions of like, what is going to happen with this team? And then they take some respawns, and we see both Alec and Prisa have much better matches. So for Vegas Falcons, they might slowly but surely be looking for maybe their first win.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to be a dominant hardpoint team.
Yeah.
I think the one thing this team has going for them is pace. You know, when you talk about the ARs, who would be the weak links on this team, Priest and RCs, they still play with pace. They can get in your face. They can play aggressive around their SMGs. So I think you have to hone in on that HP. And then what we've seen from them so far in Search and Destroy is like they got close, dealership, and then you just throw it away in the later rounds. So need to be able to reel it in. Somebody's got to step and be a leader in those moments.
Reminder, Vegas Falcons currently are 12th seed in the league. It's a long shot to make it to champs, but you have to think you put together some wins. You have a top 4 finish at a LAN or 2. You somehow pull off what a few teams did last year, sneaking in. Let's break it down, though, what we have moving forward, because we have a team that's almost a shoo-in for champs. That is LA Thieves.
Oh, yeah.
And that is, of course, the squad that has looked so good after a 7-match run in our Major 2 qualifiers. They finally slipped up on LAN, Allie.
They finally slipped up on LAN, but online, I mean, it's been unreal, which is just so funny to me because they're undeniable a little bit on LAN as well. It's just, they got overconfident, right? I think if you haven't watched the interview from Scrap from last week, you go back and watch it. It's probably one of the best interviews we've had overall in the league, where he's just like, look, we definitely got a little overconfident. You know, we definitely went in thinking nobody could beat us, and they were looking too far ahead to the other top 4 teams, and so they get caught slipping. Moving now for Split 3, it seems like they finally tightened things up.
And LA Thieves have won 8 straight online qualifier matches after the win over Vancouver. That's 11 if you're including the minor bracket for Major 2. What's going on with this squad right now? Are they a real deal? Are they a championship contender or a pretender?
They're a championship contender. And one of the great things they have going for them is like matchups, like versus Carolina versus Vancouver, 2, I guess you would say, quote unquote, threats. They dominate them in those particular matchups, right? So it's really like them just getting to the dance on the Sunday, making the run. And you can see right here, online, they've just been ridiculous. This is indicative of a great team because all these players have been incredible on LAN in the past, and they've obviously made a grand final. What Scrap said, though, I thought was awesome, to Allie's point. Like, looking too far ahead, but also they didn't find themselves in the tough, against adversity spots in their matches, right? And they were down in these hard points on LAN, and they weren't rehearsed and weren't practicing those situations. So as the year goes on, they will get better and better. I think they get one, Chris.
LA Thieves, perfect against 4 teams when it comes to our matches so far. One of them being Cloud9, who they play again tonight. You look at the previous meetings, it's been 3-0 LA Thieves each time. So walk me through this matchup. Why do Thieves seem to have Cloud9's edge, and what can Cloud9 to maybe get back in the series?
Well, it's ironic because kind of like I feel like the roles are really similar on Cloud9 that echo the LA Thieves. It's just LA Thieves executes it at a much higher level than Cloud9 does. And unironically, Cloud9 kind of reminds me of Optic right now. Like, you just don't know what version of them you're going to get. There are some of these series where we're talking about them being a top 4 conversation, and then they just have these blunders where it's like, all right, now you're back on the bubble team. Now you're back raising questions of like, is this the squad you're going to stick with for the rest of the year?
Can we get an Asim game out of Kremp today, Ant?
I mean, listen, man, I think Kremp is unbelievable, Chris. In Search and Destroy, I think he's one of the best in the game. I will say, like, respawn-wise, this team has completely under-delivered. This team is 2-8 in their last 10 hard points. You can see right here, though, Search, fantastic. One thing I want to pose here is everybody's calling for attach to get dropped. Why is the bar set so damn low for the SMGs on Cloud9? I feel like the bar is set so low. If this was another team, we'd be talking about the SMG duo needing to step it up immensely, especially in Hardpoint. So I think that they need to do some growing and they need to take a step in order for this team to go in the right direction.
It's a Super Saturday, only 3 weeks of qualifiers before Major 3. This is week 2. Let's take a look at your schedule for our 4-match day at the end. It is that LA Thieves Cloud9 match. Before it, Breach take on Kismet and the Gorilla Mates. And of course, we have the revenge match. Can Pred take down Optic Texas? Starting the show though, it's the showdown of our East Coast rivals. We've got Miami Heretics with a new edition of Super taking on the best team in the game. It's Atlanta FaZe.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
The 2025 LA Thieves Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray, which is perfect. So get it, meow. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Who really stopping me? I did not come for apologies. I am not here for the politics. The confidence started with common sense. They gonna cry for acknowledgement. I got the team to conglomerate. Give it to Austin, not stopping it. I am no one, they not stopping him. No. New level, it's a different situation. Black kids when I pull up in the latest 101, so they never can replace them. This is not the attic, now we live in spaces. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Laser focus and the diamonds all canary. I try to tell them, but they didn't get the message.
Welcome back, everybody. This should be a good matchup in our Major 3 qualifiers. Miami Heretics taking on Atlanta FaZe, and you'd be a little surprised to know who's the #1 seed right now, Allie.
It's Miami, isn't it?
Miami, the only team to go perfect 2-0 on the other side. FaZe started off 1-1. That was a Game 5 loss to Toronto that a lot of us didn't see coming. In fact, the entire desk was red on that day except for you, Ant.
Pick Toronto. Listen, and here's the reason, right? Toronto just looked good, but we're going to shift gears. We're going to talk about Atlanta because Atlanta's in a weird spot right now, right? They're dominant, but they have to expand their map pool. We were talking about it in the green room. They're search and destroy, and we get rid of some maps, and then all of a sudden you look at it, it's like, okay, we have 14 wins across Protocol and Red Card. Hacienda were 1 and 2. We've never played Rewind. We've never played Dealership, right? So that is clearly the focus if you're Atlanta FaZe throughout this split, is to get those maps in these series and try to see what you're good at.
Yeah, and for Atlanta, it's funny because when it comes down like qualifiers, this is where they love to test stuff, right? So this is where I get a little back and forth. Like you look at a team like Miami, they're on the up and coming right now. And as far as I'm concerned, the way they played yesterday makes me feel like this is going to be a much closer series because Atlanta FaZe's hard points have not looked great. Skyline, Hacienda, Vault, that's the last 3 that they've lost. Those are maps that they have had their lockup for the past 2 splits. So clearly some map pool expansion needs to happen right now heading into Major 3.
Cellium vibing before the match. Headset goes on. That means they're loading into the game. Let's talk about the other side of this matchup because we have a Heretic squad that is in that #1 spot. They're also hosting Major 3. So if you could finish somehow with a win today, you know you're starting in winner's bracket. Let's break down what you've seen from the team as of late, Allie.
I've just seen so much more consistency, and that's off the back of Super because of the amount of pressure he relieves off the map right now. If you had talked to me about this matchup yesterday before they went up against Optic Texas, it would have been an easy Atlanta FaZe shoe-in for me. Now I don't know. They've cleaned up their hard point. That's where they were kind of struggling heading into this stage. They were really good at the fundamentals, but when it came to those setups, they were one of the worst in the league. They went from 10th now to that top 3 in that slot, and so they've cleaned up some of these holes when it comes to the respawns.
Yeah, I think it's been a nice change for them. He's insane at search and destroy, the worst game mode that they've had. Him joining this team is being great at that game mode, right? And he's insane. He's got a 1.96 in search and destroy. They've won 3 straight, and it looks like their hardpoint has had massive improvements from the first match that we saw against Vegas. You know, he plays with some pace. He's not afraid to pull out that SMG, something that Lucky wasn't really the guy to do, and it just gives them a new dynamic. This is a Miami team that's super dangerous.
Look at him in the bottom right there, Ali. The kid is vibing.
Miles across the board. And listen, this team still sucks at control. Like, I'm not going to put that under the rug at all. They still have only won 1 of their last 5, and that was versus the Vegas Falcons. But if they continue to clean up their hard point, they don't necessarily need to. Control's one of those game modes where eventually, if you can lock up that hard point to search and destroys, you can either just force the 4s and 5s, or you're bound to win one eventually.
Unless we get a vault. Then Miami feel good about it.
Did we get a vault? Let's take a look at our maps and modes. Did
I doubt it. No
get
way.
one through? It's a hard point to open things up. Game number 1. The control will be on Hacienda, and we will see Dealership, the new map in the rotation.
Miami's never seeing vault control again. They're literally 6-2. They haven't played in their life. They're never seeing it again.
How do we feel about the hard point? Because we thought Optic might be able to cause problems for Miami on that map 1, and instead Miami beat them by about 100 points.
Yeah, Miami's vault looks really good. I mean, in particular the way they played their P2s, which at times can be a pain point for Atlanta FaZe. So I think if Miami want to win this, they have to win that vault, because when we get to control, FaZe are going to take that map. So you got to start off high here.
7-1, by the way.
I love this Miami squad. They are playing with all kinds of energy, but I just looked at the numbers. 6 losses on this season for Atlanta FaZe. I don't think this is number 7. I'm going Atlanta FaZe.
I'm feeling a little silly today. They're down to 2 against Atlanta on the season, but I really love this new Miami team. I'm going to go with the home team heading into the major.
Yeah, I mean, Simp 1v4 these guys. He's
they
about
gotta
to
get
be
their revenge
challenged.
eventually.
I'm going with Atlanta FaZe.
The start of it all was Simp's 1v4 against Heretics, but that was without Super. He's in the lineup today. Maven and Merc on the mic for this one.
We got to cast Miami yesterday, and Super was super. I mean, yeah, no, it was really awesome to see. This is going to be an interesting one, because this is a weird period for FaZe in the sense, listen, you know, over the course of the CDL, I've said, like, I've picked them to like win every event because I am most confident they will get to a championship. They'll get to a final. Like, they'll have the opportunity to win. Right now, though, if there was like a major today, I don't know, because just the search changes drastic. Like, they lose 2 of their searches. How'd they win major 1? Search. What do they focus on all major 2? Qualifier. Search. You lose 2 of your good ones. The only thing I really feel great for them right now is control.
Yeah, I mean, their hard point's always sort of like this, like, I don't know, we're going to win by 10 points or lose by 10 points.
Yeah, but like against the top teams, they're like 50-50-ish. Like, they're not, you know, going to win both.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have a lot of work when it comes to Dealership. They're going to get like a protocol in there every now and then, or, I don't know, a red card.
Yeah.
But it's really just, what gets vetoed in their series.
Well, yeah, they're 3 of 5 searches. They got, well, 2 of them you've got to want to get better at, right? But like, it's interesting. We'll see what happens. They got some work to do. And on the other side, Miami, just on the up and up. It was awesome to see how well they played the series yesterday. It's great to see Super in the lineup, what he's been able to do. And maybe this is one where you can come in and catch him, because you think about, well, Dealership S&D, we haven't seen for FaZe yet. Hacienda Search, they've been, they're 1-2. Like, they haven't looked good on it. And the hard points are still both maybe not their best, so this is interesting. I think it's a chance for Heretics to come in and get a series win. Sometimes I always say stuff like this, and then FaZe just wins 3 out. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I just don't know if you're going to catch that. Like, I think maybe with that Optic game yesterday, if they're watching, they just kind of know what this team is bringing now. Maybe they have scrimmed, and that'll give them that. But, yeah, maybe if you're like the first series of the week, sort of like what Optic saw. But I think they know that Miami is playing at a very high level right now, especially in the hard points, so they're going to be locked in early.
And that vault, though, yesterday, man. They came out shooting. A dominant effort that opening map 1, whether it was 250 to 100 or whatever it ended up being. Like, they bottled them up and had an excellent performance. FaZe, as of late, yeah, I mean, you just think back to the major. This is one where they ended up having to, like, veto, right, for the grand final because of how poorly the winner's bracket final match went. One where they battled back and forth, obviously, with Vancouver, but it's been the P2s a lot, right? Like, we talk about Hacienda P2, we talk about Vault P2 for them. It just feels like if they get improvements there, they really have a chance to be like lights out on those two hardpoint.
Yeah, it's just tough to do. I mean, we know what's sort of like how sensitive the spawns are on this hill, and the number of spawn points you can be tough. But they're one of the first teams that, you know, really started to push out Catwalk and, I mean, test the waters map control wise. But then it just feels like, yeah, they have this 3 to 4 dead moment. Here is a big chance for Miami. The pressure is here. Simp inside the hot tub, though. He is relaxing and maxing as he finds two. Gives him this early time, and now you have them trapped in the back.
No, this is everything you can want. You got a big chunk of time, and you've got them in the back. Granted, there's still 30 seconds to go on the hard point, but you still have to deal with Simp. Finally able to do it. He gets out to 5 and 2, but will drop. And now it's like an awkward time where you've got two spawning in the back. You're basically getting spawn killed. But you just got to go ahead and rotate. You'll give them that final 25 or so.
Yeah, maybe you send 1 or 2 at this, maybe to, you know, contest a little bit, get them off that hill, but you already have 2 committed to the rotation. Now this gets interesting. It's all down to Cell, right? Pressure through the middle of the map. That's going to be Metals and Real. Maybe trying to hunt him down. So he's going to live on his island, his Celium, as he normally does. His teammates are going to get there, though. So, you know, through the first 2 hills, you have a couple points lead. And again, it could have gone better for FaZe, but not worst case scenario.
Yeah, I mean, in old FaZe, you might just keep on hitting that, right? But what's been the big thing for this year? Like 1, 2 when it comes to rotation percentage. They've been really focusing on that, and they've gotten much better at it, trying to rely more on the fundamentals than maybe the skill ceiling that the team has. They'll go ahead and rotate, but this has been great time for Heretics, and now they'll look to get out in front. Not quite the lead change yet, but maybe it's looming. It'll be a double for a BZ, though, on the feed, and that turns into a triple and a 4th. That is filth from a BZ, just working that pillar.
Yeah, the problem is now, though, the map flips. So you're going to get the time, but you're going to have to work this P4 side of the map. He goes on a big flank. His teammates die, though. He's able to clean it up. Great play from a BZ. Had a slow start. This will probably get him going as he's still alive. Finally getting taken down.
That's a great point, though. It's like, I'm all excited about that for it.
No, I mean, it's a great play. It's just now it's like, all right, we're going to break P4. And I mean, you just see, you get 2 kills right as it pops. You have your AR set up, but maybe with that first kill from Draj, you're going to have early pressure.
That's the risk sometimes on the flank, especially like a middle hard point. The flip can come in, and now it's going to be, what can Heretics do with this early hold? And Super, he has been a shooter with the AR in hand, continuing to try and do damage. That'll be 3 in a row for him as he wins the fight in the back. Hit down to 9 HP, but staying up. Then the other shooter, Ranker on the cross, he is cutting you down. These ARs have been prolific. And the lead now back over to Heretics. 12 and 4 from Rancor, and this guy, I mean, it's been awesome, man. Like, I didn't have really expectations much at all when he came in. I didn't know what to expect. It's been awesome. It has been awesome. And
I think like the first thing I just kind of heard with this guy is Super, 7 in a row trying to find the Hellstorm was, that he could shoot with the best. It's just, a lot of the players at the highest level can, but he seems to be a little bit different. And well, fundamentally now, again, just behind that, I mean, he was, what, 6 and 7 behind the 4-piece since then. Tough to break P4, just struggling.
Yeah, it was just the Super Rancor AR show as you're trying to get across gaps and just getting
It's just crazy. As good as of a play as it was from a BZ, they flip out.
Yeah, they flip out and get nothing really going after that. Now maybe the time they can get something going is they'll take out everybody but Real. They'll have, spawning out deep hard for Heretics, so you're in pretty good position. Taking a route, maybe trying to flip, will be Real. We'll see how this works out. Picking it up is going to be Draza then, and Draza able to pick it up with a BZ. So they'll deal with the route from Real. They'll deal with the players around the hard point. And like, I know it's a story like every year, but I swear it just seems even more so in this title with Hardpoint. Maybe it's just the maps, but like, it's like when things are good, they are good. When things are bad, they are bad.
They're really bad.
This could be such a difficult game.
Well, I think we're starting to see in a lot of these sort of hills is teams, if they have the spawns, they'll pull out like a 3rd AR. And I think it becomes really tough for a lot of our sub players.
Yeah, no,
so you're trying to break. I mean, we've seen it on P4 a lot, but you're starting to see that even on some more maps than just Vault.
Oh, you absolutely are. But the advantage right now, 10 for FaZe, but it's a super missile that's coming in. I want to hear the FaZe come as they try to deal with it to a FaZe listen, and we go.
I'm not here. I need the truck. I need it in time. Weak. Where? Carry on. Cat, Super, one shot. One strip on me. Strip metal dead. I'm sitting mid. More cat. Cat. Stay down.
Right truck. I think if you close.
I'll tell you. Yeah, if he shows you, don't need to.
One more shot.
One more shot. Yeah, let's get mid.
I'm going cat.
Listen, I'm ironing front. Once mid, naded me, I'm dead. He's open pillar. Our side.
All time. You need time. He's close.
Close the cat, Tyler. Close that part. Middle top part. Closed. Middle top part. Flanking. I'm money, guys.
On I'm watching, bro.
Closed. Shoot.
Yeah, I'm
closed. Closed on time.
I'm bush.
I hear.
I'm helping you front on white.
One's our cat. One's cat. Cat. He's cat, bro. We might have a play on cat. Nice.
I see the top part.
Open. I'm looking mid doors.
I'm getting your mid.
I'm getting your mid.
Nice, how you?
I'm mid. I left the time, bro.
Watch out there.
Out there, I'm stunning him. Back left, break for 2. Weak, back to you, dead.
Good to hear the sauce a little bit there from FaZe. We want to hear the other side of it now. Miami Heretics listening.
¿Y qué está viendo derecha? Lo vi a ver si está Wii 2 tiros. Lo vi a ver si está una bala. Derecha. Se ha vuelto a subir. Vale, otro aquí derecha. Vale, siempre buscamos derecha, señores, Derecha Son tres derechas. Son tres. Toma, meta la punta, digo. Una bala, absoluto. Me ha tocado. Gana bala. Saitor se va anterior, creo. No, vuestro tiempo. Está por el div, sí. Vale. Voy para arriba, dame un segundo. Sigre no asoma. Sigre muerto, has cambiado. Vale, la lobby rápido, bro.
Ahora 100 pasaremos.
Lobby derecha, CL está muy buena.
La pinchado la side.
Vale, voy tocando doble side. Vas a intentar jugar un poco más directos ahora, ¿vale? Vale, buena meta, la aguanta yo. Buena meta.
Chique, puedes pinchar el lobby, cuidado.
Dale, tengo doble side. Cata arriba, sí. Cata arriba doble, sí. Tengo dos dobles. Doble capa, buena. Quiero tirarle el punto. Dos pilares y doble.
Vale, estoy stuneado, me tengo que ir a la izquierda. Vale. Sí.
Haced doble chance de izquierda uno.
Well, listen, you've got a story here in the sense, I mean, FaZe, they're winning it. Maybe not a major advantage, but they're winning it through 1, 2, and 3. Heretics, Joe, what do you think the advantage is on 4?
It's got to be like 90-5 or something around there. It's a lot to a little.
Yeah, I mean, that is the reason Heretics are in the game, is the P4. So I guess for me, it's can they find more time? Can they find a bigger chunk through the first 3? Or do FaZe maybe improve on the P4 this time through? Sitting at a, 25-point advantage right now for Atlanta FaZe. The P2 about to pop, and where we criticize them being, struggling a bit here so far through this one, they've done a good job. But dealing with Super in the back right now, the hit's about to come in from the front. Things are going to get interesting. I think it's been Simp or Cell making a play around this P2 to go huge, but now everybody gets dropped, and this has been the first real early break for Heretics.
Yeah, I mean, Super just, so much pressure was on him, right? He was just staying alive. All the attention was on him. He's controlling back spawn, so it's only one on the hill. His teammates go through the front. And well, last time, probably the difference in the score is when Super calls in that missile, you still held most of this P2 that has kept FaZe in this lead. You do get a break. Cellium leading the lobby, 30 kills. But he's going to need some help, and now it is this rotation towards his P3 and P4.
Let's see how the rotation goes down. You've got 2 bodies deep, and Draws and Cell at least set up to control that side, but 2 teammates now spawning out due to the position you have from Metals and Real as they push forward. Dealing with it, though, is Draws and Cell. They've done a good job. They're spawning out Heretics towards ult, so where there is maybe a chance for an opening there for Heretics to do something interesting, not quite able to find it. So this will be early P3 time for FaZe. Early P4 side control for FaZe. Pressure on Heretics now to make a play as the lead goes back to FaZe.
Yeah, trying to go through Vault, but Cellium again on 3 in a row on this rotation. Going huge. Rentor going to deal with Abizi on the hill, so he'll at least put pressure through the hill, but control the middle of the map now is Simp in the rest of FaZe as Abizi's going to come off spawn to help him out.
Cell's been winning it outside. Simp was winning it inside, but Cell's going to stay up now up to 35, plus 15, and frying. Back in front, go FaZe. But this is a battle down to the very end. Time not going to be a factor. You still have 2 minutes remaining there. But here comes the pressure now, and maybe a potential fight and flip for Miami Heretics. Metals hits the 3 in a row and drops BZ still battling and holding. 10 seconds till the next hardpoint and phase, maybe for the first time today. Going to see what P4 feels like.
Yeah, they're going to have the spawns for now, but you are going to have some early pressure here. Some big kills going to go down. As Metals does get taken out before this hill pops. You can see a BZ. He's kind of out of it, so total, yeah, 84 to 8.
You were close. You were damn close.
And that is, yeah, I mean, how Heretics is in this game, but can they find a break now? Just FaZe can win it here. Rentor's able to find a double, but it's just so difficult when you have those close spawns. You have the power position. Super just kind of lurking down low. Simp to try to call out to his teammate. Here comes the pressure now. Maybe the last push here for Heretics.
Yeah, before Simp's up, so he gets 3. Kind of what you saw Super and Rancor doing when they were in this setup. The ARs was out and hitting, but this is your last chance. This is for the map. 5 seconds needed for the dub for FaZe. 1 player left close. 2 more trying to reinforce. Can they get in? They cannot. FaZe close it out. They get the dub. And well, my question, what after listening was like, is FaZe going to improve at P4, or will the improvements come elsewhere for Heretics? There was your answer. For the first time, they win the rotation to P4. They're able to hold it. You get a bomb of a map out of cell.
He's got almost 5K damage.
You know, he was shooting.
And, I mean, if you talk like Major 2 final and now just sort of, he's in a very high form.
You think it hurt us in the green room? How we were saying Super kind of reminded us of Cell a little bit, bro. The way he like plays and was shooting. Do you think he hurt us? He's like, nah. That's budget Spanish Cell.
Yeah. I mean, this guy, he's probably the best player in the world right now.
Yeah. No,
it feels that way.
I hate him. he's so good. And like, dude, I was getting so triggered during the listening because I was really FaZe comms have always been a lot because of Cell, but like I was trying to really listen to like the small talk and like what they were saying, and then like sometimes I can understand Draw, BZ, and Simp, but the second Cell's talking, I don't know what's being said.
It's fine. You don't need to. They know. It's their own language.
Yeah, I know it is.
It's their own language. And one thing we kind of talk about is, you know, they want to play fundamentally well, and I think you got that. Just you don't get outslayed. You have like a BZ who's like -10 or 12. Same with Draza. They have some slow maps, and a lot of that is due to you're running at P4 for 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to lead to a lot of deaths. But they're able to clutch up just through their rotations in their place.
Are you surprised? That's a 20-point FaZe. 20-point win.
That's the way it is.
Dude, we were looking through, I think EasyMax sent over like a stats doc for us, and it was, you know, all the teams compared like a bunch of hardpoint stats. And like, you know, we hold FaZe to a kind of different expectation, especially when it comes to like hardpoint over the years. And we were talking about the fact that, you know, they've won 67% of them, but like, they're just so close all the time. Their plus minus is like 15. And we looked through with a team like Thieves, another really good hardpoint team, like all their stats, Joe, like they were like
similar,
like identical. Like rotation percentage, like team KD, like all these different stats are like identical. But then it's like plus 50 in the plus minus for Thieves, and like plus 15 for FaZe. Like it's just, dude, no matter what, I swear, theirs are just close. They just don't have those maps where Thieves come out and beat someone 250 to 70. Like you just, for whatever reason, you never see that.
And sometimes it's against FaZe that they do that.
Yeah.
That's a crazier part.
Sometimes it is. But yeah, not shocked that the scoreline was like this at the end of it, because that has been their recipe for success this year. Honestly, even in years prior where they were like a 50-50 hardpoint team, usually their plus minus was like around 20. It's just FaZe hardpoint. They're just having to win a lot more of them this year, and they get the map 1 dub. Like last time we saw them, you talk about the search and the control, they went 6-0 and 3-0 in the control. Not sure that's going to happen here, but Joe, does the game flow tell the story of the map?
Yeah, it's a close one. I think maybe the key, I'm sure there are a lot of key moments, but that second P2 where you see them jump up to 143 after, that was the missile that gets called in, right? You win the rotation, you call in the missile, and you don't even like kind of split that time if you're Heretics, so you kind of look at that as maybe a changing moment in the game. Again, 2 P4s that go their way. You're thinking if you win 2 out of the 3, you should win the map most cases, but not able to do so, and that's just props to FaZe everywhere else.
No, I'd say it worked out well with the listen then too, because we like threw to FaZe during that, where they had a nice hold, and then right when we go over what to the Heretics side, so they're kind of P4 play. I swear sometimes we just like curse teams. We go listen, and then they start getting smoked. Sometimes how it plays out, but it's a map 1 win for FaZe, and now. Listen, if you're not thinking about, don't care about FaZe, it's not an interesting conversation, but I find it to be one just like the search and strike convo right now for them. That is how they've won tournaments. That is how they have remained a top team for the existence of the Call of Duty League. And when you lose 2 out of 5 maps and 2 strong ones, there's some work that needs to be done. And listen, it hurt other teams too. It hurt a team like Ultra, it hurt a team like Carolina. It hurt teams, don't get me wrong, but like, this is a team that's winning tournaments on the back of their search and destroy. So it's an interesting conversation. Dealership's got to be good for them, or Hacienda's got to be good. It's going to be fun to watch it, I think, improve over the course. Because
Dealership, I think, should be a good map for them.
It should be.
We'll see. We'll get a look at this. But here's your S&D KD leaders. This is a lot different. Just Super doesn't have that many maps, so that's why he has a 1.96. That'll balance out at some point. But outside of that,
or will it?
Your number one guy is a Beezy, which is pretty wild. That's the entry. And we talk about just how darn good he is, but the Tiny Terror is both there in the top 6.
No. Like
it's just impressive.
It's maybe not what he was 4 or 5 years ago when he somehow had a 1-2 and respawn all the time. Like he put up stats that defied logic for a long time, but he still can do it, and he still can do it in search and destroy. I feel like that's where we see him take over the most. The most impressive to ever do it when you talk about an entry sub. Still getting it done in search and looking to make plays here, because you saw, watching yesterday, some plays that like Nero was able to make, or Gwen were able to make from mid-map. Like, you can find openings, or you can just take a lot of space. And I think the thing that's been the most impressive about him, probably in search and destroy, is just he plays without fear. He will take so much space on the map where others might not. And I'm excited to see how he tries to do stuff on Dealership.
Yeah, this has kind of been a bit of a slower map, which I think is a good thing compared to Vault and Skyline at times. Yes, it can ramp up, and well, it's going to ramp up. Maybe not in the way we expected. It's just a defensive 3-man hit through B. And this is what has been maybe since the addition of Super. We saw yesterday on Hacienda, but they have been very creative, Heretics, in their search and destroy, throwing a lot of different looks. Again, it's new because it's a newer map, but rarely do we see a 3-man towards B.
And now you lose a guy, and you talk about the priority of mid-map control. Well, it is all to Heretics. They're hoping to maybe catch one. Not going to happen. Rancor's playing deep, and he'll add in another. Suddenly you're in a 2 versus 4. FaZe not in a great spot. All these cars still to explode. A BZ hoping he can find a timing through, but it's not going to happen. He's going to get spotted. He's going to get dropped. That's bombed down, and this has been perfectly played by Heretics, giving nothing, giving no chance for a heroic play, no chance for some simp 1v4 like happened on Vault. Just close every lane, close every door, lock up the round.
Yeah, maybe a little bit surprised that BZ just doesn't go for the plan, because I don't even know if there's any other chance of them winning that round.
It's like their only win condition.
Yeah, it felt that way. Like maybe, Jaraz is able to find the pick, but Rencor was ready for it. Super doesn't throw his life away. He backs up to his teammates. But it's that first blood. That's the real story there for Miami.
They'll get the first. They'll take the round. I'm not sure that aggression is going to work again towards this site, but we'll see. They're going to throw some different looks, but their first early hit towards B, got to see how FaZe maybe adapt to that. Simp that gets caught and things unravel. They are up and out towards A very, very quickly. Already pushing up aggressively. Going to be Real. You got your first blood, in the round 1. He's looking for more here. Plank going to go in clean. Everything blowing up around Real, but so far, everybody up. The first pick, it's going to be Celium. You'll see a lot of first bloods from that position deep, as they'll have great lines of sight down towards Bomb. Cell is weak. Eventually traded out by Real. He's only at 5 HP. You're hoping he gets hunted down. Eventually he will. The retake will come in pretty clean. Cell with the open. I think he ends up getting 2 in the round.
Well, and he finds Real on the pinch, right? We kind of saw Real just open the garage door and just sort of sit in the corner. If they somehow start that retake running into him, maybe that goes differently, but everyone on FaZe kind of avoids that. They don't even go through garage. They just all go street side, one through the flank. But yeah, Cell, he's able to open that round up, and, well, yeah, he takes down 2, pretty much 2.5.
I feel like a lot of their search defense this year, like, regardless, it's just been retakes. And to be fair, that was based a lot on our maps too, which kind of played to that, but
yeah, you may not get a lot of retakes B side, but A side, I think that's going to kind of be the way.
Yeah.
On this map, and what we've seen, and you're probably going to see it here again.
But I mean, they're great retakes across sort of your map pool is part of why they've been the best search team, been winning back-to-back majors to start the year. Now it's going to be the 4-man retake opportunity for Heretics.
And you have no presence, really. It's all on kind of draws in Simp, just shouldering, making sure nobody's on bomb. Watch number 6, though. Abizi going on a very late flank. Super maybe thinking about it, but 20 seconds. He's going to give that up at some point, but you're waiting on Abizi. Number 4 still looking for it. And, well, I mean, they don't get any kills, so, yeah, Super's going to take him down.
If he gets there 5 seconds faster, maybe, but...
Or if it's like a 1 versus 2?
Yeah, it's to the point it's just so funny because they don't look at it at all, but once they push everything out, it's like, well, he's got to be there. He's got to be there. They both just turn, and well, the gig is up for BZ. But that's the issue with long flanks. Sometimes it works out brilliantly if your teammates are able to like trade effectively or stay alive throughout that, but sometimes it works out like this. He's there 5 seconds earlier, maybe shooting people in the back. Instead,
he's like, I never really get to do this, guys. I'm gonna go on a long flank and make a play, but everyone else died.
So far, so good for the defense. And, you know, they were kind of playing to, I think, not get picked by Rancor. Sort of like, you know, kind of Cell got the opener. You'll see people get it from, like, that open courtyard in the back. They were playing to, like, cut that off, but then that also gives a lot of space for your subs to move up, and you just get cut down like that. So teams are probably going to get better at it, but it feels like sort of a pick your poison. That obviously didn't go well. They took Rancor out of the play, sure.
Simp's lurching. Simp was lurching. Nice little spot there to find the first. Nobody help him out, so it's just a 1-for-1. Drazi here already turning off the rotation, but maybe it's him getting caught.
Kind of looking that way. Abizi, is he going to get out? He does, just barely. So clean shots there, range with the sub for Abizi, and gets away. They have numbers again, but well, you pick that corner, and Drazi gets fried. Uh-oh, now Heretics have numbers. It's on Abizi to try and clutch again. Well, he didn't really have much opportunity to do last time. Maybe this time he can pull off the 1 versus 2. Just popped in to jam out a little bit, you know, get the adrenaline flowing. Now send it, but kind of skirting between mid-map, trying to jump spot through the window. He gets eyes there.
Can he see that? I guess not.
I thought that he did. I mean, I assumed that he could.
1v1.
Down to the 1 versus 1. You were hoping he'd just hammer open the door and fry him, right? Yeah. Oh, tags in. This should be an Abizi round winner. So he get caught sprinting. Suddenly down to 29. Beautifully played with the pre-fire there from Rancor.
Only 4 bullets.
Gets the reload in, 25 seconds to go. Rancor repositioning, gets spotted, snap in from Abizi, but wiggling and dancing is Rancor. Still enough time, though, to hunt him down. What a beautiful dance, though, from Rancor, continuing to finesse, and he finally wins the fight. That is a beautiful 1v1 win. That was awesome to watch. I mean, one of the rounds that pre-fire. Like,
yeah,
when he got hit down to like 10 HP, Abizi's thinking, this is free. He just dove around the corner, pre-fired, and ripped him. Hey, listen, the entire sequence is amazing, but he doesn't have a chance there if it's not for that like pre-fire.
No, I don't know. I mean, I think even Abizi's caught off guard.
Oh yeah. No, he literally stutter step. He was like, oh.
Yeah. Should backed away from this, but yeah, that buys him the time. Abizi has to regen health, and then we do the little song and dance.
Well, we've always been there, like, or you've always been there at some point. Like, you're that player, and you try to chase a guy that's weak, and it's Call of Duty. You die instantly. You just get caught sprinting, you get fried. It nearly caught Abizi, but then that was an awesome 1v1 to watch, honestly. Really good finesse there out of Rancor, and now they're up 3-1.
Yeah, there's this 3-man B hit again. So FaZe kind of know it, so they take middle away. So you have all of mid control if you are FaZe. 3-man B from Heretics going to have to back down up, but what is this going to turn into? Maybe just another A plan.
Maybe looking that way. The guy that'll be deep towards court will be Rancor. He'll be the guy with vision. Now, can he laser beam one? Rotating early probably to help him be super. Is now they'll try to play this retake. It's going to be Abizi that's going to have to play for a lot of information here, and well, he's just going to get caught. He's thinking about so many different situations, and Heretics are just quick on it.
Yeah, I don't know if he has to really peek middle here, right? Because you have Cellium inside of vent. Maybe he's trying to help Cell, but all he has to worry about is the flank. And yeah, another just great retake here from Miami. Again, their search to destroy has been impressive throughout this stage.
And this is why I was kind of saying, like, I think it's an interesting spot for FaZe right now, because like they have to figure out dealership, or they have to figure out Hacienda. Like, you and I have watched a couple Haciendas. Or Rewind, but we haven't seen play yet. But yeah, one of those three. Where what do we have, Joe? We have this to go off, which doesn't look good. We haven't seen Rewind, and Hacienda's been. I mean, they won one, but it doesn't look good.
Yeah, or Miami's just a really good dealership team.
Yeah, no, true. But just in the scheme of things for this FaZe, they're trying to get a three-peat this year. They're going to need search improvements. They're going to need them quick. It's not long until we're headed to Major 3, right? Some trades early. Abizi and Rancor both get one, and we go to the 3 versus 3. But the entire defensive presence now just over towards B. Looks like we're going to have another A retake on our hands. Cars haven't killed anyone yet, which might be a new league record.
For now.
5 rounds in. I mean, that might be a record. Real's like, oh, well, door's closed. Now I'm just going to have to chow this. And we'll end up falling. Last person to clutch is Metals. Takes down one. Eyes on both. Ooh, he wins that, and maybe he has an opportunity to finesse, but his aim was looking jerky. Like, he was snapping all over the place, like barely finished the first kill.
And I mean, Real, he loves that corner, obviously, a bit of an off angle, but yeah, when that door closes and he's stuck inside there.
Yeah, dude, he just turned and was like, pfft.
Yeah, he's like, oh, well.
Headbutt of the door.
That sucks.
Guess I'm taking the gunfight. That was awesome. All right, so you stay alive, and now, well, I mean, where they've been a good search team is usually those kind of mid-game adjustments, so it's separated them from teams in the past. So you try to make those adjustments now. You've seen what Heretics have thrown at you early. How do you deal with it? You see Draza was chatting quite a bit. I think him and Abizi kind of going back and forth between rounds.
Well, what? It's been all defense beside. The difference in the map is sort of one offensive round win for Miami. So, yeah, they have to get on the board here on attack. And they're just kind of thinking, we've gotten the A plan a couple of times. Let's get it again. You do have metals lurking, though. And, well, nobody's going to clear that. And, well, you put that into the air. That's on you.
That is my bad.
You owe Sip an apology.
I certainly do. But hold up. They bring it back after that. Super able to get through for the trade. He should be traded out, though, or not. Finally draws and finishes it. Now down to a 1 versus 1. Cell. Rancor, what an insane sequence that was. Rancor already able to win one against Abizi. Can he dance? Again, he's winning his ones. Wait, that was Rancor, right? Because we saw Real's camera.
Yeah,
that was Rancor. Yeah. Okay. I was like, am I faded? Okay. He is winning his ones.
That is not an easy dance partner right there in Cell. We know how difficult a kill is. But I think the difference is in that round is Super allows Draza to get taken down, right? It takes an extra second for then Rancor to get that kill instead of that being a 2 versus 1.
Oh, usually Cell's the one doing the popping. This time it's Rancor. He just loses him. You see, like, Cell loses a little aim assist too as he pops behind the box. Beautifully played. Cell has sub in hand, tries to cut the gap, but Rancor, I love him. It is awesome to see. He's been so good. Oh, first blood and more for FaZe out of the open. They shout out mid. BZ maybe throws his life away there. Makes this round winnable now for Heretics.
It's not gonna go too.
Okay. Well, they fly out, draws his trade, but I have a 2-on-1, and they're just pinching him in. Yeah, you're going to have to, like, literally 180 snap very quickly after the first 5. You're able to take down 1. So, quick round there for FaZe. They could use one. And, yeah, maybe you're also just thinking, like, as much as I'm saying they have work to do. I mean, obviously, but, like, it's 2 1-on-1s. You win those, this looks a little different, yeah?
Yeah, a lot different. Yeah. Again, just sort of the offense is the problem. That's what they're chatting through. What do they want to do? Just what is Miami doing? They're giving up this A plan. They're saying, go for it. We will retake you. A lot of, 3-man hits through B. Does FaZe go for mid control again? It's like that worked, but you still didn't get a bomb down over towards B. Maybe you just chow that 3-man hit, and that's going to be the call.
That is the call. Let's see how it plays out. They're going to go, and it's not going to go well. Okay, hold on a second. What is happening? 1v1 again, why not? Now it's Rancor's turn versus Draza. Let's take out the whole damn team. Draza, Rancor. Rancor gets the info now as some shots go in. And this has been insane. The fact that it's him being him every single time against a different FaZe member.
I mean, why not?
Yeah, I wish we had like more rounds so you could just take out each one.
Guy's the final boss.
Apparently. See, bomb still down. Draza is tracking back and, well, gets tags in, but tags aren't going to be enough to take out this guy. He is elusive.
Well, this is a good read by Draws.
Draws finally wins it. I don't think that gunfight was good for either side.
No, that was through. Yeah,
no one was getting aim assist. It was windy. The dealership was being lit up. But Draws finally ends the final boss.
Oh, yeah, no aim
assist at all for either of them.
Zero.
Yeah, no. That was not a fun fight whatsoever. That's maybe the only reason Rancor lost.
Well, he doesn't have the sub out. He doesn't have the sub out. And,
yeah.
I mean, just half of his bullets went to the right. Draza just recenters, plays it very carefully. Drawing circles on the map.
Even our pros can look sloppy when aim assist goes away. All right. Now to round 10.
All right, they got their offense round win.
And they get a first blood here behind Draws. We might be going the distance. I'm assuming if we go the distance, it's going to be Simp versus Rancor 1 versus 1.
Yeah.
No other way for it to go. Real's gone. Here we go. Yeah, give me a Rancor Simp 1v1. Let's just fast forward to that.
Let's get to that.
Yeah.
I mean, that is an insane round by FaZe, though. They just chow the A street. Abizi gets through office. Simp gets through office, then takes the second one. So the Tiny Terrace fly get us to around 11.
What was the biggest lead? Was it 5-2 or 4-2?
4-2.
4-2. Okay, 5-3. Yeah. All right. We've had a lot of round 11s lately. Well, Rocker have had a lot of round 11s lately. But another one for our Stage 3 qualifier here. Offense for FaZe, and, well, they managed to win one.
Early pressure maybe from Real and Rancor.
Okay. So they're going to show some presence over at A and maybe wrap back. Just can they beat them there? It's just a race. Look at everyone in the minimap just trying to race across. Super, though, gets the first blood. Simp going to get dropped. He's at 4 and 9. Just an abysmal map from him. Everyone getting cut down. But Simp or BZ drops still a chance maybe to win this. BZ getting tagged up a bit, but doesn't lose too much HP. He can chow this, and he does. Able to get away with his life as well. Now down to a 2 versus 2.
They gave up mid. There was nobody mid window. There was nobody mid window for Miami, so he just gets back to his teammate. 2v2.
Around and around we go. Will they catch him? Do they spot him? They do get the spot, but take some shots there and not going to be able to hunt them down. So we slow down for a moment with 40 seconds remaining in the round 11.
It's not a 1v1 dance. It's a 2v2 dance now. And well, Metals is able to find Abizi. Abizi gets caught. Draza has the info. They're just playing corner to corner. Metals just throws the shoulder. Rentor helped me out. There's the help, the assistance.
Oh my God,
I think it's one more bullet in both.
It's Superman.
What is happening?
He can't win it. Heretics get it done. Yeah, I think you need one bullet in both if you're Draws. Like, he was beaming there, but I gotta see exactly what happened to Abizi. They get a little bit separated as you played kind of back-to-back with Heretics. They got corner to corner and locked it down. Everybody out of their seats quickly, as that was a grueler of a map too.
Well, I think in that 2v2, when you catch them mid-window, if Draza doesn't shoot there, they can just play it for free. But as soon as the shots come in, they can't.
Yeah. Yeah,
so
no, I'm surprised they shot there.
Yeah, a little impatient.
That's just where you just need trigger discipline. It's tough. Like we saw that they're trailing the whole time. They don't get it. You just try to get shots in, hope you can catch someone, but that's not the case. Yeah, maybe you get a free plan or you just lurk behind them and catch one, but that's not how it's going to play out. Cell and Simp have a tough one there, and your first look for FaZe on dealership.
Metals, 3 first bloods, leads the lobby with 12.
Yeah, I mean, but it's going to be the 1v1s for Ranker. He's able to win 2 of those 3. I thought at first when Metals was going to get beamed, I'm like, here we go again. Now we get the Draza rematch, though, maybe with aim assist in that fight, but now that will not be the case. Draws, they had to both been 20 HP or less, but an unbelievable map. Phil, I mean, that was fun. I already, listen, just because the 1v1s and how these have played out, you have like extended 1v1s. At least if it's going to be a map that can be one-dimensional at times, like, and this hasn't been the same as like a Skyline or a Vault, but at least like I like when there's like extended 1v1s and like crazy plays. Like that was the problem. Vault was
just
just
a lot
like,
of finesse.
Vault was just like
yeah.
Everyone's dead. I'm like, okay, well the round's over. We didn't have like a lot of moments like that. That was a lot of fun. But we're tied up 1-1. Series is going to continue on. Before we continue though, we're going to throw it over to our very beautiful desk.
We're so pretty. It's halftime, ladies and gentlemen. Let's break down some fun because Nameless, I agree with you. Dealership is our best map in the S&D rotation.
I mean, it's just so exciting, man. It's so fun to watch. You can get very creative on it. You can play super aggressive, or you can like lane play mid and play for those pinches. I think Atlanta, this is their first rep on it. They realized like about 3/4 of the way through, we need to kind of fight fire with fire and play aggressive.
Yeah.
And you saw them do that rounds 9 and 10, just kind of bang it out together, play trades. When we get to that final round there, though, you saw a situation where it's like, BZ gets all the way aggressive on the right side at B-bomb site, and if his team is there together, they can just fly through, right? So they have to train that into their mind as like, okay, if we're pushing this, we need to kind of have 2-3 people here to do so. But this map, I mean, it really comes down to, 3 1v1s that we saw. Rencor just outplaying the crap. Yeah, I mean, Rencor outplayed the crap out of Abizi in the 1v1 that he had. Just slid at him, chowed him, finessed the SUV, and ends up winning that. And then he gets the 1 versus Celium. So could have gone either way. I really liked the improvements from Miami, though, in Search and Destroy, playing a much more team-oriented game.
Yeah, I think the matchup here is really tough for Atlanta FaZe as this being their first rep on dealership because Miami Heretics are already like a very aggressive team. Like when I saw Abizi push that lane, I was like, I can't believe Real even reacted to him being there in the first place because it's not often that you see a team or a player hit lanes that confidently and that quickly and get that aggressive in your face. And Miami Heretics, unfortunately for Atlanta, are used to that kind of pace.
Yeah, it's so easy to push through that B site. You saw V's there. Even though it's a 2v3, they likely have somebody mid, right, for the late rotation, playing for it if you're against Atlanta. So right there, if you just bang that together, you find that kill, get their side, and potentially find even another 1 versus 2 situation. Teams will learn as the year goes on.
So the great Maven once told me that Atlanta FaZe no longer has their best search and destroy maps available for Major 3. Allie, are you concerned for this team after seeing around 11?
No, absolutely not. I think Ann touched on it great that by the later half of that game, they kind of felt the vibe and realized how they had to play that map. So I don't see Dealership not being played anymore by Atlanta FaZe anytime soon.
Let's jump into our map 1 highlights. This time we're going to slow it down for you with some drawing. What do you got for me, Allie?
I got for you the moment that defined this game and this hard point. So first, we're going to go straight into the mini map for me. This is the situation. So this is the first time Atlanta had P3 and P4 spawns throughout the entirety of this game. And Miami is kind of left with 2 decisions here. Try to force a break from the front side of this and hold from the front in P3 and then play for the break for P4. Or they could send somebody, and in this situation, Real was in a perfect spot to do so, to hit a deep rotation and try to play this flank and play for spawns, because P4 has been what has kept them in this game the entirety of this vault hard point. So Miami, unfortunately, decide that they are going to try and break through front. Real, he's going to go into mid, he's going to get caught by Simp eventually, and he's going to try and go through a mid-door break. Now Miami at this point is just throwing bodies at this P3. They're able to hold it for just a second, but as we continue, nobody at all tries to hit a deep pool. It is continuous spawn, front, spawn, mid, door, continuously over and over and over again. Atlanta FaZe, this has been their best hill alongside P1 throughout the entirety of this map. So it doesn't pan out for the Miami Heretics, and you just keep body after body. Nobody is hitting a route if you're Miami, and then you move forward, and Atlanta FaZe are like, if you're gonna give us this free early setup for this P4, well, we're gonna take it. So as I move forward into this P4, you can see Atlanta FaZe get into the most lock-up setup that you could possibly
Lock them down, Al.
Literally that you could possibly ask for. You have Draza in his favorite spot of all time. You have one of the SMGs roaming in mid. You have somebody in top ammo, and you have Celium of all people soaking hill time. So unfortunately for Miami, they just didn't prioritize spawns here when this had been the pill that kept them in the game throughout the entirety of this and allow Atlanta FaZe to capitalize.
Yeah, they won the first 2 P4s. You know, they ended up getting a huge chunk of time off both of them. And, you know, when you talk about it, like, in that situation, they had players going mid who could eventually make the decision to go around, but it was never together.
No.
Right? So in that situation, you just have to dial it in. And for this Miami team, though, up against FaZe, like, FaZe played a decent amount of ball. It's going to be a tough matchup.
It's the swing game, tied 1-1 after a clutch search and destroy. Can Miami take the lead? We got Maven and Merc on the call.
Let's continue to battle. I mean, as much as I think the question mark or my interest for the FaZe side was search and destroy, I think for Miami, it's the control. Yeah, I mean, if they improve in control. We've seen, obviously, improvements in the Hardpoint with the last series. We've seen some great looks in search and destroy. If they can get something going and control, this team is a threat. I mean, they already are a threat, but, like, they might become a force.
Yeah, and I mean, the big focus for them has been Hacienda, right? Not going to play Vault. The Death touched on that pre-game. They were 0-7 before adding Super, but 1-1 this split with this squad. You can just see, yeah, I mean, last 10 controls has not been pretty on the year for Heretics.
You need 2 out of 3.
But probably the final boss of Hacienda control are these guys.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw it Major 1, Major 2, 3 to 4 SMGs. Control top halls, they're 7-1 on Hacienda.
And I don't think we've seen a lot of the 4 sub really since Major 1. Not as much or as often, but like, oh well, there's been some changes to the guns and stuff too. I mean, I think the game just in general has become a little more AR heavy between like Major 1 and Major 2. Like we're seeing like 3 pulled out quite a bit more.
Once Stage 4 starts, maybe more.
Yeah. No, that might be true. That might be true. All right. To the control to see who can get the advantage in this one. Challen quickly, sliding right by one. Will be Simp, but you go 2 for 2. No real advantage early on. Draza will catch one, and now that you can start to progress this, but you spawn out towards Rock for your 2 remaining FaZe players. They'll try to get over to help. Draws with the movement and the sauce there. That with a sub is a nice play. That with an AR just shouldn't be happening.
No, you should have that trade. And I mean, that is not easy to do either. But, well, he's going to need a little help. Real's going to take him down. And, yeah, even behind the 2-piece, B control, doesn't really matter.
Yeah, no, it's like a Beezy's 4 on P3. I thought it was going to lead to something. It doesn't. Thought Draws' multi-kill maybe going to lead to something, but they don't get any kills really after that. But Draws is still piecing. He has sub in hand now, and he is hitting shots. Think he had the read there for a second, but doesn't hold it, and Rinker gets in behind enemy lines to kind of stagger this. Simp shot's just a bit off there, honestly, just whiffing. As he's trying to get going after a real rough map 2. They've done nothing from a progress standpoint. They had a bit of the first tick done. That's been mostly cleansed away. Abizi's route maybe can provide an opening. It's real awkward, though, with a slide back from Real. He finally finds it, but Simp now, he's 0-4. Cell is 0-3. You have 2 players that haven't found kills yet. I mean, that's on FaZe, and that's on the Heretics. I mean, what an opening defense that is. Holy hell.
Well, you almost got there to pause the clock, but yeah, I mean, yesterday, the big surprise for them on this map, well, not surprise, but the stats were really the sub struggled in Real and Metals on this particular map. So you get a much better defensive round start for them. Rencor was 4-0. He just died a few seconds before this round ends, but you had your chance. It was here. You had plat control. You got out to B. You had help, and they just lost it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you're not going to win an offensive round. 2 players don't have kills. It's just that ain't going to happen. Unless someone... No, it's just not going to happen.
No, it's not.
So a tough opening offense and a really good defense for Heretics. Now we'll see what FaZe can do defensively as they try to fight back after a frustrating one. Try to get the stat padding done in the defenses. I'm sure Simp and Cell will be on the board eventually. But Rancor, he's the opposite. He's had a great start. He's 5-1. Now let's see if he can do it on the aggressive side of things. Well, that is beautiful. Tagger 2 in, great need from Super, and Draza just ripped. Simp now on the board. As Heretics are working towards their first take. I mean, they don't have a lot to do to get advantage in this one.
And this is what we kind of noticed with this guy. I mean, it just feels like Super has a great mentality of when he needs to play his life. It just not overchow. He stays alive. He buys 1 extra second, and that's when plays happen.
Kind of Cell-esque, like we were chatting about, right? Well, Draza is the one that kind of makes the play there, because you still, I mean, you just have 1 on 7. Cell's got nothing. Draza gets like 3 of 4 as they close it out. So this might be like a Cell type, or a Draws type takeover map if he keeps going like this, but they need to get the round victory. You already have tick advantage for Heretics. They got that 1 tick. But obviously, they are hunting for more. It's paused right now at 52. Cell hopping in between a couple of players. Not going to be able to come away with anything. We'll see if his teammates can do it. If Real from Shed can deal with everything flying forward at him.
Yeah, he's just trying to buy time. I mean, he buys enough time for his teammates to get there. They then lose plat control FaZe. I mean, there was 3 players from FaZe trying to find Super. Comes down to Rentor, hits the slide. Simp, though, maybe he's starting to warm up. I don't know if I've ever heard you say Simp was whiffing.
Well, no.
But no, he was. No, he was. And now Metals is able to find a double, so this B progress continues.
That's kind of why I said it.
Yeah.
I just watched him just like, he has missed like 10 bullets. I was like, okay. And he's also 0-3. Interesting. But then Cell, Cell's 0-7. I haven't really said that many times either. But there is the point secured for Miami Heretics. There's the extension. And, well, lives are about square. But you already have a body on this. You already have progress at A. So this is looking real pretty for Heretics. These upcoming gunfights are going to be massive for either side. Real not going to be able to get away. Draza wins his fight on the other side of it, and suddenly Metals really the lone one battling, but he's got a little bit of help. Rockside from Super. The other 2 coming off a spawn are going to deal with Abizi, I believe. They got pushed up kind of towards Zig and Lobby.
Yeah, now what Miami did really well yesterday versus Optic with this 8 point was they just keep a body on it for a couple of seconds, get the defense to run at you, and then finesse and play their lives, right? Then take those challenge, and you might see that here again, but for right now, Rentor is just chilling on it, maybe just trying to hit that second tick, very close to doing so. Has Metals looking over him, he's been playing his life. He's on 6 in a row, Super finds another one, and well, if this Hacienda control gets down.
Yeah, because Vault, you know, like they can be the team on Vault. Yeah, no, if Hacienda is good, like, I feel like they could have the ability to go toe-to-toe with anything.
No, they are leveling up, man.
Yeah, they are.
This is fun to watch.
It is. I know you liked what you were seeing out of him on Hacienda Search yesterday. That's why I was thinking if this goes to him at 5, like, I mean, right now I'd be taking Heretics just based on what I've seen as a late. And I know, you know, some of those rounds don't go their way, but they're going to be a problem, I think, for FaZe. That's still not really in their toolkit yet. Heretics, though, up 2-0. And it's like, as much as FaZe, you know, have to mix some stuff in, it's like sometimes they do it because they just want to have the map pool be as wide. Now it's more of like a, I don't want to say desperation, it's 1-2 events, but like, you have to. It's not a luxury. It's a necessity to get some of these maps in for their search and destroy. And it's just, you can't, if you go 1 and 2 to start, they're getting fried. You go 1 and 2 to start too, like, you lose the ability to maybe be creative, because then you're thinking about winner's bracket, right? Like, as much as they want to try stuff and get better at stuff, you have to get winner's bracket. At least I'm thinking that'll be the logic for them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if they ever think that way.
Maybe, maybe not. Maybe right. Maybe right. They're thinking long game, right? As good as that moment was from Heretics, FaZe do bounce back and start to mount the pressure a bit. They're going to try to get it done towards A to start us off. Abizi, I didn't think he was going to get anything, but he does get one, maybe even damage into a second, and then lines up for Celium. You only have one person on this, so A hasn't really progressed much. But the read is here for Cell. The read just a bit slow, so unfortunately the player on A is going to get picked. You do get the first tick done, though, and I mean, that damage done. You can now focus maybe on the easier of points.
Well, they're kind of playing FaZe sort of control now, right? Just keeping one on it, slaying around it. Whoever that player is on the objective is playing their life, just wasting time. And honestly, it's kind of what we've seen from Miami. We saw from Miami last round, always having one player on the objectives, pausing that clock. Real and Meadows, though, trade out towards Plat, so now it's just a fight for middle of the map. Super's all the way lurked up.
Yeah, he's going to cut down the reinforcements. Is he able to get both? Okay, so he won't get two. Sim trades it, but still continue to stagger this push. Obviously, got to win this round if you're FaZe. You're going to extend this. Got to start with this offense. Ticket A was done. Ticket B about to be there as well.
Is there a full flank?
There's the
Sim
ticket
gave
B.
it up. I mean, you saw Rentor on draws his screen. He's giving the call-outs to Sim. It doesn't matter, though. They did all 4 dead, and well, finally, Cell's like, I'm just going to pull out a 3rd sub. I'm not playing well right now. I'm just going to start frying with the sub.
No, it's crazy, too, because like he dropped like 40 map 1 or whatever it was. He went 5K damage at like 39? I don't know. Insane map 1, but struggling a bit here. So, yeah, maybe the 3rd sub will help. See if they can take this offense. It becomes a much more interesting map if they're able to take this one. Sib does get 2 before he drops. Abizi then follows it up. Only person alive is going to be Metals, who's basically coming off a spawn. Pushing up for spawn kills number 5. We'll swap over to him. It's going to be Draws, who's cutting the reinforce. You've got 2 players on, 1 player on it maybe right now. It's progressing a bit, but the player's going to get picked out of it, so you hold the line for now if you are Miami Heretics. Last gap's going to be Semp. He's shooting at grass.
Well, I mean, Metals just gets around Sim. He got right around him. I'm not sure the timing on Rock, but that's how Metals gets that kill onto the A point. They think they have that side covered. Sim then gets caught off guard, and yeah, has to funnel in, but may not matter. Still a lot of time to work with. 3 versus 7. They have everything they want.
Yeah. Especially I was saying stuff like that. The lives are, the issue here for Miami. Cell doesn't read the corner, but he's got to be easy to work with. You'll take trades all day. Sim some damage in, but drops 2v4, winnable. You got Ranker and Super. You got the shooters alive.
Well, they're gonna play for the spawn kills. Kind of just, all right, we know where they're at. Let's try to take the fight to them.
Some damage, some friendly fire, all on Super now. 1 versus 3. How insane would this be? But they know he's secret. They're able to cut him down. And all right, so FaZe get around when they don't get 3-0 bopped. They're usually the ones delivering that in control, not typically on the receiving end. I don't think there's been a whole lot of controls. They've probably been 3-0'd. Usually their best mode, but Heretics are the real deal right now. They are leveling up, as you said. It has been awesome to see, but had opportunities to take that one. Slips away from them.
I think what you saw in that offense was a little bit more FaZe-esque, right? Just somebody with a sub getting a multi-kill near the objective that gives them sort of the space they need to get that first objective, or whoever on it to pause the clock. That's what Miami did in their 2nd round.
Well, it felt like usually they get like 1 3-4 dead type situation that allows them to get to those spots. They never really had that. Because you think about the round 1, I mean, they didn't need kills. I mean, Draws had a couple where he would kill 3, but the rest of the team was dead. They never had like a clean, like 3-4 dead. So yeah, you can't really get into what you want to do if you never had that situation. That's props to Heretics, and what an opener. This is from Heretics. They're trying to close out. That's going to be 3 dead. That's going to be instant progress, instant map control of that B zone. And now try to do exactly what we just saw FaZe do, but a little more focus on the objective. Real, I thought was going to let that one get away from him, but finally we'll close out the kill. Super snaps to get the double. 2nd tick about to be done, and you've already got a 5 life advantage. You're about to have the minute extension. This has been incredible.
Yeah, I mean, again, just those players on the objective staying alive. Super just plays his life, has the pistol. Now you have the trap set up. Metals is able to find a double. Looking for the 3rd onto Abizi. Give it to him. And this might be wraps.
Yeah, no, this absolutely might be wraps. This has been about as perfect a break and follow-up as you're going to get on an offense on Hacienda Control. They are cutting them down. It's a triple from Metals, then a triple from Real. We'll see you in map 4. That's a Heretics 3-1 win. It's a convincing one at that. And they were pretty one-dimensional when it came to Control this year. It was mostly Fault. That's about all they could do. Now, what, 2-1 with Super in the lineup on Hacienda Control? And, well, you beat one of the best Control teams ever.
Well, the loss was like a round 5 yesterday, right, to Optic that we watched, and they were in it.
Yeah, no, they were.
I mean, the Suns got fried, and they were still in it.
They sure were. They sure were. Impressive one there. And now we get deeper into this. And I'm kind of hoping we get to see the Hacienda, because that's a very interesting one for me if you talk search and destroy. This is the 2 triples. It's Metals, Real, and what? These are the 2 that struggled yesterday in this mode. You said the subs sort of, I don't know, they didn't come to play, but didn't really get their numbers whatsoever. They were kind of in a blender there. I mean, it was everybody, but those 2 certainly taking over, and you saw them taking over late in that round 4.
And now this is too. Listen, I know we've touched on a lot of Real, Rentor, and Super, but I'm going to give Metals his props because,
yeah, sure.
I mean, he's had some stinkers this year.
Yeah,
he's had some rough stages, but this guy's playing probably some of the best we've seen him this year.
He is. He
Since the addition of Super.
I mean, it just happens sometimes. I think about, like, I don't know, maybe like Nasty when Neptune comes in. Like, sometimes you make a change. It helps in more ways than you think it's going to help. Levels up some other players. And it has been awesome to see, but man, I mean, you won 1 round of your phase, and yeah, it was an offensive round, but you kind of had to grind that one out. It comes down to what, like a 2v4 or whatever it was. The other 3 are dominant, like just dominant from Heretics. I think that's what's impressive about it. Like if they would have beat them in a round 5, it's a real back and forth type thing. But you had like 2 people double negative on phase and Simp and Cell, which is rarely a conversation. And you just smoke them in 3 rounds. Like that was impressive. Real impressive. As we look now to map 4. Yes, FaZe were able to take the map 1, and I mean maybe that's the silver lining maybe for FaZe this year is that
their Hardpoint's been good enough.
Their Hardpoint's been the best it has been really in the CDL era, at just under 70% win rate. And if that was not a team that I guess I expected to win 2 Hardpoints all that often through some of those years outside of like a whole war or something. But now you're a team that can do that, and well, you're going to need it. You're going to need it if you're going to go to a map 5.
I'm just thinking like the teams like Rocker, your Cloud9s who are on the outside looking in of our top 8.
Oh yeah.
You're thinking they're playing. I mean, that split. Or the Miami still has to play what? They have a very tough schedule. You're thinking maybe they're like 1-4, 2-3 going in. Yeah. I mean, they win this. Who knows?
No, we were chatting like at the drive back after casting yesterday. I was like, this is one of the more like interesting years we have when it comes to like team changes in just like the middle of the pack, and even like kind of bottom of the pack leveling up. Like, I mean, a lot of times at this point of the year where the team changes happen, it's like that team's still gonna suck. Like it's just a change that happens for the sake of changing. It feels like it doesn't end up being like a level up like some of these have been. It's been awesome to see, and Heretics seem to be leveling up maybe the most. Well, if you take out like Vancouver, we're gonna talk some stats now for Rancor and Celium, what they were able to do in the map 1. That's what surprised me to see Cell struggling in the map 3 because yeah, 39-21 with like 5k damage. He was unbelievable. Rancor, I mean, far behind him, but still, I mean, his map is incredible in his own right. Just Cell put on a clinic in that map 1.
Yeah, I mean, he won them the map, right? Wins them that final P4 rotation. Also has in the objective time. He's locked in, but now we get to a red card. And I mean, yes, they're a solid red card hardpoint team, but another one where a lot of the times they win, it's by about 20.
No, yeah, this'll probably be a close one. If I had to bet, this will probably be a close one. Take a look at their last 5 hard points, and yeah, I mean, you can see there is, I mean, 2 of them coming to loss to Toronto, obviously, but I just still feel like I said, look at the 67%. I'm like, that's a lie. It's a lie. It's not, but it's not. There's just so many clubs. Look at all the score lines there. It's like literally 250 and 200 or more. Pretty much every single one. That's just been the recipe this year. See if they're able to walk away with the winning into this and get that to the map 5, or if it ends here. As Heretics have taken control of this series, and they're on the brink of going up 3-0 in this qualifier. FaZe maybe 1-2. And then things get real interesting. We're talking winners bracket, and yeah, we'll have a whole lot of conversations more as we get into what our final day of the week and then final week. But right into the mix we go now with the map 4, and well, it is all a Rancor as he finds even another one. That's 3 for him off the rip, and God, he is a talent.
Yeah, hitting the shots, but not earning a lot of time. Right off his spawn, comes back phase, but he's just going to play his life, try to control outside. The timing, though, not going to go his way that time. Straws is going to catch him on the mantle, and all right. Yeah, right to the face.
Yeah, that was a fastball to the face.
Explode.
No, honestly, yeah, he's gone. Sim's body is splattered around ticket. But yeah, you've got, I mean, we're 40-some seconds off the play clock because there's been no time. Or it's 5-1. It's all the fights have been going out outside of the objective, and everyone trying to set up for this P2. Rancor's POV from the top window, he nearly gets laced, but just barely stays up. Opening time to phase. Pressure early from Heretics.
Yeah, but it's like you didn't know where the last couple of players were. If you were phased, you had a BZ on the pinch. He finds nothing. You still have the spawns, but now you know Miami's going to be running at you, trying to flip you out while they're finding kills. Super with a little pump on the Celium, 4 dead. Map flipped. Control over to Heretics.
Rancor is fired up. His new super duo and super, maybe a slow 1 and 5, but Rancor has been shooting. On the other side, it's really just been kind of the cell show, at least from the slang column. FaZe only 5 points on the board. This time going the way of Heretics, trying to get whatever early advantage they can before we start to talk about the Rodel. It'll be Real tucked in a corner. Reed's there from Simp, but the Gunny is there from Real. He'll eventually be traded out. First off of the rotation, well, I mean, not even much of one. I mean, you've got FaZe pinned in the back. That's everything you want. But first over there will be medals.
Well, you don't even have anyone on a long route right now. That's a lot of the times. What happens is someone goes on a long route and maybe you get a close spawn. Celium spawns in the back. They're going to try to read this, though. The whole time, though, nobody's really been on the hill. Maybe trying to find it. And there it is. Able to find Super. Just trying to figure out where everyone is on the map if you are Miami Heretics.
Yeah, I thought Cell maybe gonna get blessed and open something up. The deep spawn was open, but doesn't turn in anything. You deal with that well if you're Heretics. Now we're into halfway through our 3rd hard point. FaZe still just 5 points on the board. Cars are helping as well, as BZ's gonna get picked from that. As they try to fight back for any time, but now you're getting pinned in the back again, similar to what we saw at the last hard point. It's everything you want if you're Heretics. You're outplaying, outclassing, and dominating in the scoreline.
Yeah, Real's just headshots right now for Heretics. And I mean, simple as Call of Duty is sometimes, you're just not getting kills if you're FaZe.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Just getting outslayed, and well, it's showing in the scoreboard. The other thing is this is red card, so you're still only down 60 or so, and you are in a position at P4. Like, this is the money hill on the map. They have to stay in the game here.
Yeah, no, if you said they were getting outslayed by what, 10 to 15 this early on, thinking maybe more of a blowout, but as you said, due to it being a red card, a little bit closer. Simp's going to play for bottom stage. He's able to get the time and also ultimately get the kill. I feel like it's Draza we'll typically see there, but it'll be Simp doing his best to cosplay as a troll from bottom stage. And finally, a wave of kills for FaZe. And yeah, if you get a big hold here,
doesn't even matter.
The last 3 minutes of them getting smoked, yeah, doesn't mean a whole lot. And I think you nailed it. Yeah, blessed his red card. Because that's slow of a start the slaying column on anything else.
Yeah, imagine this is a Hasi or something.
Yeah, you're down 120.
Yeah, you're down a lot. You probably got streaks on your head.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Doesn't happen. So now only down 20 points. They still have 10 seconds left here. There is going to be a contest from Rancor. Sim's going to fly out, try to get this kill. Not going to win it, but he probably doesn't even matter because he's taking P5 rotation.
Yeah, I mean, he got 51 seconds in that hard point, right? Well, okay, maybe just shy of that, but that was all of their time. Soaring out and battling towards camera. And we'll see if the clock comes into it. It seems like it might, but we'll see if things start to clean up. But you've got 3 minutes remaining on it. And, well, you've got another P1 coming up. You have a hard point on camera where a lot of time is not typically to be earned.
Yeah, if you don't have like ticket control, which they don't, Rentor's just gonna get an angle on it. So it's just so tough. Draws is just trying to play his life. He's gonna get swarmed though. Teammates help me, not gonna happen. So yeah, time uncontested for now.
Play clock continues to tick, but with that 3 dead, I mean, Sim's gonna be the last guy here, and he's gonna get just beam. Metals is just gunning 16 and 11, and I know he has his duds sometimes, but that's not today.
No, these last 3 maps, he has been incredible.
Final 10, FaZe will fight for. Now let's see what happens. I mean, what was earned in the first P1? Like 5 total points?
5, always like different though. And FaZe are gonna be early set up here.
Always different. Hey, you're gonna have splits though for Heretics due to the route taken towards the north side of the map. So FaZe have got to pick up everything. Is Heretics about to pounce? Is they're starting to collapse on this? Nice shot by Rancor. Patience is there. Will eventually be traded out. And okay, you respond well behind 2 from Draza. And just like this, okay, FaZe might be looking at a lead here shortly.
Well, it's just a couple of hills that they focus on. They've got a lot of the time. That P4 and now back to this P1 where we have seen them get full 60s here. But Metals and Rentor do find a couple of kills. Metals with the pistol, the stun's gonna help him out. He's gonna find one more. Just feels like, yeah, when you're finding these kills, if you are Heretics, it's not turning a lot of objective work.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have 1 player positive for FaZe, and they just have the lead a second ago. Cells 14 and 13. Outside of that, everyone negative. And that's one thing we discussed, like, you know, back in the day, some other titles, I feel like we had those teams getting outslayed that walk away with Hardpoint wins. We don't really see that often anymore, like ever.
And not really with this FaZe team.
No, true. Not usually their highlight, yeah. But Heretics turned to answer as they got to the hot start, but FaZe kind of reel things back in. Last time they were able to get a lot of this time. They also kind of pinned FaZe in the back and had the Roto to 3 as well. We'll see if they can do a similar thing here. It's gonna be split spawns in for FaZe, and they're gonna try to collapse on this quickly. Behind Simp's kill on one side and Cells on the other. That should get them into the point. Now, Welky, you have a chance to kind of give Heretics a taste of their own medicine if you can win the fights and get them pinned in the back.
Yeah, they will. They should. They know where the last 2 are. The spawns do flip, though. Hey, yeah, nobody plays safe towards stage. So Rentor and Super gonna spawn out. Celium, though, gonna read this, finds 1. Can they find the last? It looks like they will recover for now, but Rentor's gonna keep them off the time.
But yeah, nobody deep. And that could have been way cleaner if not for the spawn in behind for Heretics. This time, FaZe, you'll be ahead on rotation though, and they'll be early into it. And similar, again, spawn kind of like Cell got, not quite the same, but you'll have 1 spawn up there. Let's see if they're able to deal with that early on, or if maybe Metals is going to find an opening. Metals may find an opening.
I think they know he's there. He just wins the gunfight. He literally just walks up the stairs, gun Simp. So yeah, they knew he was there. As soon as you spawn out, or you know there's one in the garage, well, Cell knows it. His teammates spawn up sidewalk. He looks towards the back. Hello, Real. And they're earning time again.
Nobody able to get some big separations. This is really the opening from Heretics. Play clock is kind of, I don't know, stabilized a bit over these last few hard points. There's still 2.5 to go, and the team scores have gone up big time, so I don't think that's going to be the combo. It's going to be first to 250, I believe. A nice hold from FaZe gets them back out in front. Nice route from Simp, gets him a double, and they're going to set up again. Simp last time got, what, a little shy of 50 seconds here at stage last time. They're going to get into that setup again.
Yeah, I mean, you had 2 players out if you were Heretics, but they both get caught. That's Simp on the rotation, now Simp on the hill. And this is what FaZe want, but 2 kills from Real and Metal is going to turn into early pressure, but it's not easy to find this player on the hill.
Especially when you get help like that from a BZ. So now Simp just has to watch the one side. I mean, if you really just have to focus one side as that player low, it can be very winnable, but Metals has his number again. He's able to take him out with a pistol and get in. Not for long, though. Yeah, as they will push back through. They had the numbers.
I can't believe they have a 30-point lead.
Honestly, considering how the beginning of the game was. Stage has mostly been dominant out of them. Another brief moment on it late in the hard point, but it's not going to be much more than that. I think you've gotten maybe 5 to 8 points, probably if you're Heretics. The rest has gone the way of FaZe at stage. We'll hop to BZ's POV for a second. He's rotating over now, the third-person cam, just to see how this is going to set up. Fanning out and hunting. There'll be multiple players from Heretics. This will be the Hunter POV, and this is the Hunted POV. As a BZ play a little bit of hide and seek, but able to pop out the right time for one, but that's going to be it because you've got the bodies there if you're a Heretic, so you'll be into the hard point. And this is the best-looking setup we've probably seen because last time, no one was able to really get anything going.
Yeah, you just don't have ticket control, though, so that player's going to hop off the point. Real, though, is going to get on, but yeah, when you don't have mid control, that's just going to be freebies from the window, and even more free when you're mantling on up. BZ doesn't care. He's going to fly out, try to earn some objective, and that is really the difference. I mean, I know it's the P4s, but when the game has been scrappy, FaZe have just earned more objective time.
Yeah, it's just you wish you could have turned more of that early game slaying into objective time if you're Heretics. Weren't really able to do it. Metal's another triple. He's up to 34, by the way. He's trying to put the team on his back and close it out here in the map 4. One of the best maps we've seen from him on the year. One of the best series we've seen from him on the year. Metals is out to 5 straight, but his teammates are getting cut down on rotation. It's aBeZy that's walking away with the kills, and whether it's been Simp or whether it's been aBeZy, some of the rotation kills have been huge for the FaZe team to get them this lead. And if on one side it's aBeZy, it'll be Simp on the other. Nobody in the point, though, for now.
Yeah, and that's what FaZe knows. They're just kind of playing patient, fighting for positions. aBeZy, he thinks he's dead. He absolutely is. Rentor from up top. Drazo going to try to work this. Great shots for Rentor. There's just always one more player, though, for FaZe. Continue to control these middle of the stairs. So Miami, again, just can't work the objective.
It's been like this game a keep away.
Now we got a minute.
Just keep them out, yeah. And where I thought maybe the play clock not the biggest combo. What, there was like 2.5 left. We're down to sub 60 seconds. It certainly becomes much more of a conversation. Only 10 seconds remaining here. Looks like you're going to get that. Heretics will lock it down. Last time, FaZe did a much better job here. Through the first set, well, it was kind of all P2 dominance for Heretics. Who's going to get the upper hand this time?
Yeah, this is the first time you really had stage control if you are Miami. I feel like from the get-go, it was really FaZe, and then they would kind of flip the map, but this is their chance.
All right.
Well, the nades and the stuns are on point. Super's got a free 2, and now they're on the hill with 3 dead.
That is beautiful. They clear out everybody. You're still spawning close, but you're spawning in the back of your FaZe and trying to fight on through. And your margin, your lead is 12, and it is slipping away quickly. And well, we'll keep an eye on the play clock as well.
No, Simp and aBeZy get them out, and they find all 3 to lead to the break.
Well, the break's not quite done yet, though, because Super is able to get 2. You might break up the time a bit and get them there to contest, but the ARs really start hitting for Miami Heretics. Real just holding the edge. Contesting again inside. Clock tickles a little bit more as we're, what, at 4 trickles. We're at 44.
Tickle.
And what, 5 seconds left now on rotation. We've had an interesting spawn. We've had like 1 spawn in the back each time for both teams, and no one really able to turn it into much. We'll see if that happens again here.
Always does.
Yeah, kind of the parallel split comes in. We go 2 for 2 for now as everyone's battling around the point. Play clock still going. 34 seconds. It'll stop for now as Heretics get in, but they don't get in for long.
I mean, they have an 8-second lead. They just might play around this time. That's going to be the play call. They're controlling outside. They know they have FaZe in the garage. And you're going to look at the tiny terrace to maybe get you out of this. Somehow Simp is still alive. He finds 2. There's the opening.
Yeah, I thought both those players were dead to rights. Well, the opening is quickly shut down, though, as Super gets 3. He's on 4 straight. Lead back up to 16 or so. 21.5 on the play clock.
I mean, they have outer control. They have stage control.
Yeah.
FaZe have to contest and rotate. Miami should win this.
Oh, they've got every advantage in the world to shut this down, and Super trying to call a ball game, but we're not done quite yet. I mean, FaZe have got to take this time. They don't have the play clock to tick anymore. It's going to start to fly now. They got to battle towards the point. Heretics are going to go ahead and get inside it. They want to win it with 250, and they're going to be able to do just that. Heretics take the map 4, win it 3-1. And for everyone battling for top 8, that isn't the Heretics. Good luck.
I mean, Minnesota's like, 100 points. Like, they're playing Optic in phase. You're thinking you're gonna have a little catch-up room, but not anymore.
Yeah, I mean, now he's got to beat Optic in phase like Heretics just did in back-to-back days. That is impressive stuff. I'm not surprised that both hardpoints were a 20-point, 30-point difference. That doesn't surprise me at all.
Red chart is it's a map.
Metals puts up 42 and nearly 5k damage, where Cell was kind of the hero of the map 1 for FaZe with his 39. It is all Metals there. He has a terrific series, one of the best we've seen from him on the year. Real put in work around the objective, and I mean, their objective time is not coming easy early on, but they get it done late. He ends up putting 2 minutes in the hard point. 3 of them have 30. It's a team effort. The slaying, yeah, I mean, Metals leads the way, but you got damage and numbers out of everybody. And yeah, FaZe, I know they start slow, but they battled back and they had a lead. I mean, there were a bunch of lead changes late, but you're up with a few hard points left.
Yeah, it was really that P2 kind of flips the switch there for Heretics, and then they spawn everybody on FaZe in back garage, and it's just so tough to get out of that trap. I thought maybe there was a chance from Simp and aBeZy, but Super got 2 from the hill, and there was always just that multi-kill. That's probably when Miami goes back and kind of watches. I don't don't know, can we improve anywhere? But they just played so heavy around Slang.
It's just kind of red card sometimes.
Yeah.
It just is. I mean, you'll see FaZe doing the same thing. They're just looking for kills around the objective. Yes, they were a little more fishing and turning it to time in some of those hard points, but at the end of the day, Heretics walk away with the dub. So yes, I think any map you watch, there could be improvements. You won this one 3-1. You're 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking good.
It's Vamos party time. Break it down, Desk.
Miami fans can rest and relax on Thursday in the venue. Your team is going to be playing on Friday in the winners bracket. And Ali, this squad is now 3-0, and not only are they getting wins, they're doing it against the best team in the game.
I mean, Miami is insane. After their series yesterday, my opinion about them, I already knew they were going to be a solid team, but it feels like, almost like with Super being added in, it's a Vancouver Surge situation. You added one player that gives a little bit of consistency, that knows what the hell they're doing, and suddenly these close matches translate into big, giant wins. This map 4 especially, because they almost made the same mistake that they did in map number 1. Right before that last set of rotations, Miami almost overhit old again and put themselves in a situation where Atlanta FaZe can make the comeback, but thankfully it was a couple of 3 pieces out of Metals and a couple of routes out of Super that saves them in this map number 4, and it eliminates the possibility for map 5.
Metals may be the bucket powerhouse player of the day.
Yeah.
Ridiculous numbers from that young man. Rancor looking fantastic, but big picture here, Ant.
Yeah.
If you're a Miami fan, since you've added Super, Ali nailed it. You have changed the identity of this team. And not only that, you were in 10th place at the start of this stage. Now you have gained 30 points. That is going to jump you up over Boston.
Yeah, you are in a very good spot if you're Miami, Chris, because there's like key
Home
areas.
nature, too.
Exactly, and there's key areas they got better in, right? Like the control. You just beat Atlanta FaZe, the best Hacienda control team.
7-1.
Dominated them. The offense was unreal. Search and destroy, now we have enough of a sample size where it's like they're legit in that game mode. We've seen 3 matches. Super's been great, and they work together awesomely in the game mode. So, like, if you're Miami, you got to be feeling so good about this team. And here's the last part of it. Miami levels up on land. Like, you think about the match that they had, could have absolutely destroyed Thieves. Like, that was a great series from them. So Miami in a really good spot.
And they can knock you down in that opening round, as Optic found out at Major 1. Let's take a look, though, at our Scuff play of the game. This one is Rancor. It's the 1v1s. Without this game to win, I think Atlanta takes the series, right?
I think that's a good angle to take for Miami Heretics. I mean, the rookies on this team are just unbelievable. Rancor is playing in these 1v1s with no fear. I have never seen a player so confidently chow, especially a BZ of all people, but just Atlanta FaZe in general. Guy's unreal.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this roster, right, and all 4 players, like, they're shooters. and you're seeing it now, like, now that everybody's on the same pace, like Metals, we're seeing the potential of him, what they see in him as a player, because, man, when he's on point, he just runs
really
through
high
people.
ceiling.
There is no free kills on the Heretics.
We now welcome to the show the former guaranteed Rookie of the Year, now being challenged by Super Rancor. How are we feeling? 3-0 Miami is currently the best team in our qualifier.
Feeling amazing, honestly. We were working so hard this past week since the match of the Falcons, and I'm so proud how the team improved, especially in hardpoints. I mean, the first map, we lost the first map, but we step up on the red card, and yeah, I'm so proud of the team.
Rancor, congratulations. An unreal win out of both you and Super and Metals. And all of you played incredible. I wanted to ask you about the new maps being added, because you are one of the few teams in the league that have the most reps on it so far. Do you guys find that Rewind and Dealership help your team or hurt your team?
I think the maps are irrelevant, because with the addition of Super, we step up a lot on S&D, because we play so different in certain situations, but it's obvious that the new maps, the addition of the new maps help us, because our gameplay now in S&D helps us to play better that maps.
Of course.
Rancor, unbelievable win, man. You guys look so good. You guys have made such great moves. Now bringing in Super as the 4th. It looks like you guys want to set pace. Like, that's the way you guys play Call of Duty. Is it safe to say that we should expect more and more of that?
Can you repeat? I can hear you.
It's like you guys all like to play fast, even in the construction of the roster, just picking up players who just continuously like to set pace. Can we expect more and more of that as the season continues?
I mean, in this game, you need to set pace so fast, and I think the addition of Super helps us a lot in all modes. And yeah, we should play like this all year, and I think we should stay like in the top 3, top 4 of the league.
Okay. Rancor, final question. We are playing in Miami, Boca Raton, actually, in just a few weeks. It will be your home event. What do you want to say to the fans? You can do this one in Spanish.
Ok, bueno, pues a todos los fans de Miami, espero que nos apoyéis mucho. Estamos dejándonos la vida y trabajando muy duro para poder daros una alegría como sería ganar el mayor de nuestro mayor, vaya, y os esperamos a todos que nos apoyéis.
Get the sunglasses ready, fam.
I agree.
100%.
Yes.
Rancor, congrats. 3-0 start. You guys are guaranteed winners bracket. We'll see what seed you finish with at the end of next week.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you. Back-to-back dubs over some big-name teams. We also have that big-name team back in action today. They go by Optic Texas, and today they have a new challenger. Falcons retooling Pred's new home. Can he get revenge? Stay tuned to find out.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Like a cannon. Blast like a cannon. Big bang coming through. Blast like a cannon.
It's more than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now. The 2025 Optic Texas Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this vinyl proving your membership in the Alien Task Force. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the CDL. We're in our Major 3 qualifiers, and Optic Texas was handed a surprise loss. They're going up against the Falcons, though, who are still winless on the season. They have not won a match all year, Alley Cat.
They have not, but they have now finally 2 hard points under their belt. So the dream is starting to be sold just a little bit.
Let's do some math here, right? Vegas beat Miami in hard points.
Right.
Right? And then Miami is now dominating everybody they play, basically, in hard points. So Vegas should beat Optic.
In hard points.
Yes.
Some good.
The rest of the series, though, because you need 3 maps if you're going to take it. Let's take a look here at our team. Starting with the team that said goodbye to Pred twice. Optic Texas has now brought on Skies to fill that main AR role, and Hook has been welcomed back to the team for the 2nd time. Hook finally handed his first loss in online qualifier games yesterday, but Optic has to be the favorite tonight, right?
Yeah, they're the favorite. But when you look at this Optic team, like, they were struggling in the HP, like, and it particularly with breaking. I mean, and down the stretch, when things start to get bad, it just feels like it snowballs. I think, you know, we were expecting a little bit more out of the star-studded duo of Shotzi and Dashi the rest of the year, right? Like, to step up to the plate. Obviously, Skies is a gap filler. He's not coming in dropping numbers, right? The person that has been in that position so far this year on the team has not done well. Kenny and now Skies. So you need Dashi and Shotzi to really take a step.
For me, it's just like for Optic Texas, their wins have come from their players out-talenting other teams. Like, it's not really come from a whole lot of teamwork. It's come from blips and moments of chemistry, and that's why it's just been so inconsistent. Even in a game mode like Search and Destroy, I said it earlier, #1 opening duel rate, 10% and 10th in converting. So it just doesn't make sense.
Vegas Falcons, on the other hand, have been the underdogs. They started the season with an all-Saudi lineup. Exnid still in the mix, but now they've surrounded him with some world championship caliber players. In fact, lots of rings, 4 rings across the board here. We got Pred, Priesta, and Arcitys, all world champs. Pred, of course, winning one with Optic, is our player to watch today.
Yeah, you know, people were saying, like, I don't like the construction of this roster, this and that. And I feel like no matter what roster that they were going to put together midseason, there were going to be haters and people saying that. The reason I actually like this is because you picked up 2 vets that they like to set pace with the AR in their hand. Whether they're underperforming or not, this is how you're going to get Exnid to that next level, right? Like, it feels like Vegas are, like, in the process of getting to build a super roster. Building around Pred, getting Exnid to that next level, and if you win some matches, then fantastic, right, with this team. So I like where they're at as an organization. I love building around Exnid and Pred.
I do love as well that Arcitys was our pop-off player in the first win for the Falcons in Hardpoint. He's a guy that's been waiting to come back up to the CDL. He knows what's on the line right now. Here's his maps and modes. Hardpoint game #1 against Optic this time around. You're squaring up on Vault again. All right, interesting mix here. It's not just the Hardpoint. We also get a dose of Vault at game 3.
I knew we were going to get that Skyline Hardpoint. I'm happy it's actually map #4 in the series instead of map 1, because Optic Texas, obviously, that's one of their stronger ones. They're happy to play it, but for the side of Vegas Falcons, that's not only one of the only maps you now have a win on, but also you keep it within 50 points the last couple times you've played Optic Texas.
Yeah, it's mixy. I mean, that Skyline, honestly, I could see going either way. I mean, even Optic, when they had Hook, were 4-3 on Skyline in stage 1, right?
Yeah.
So it was never a map they were absolutely dominant on. This is interesting. I mean, for Vegas, you saw Optic yesterday in their gameplay. Struggled to break. If Vegas can play some fundamental COD and get set up, that's where you can really destroy Optic.
This is wild. It's time for our Scuff Pick'ems. Allie, the challenger. 4 back.
Oh, dang, I've fallen a little bit.
I'm giving you an opportunity to catch up. I'm going Vegas Falcons
No!
today.
God!
Priesta was smiling. The man is vibing. Alec was giggling. Optic
You're not
knows
giving me
they
a
are
chance
playing
to catch
against
up
the fan
because
base.
I'm picking Vegas Falcons. I'm sick of you.
Okay.
You know what, like, man, that's such a good pick on you guys, because you got to think if Vegas win 1 match this year, it's probably going to be up against Optic, right? The script writers are right. I'm going to still go with Optic, though. It just makes sense for Optic to come in here and bounce back.
You really are going Falcons?
Yes,
All right.
I'm sick of you.
I'm switching back to Optic Texas.
Can
All
you
right,
do that?
let's make that one official as we send it over to our casters. Take it away.
I like a fun split desk. The fans got an Optic as well. And I mean, whatever happens, folks, we are going to be treated to a mean green showdown today. This is a very, very good opportunity for the Vegas Falcons to get a serious dub on the board against a squad that is still on the up, still trying to figure out everything chance. And man, you can hear the ringing of jewelry from space. This is a big world champ lobby.
Yes, absolutely. I think we have, what, 8 rings in total, and that's just because we got Shotzzy that's picking up a pair. And those are including different games, in which case both Hook and Shotzzy having success in multi-title esports. But all things considered, if we're talking about rings, the quest to get to champs, I think, is very much an important conversation point, especially for Optic, because they're one of the few bubble teams trying to make the 8th seed. All things considered for Optic, they're in the best spot amongst the bubble teams, but nonetheless, against the team at the very bottom, the Vegas Falcons, you cannot afford to lose. So you got to come out, play with some fierceness, because Exon's been shooting. Exon's looking like the best player on his team, and he's teaming with a bunch of world champions. You expect the rest of the pack is going to start catching up to him. So Vegas Falcons, a very lethal threat. You can't take them lightly.
Absolutely, folks. Map 1, here we go. Right in a vault. Expect a very high kill game here, boys and girls. Elims are plenty, and the first time a lot of these players will have matched up against each other since the roster move. So here we go. Arstes picks up a nice pair of it all's time, and Priester, last man left standing, time to the Falcons.
Clean opening break 1, and Priesta playing for some pace. Hook just soaring and flying right past. So Priesta there to give you a little bit extra. The kills falling into his lap. And Falcons, I mean, good P1, maintaining the right side spawn. Shotzzy the only player that's able to sort of get through on this setup, but he does not have a ton of help. And by get through, I mean he's underground. A tough mini-map 3.
Very tough indeed. While Dashi off spawn finds himself a couple. Oh, shots in the flank there. Might pick up a pair. No, Priester, what a map he's having so far. 4 and 1. Holds the front line. Now to the back line. Spawn secured right now for the Falcons, going into P2. An ideal setup.
And I love this too. Pred's getting nice and pushed out. Everybody else knows that they're just playing containment. Don't let anybody slip through the net. Exonid and Arcades need to be a little bit careful. 2 players working through the right side, and where Exonid falls, Arcades corners up. Does it get checked? It does not. There's a freebie. And right gun for the job. Ripping heads the trades the whole way through. And thus far, a beautiful P2 hold from the Falcons. 40 seconds to go.
The net remains strong. Optic Texas do not bring any wire cutters to get through that one. Hook, though, nice slide on OX, and he finds a way through the front now over to the left flank. This Arstes v Skies over to time. Once again, Priester 5 and 1. Makes it 6 and 1. What a hold. 4 dead for Optic. Falcons running it up.
This might be one of the best P2s we've seen all year. If it continues to go this way, this is typically a hill where it's flipped on because of those spawns. Number 3, Skies spawning in the back. Falcons have to read it. Number 8 going to pick it up, but a little bit too late. So as good as the P2's been, maybe not quite perfect. How dare you, Falcons, not get the full 60. In the meantime, though, well, they won't get the spawns either. Shotzzy fries his former teammate in Pred, and now Optic are going to be set up long term.
Well, what a battle that was. Yeah, far left-hand side of the mini-maps where you want to see those Optic green arrows spawn. For now, Hook running things in the middle of the map. Can he catch another onto exit? Nice job. 3 dead, but wait. Arcades has managed to spawn up in the back. He's been spotted toe-to-toe with Dashi. Can you win this fight? You can. Big Bruce holds the line.
That's massive. That is absolutely massive. Falcons get given a gift, and Dashi just outplays his opponent. And now you just need to make sure that, well, again, on the net front, no one slips through. You don't want a Falcons player get a little bit cheeky and find their way through, because Exnid might be that guy. That's why Hook is swinging all the way over as his teammates just try to be responsible for making sure Falcons don't get too much time on P3. So Hook trying to be the safety net, because they end up losing those spawns, and all of a sudden Hook has a massive responsibility as he might have the entire Falcons team to deal with.
It's a very different kind of net, but nonetheless, we're still trying to keep this one hole free, folks. Priest in the back line. Skies reads it, takes care of business. That's that side of the map all secure now. Here come Falcons through the front, though. A 2-2 split. If they can buy the time, this is going to work out. Dashi's got a bit of an awkward pinch situation. We'll see if that pays off for him in a moment, but either way, towards the time we go. Pred on time, traded out. 1 man left alive here to get things going, and that is it. Last 2 members of Falcons over towards the backside, looking to get the break.
And Shots is here as well, though. At Priesta, maybe the better gun for the job. At that range, Jackal Nerf maybe coming through in that regard. But Hook is the man that had a big responsibility, and it's to try to lock this time down on rotation. Wow. And, well, at least the first step he was able to do very successfully, but eventually they get broken, and Shotzzy did not spot the supine player. Makes me happy when even Shotzzy can't see those guys, because I never can.
What? Oh. Was that from Skies? Oh, man. I was trying to make a Pred joke because he was the guy lying down, and too late. Skies goes wild. What a piece there on time. 8-11, 4 spree, close to the Hellstorm. Exnid, you're next. Step right up. Bueno, gunned.
Hey, listen, the first set of rotations, we're about dead even. This might be a pretty good series we have on our hands. Frankly, I'm a little bit surprised Alec is 11 and 12. We've seen him get body bagged twice, but the kill's still flowing. And right now, Optic maybe overall in the driver's seat, so to speak, around P1, but you see guys on the Falcons taking their time, flipping to get the right side, but only for a brief moment. Now you just need a battle for the actual hill. Falcons inside of it for a moment. They need the kills to start to flow.
This is great hard point from both teams. Either way, we're seeing the fun stuff. 30 seconds to go here on P1, and no one's really able to get anything going, but Priest, a fantastic series, map so far from him. 5 spree, 15 and 9. I jumped the script there a little bit. 20 seconds to go here on P1. Chance, you're taking it if you're the Falcons, but you absolutely want to get the break towards P2.
Yeah, and they're going to be, I mean, at least playing with the idea. You had Pred make a noise that direction, see if he can be a bit of a distraction. But I think ultimately Falcons maybe just happy to be the super soakers to try to get those final few. And Priesta really wants that Hellstorm. He's on a 5 spree, but he's not going to get it. Hook shuts him down, and Optic set themselves up on P2. They'll get the initial time.
Yeah, Priesta desperately trying to play from the hill for the points bonus you get there. Skies, left flank. Cut open. Falcons playing with pressure towards the front. Those shots, he gets 2, and that's a 5 spree on time. Again, huge point gain, and now the lead is within sight.
And it's going to change for the first time in a long time. And in P2, where Falcons had the most success this time, No Magusta not going too well. And Shotzi, in the meantime, he's on a 5 spree and super soaking. So he's got Dashy pushed out, but Shotzi's going to be getting close to the Hellstorm as long as his teammates continue to protect him, which Dashy absolutely does.
Wow.
Optic, this might be the switch getting flipped.
One more kill. Sweet gunfight from Exnid, traded immediately. No Hellstorm, the lead though still yours. The minimap's still yours as well, Optic, so you'll take that. You move over across towards the new time. You lose a couple of gunfights here or there, but right now, Shotzi's still trying to maintain pressure. Presence is there. First man on the snap. The second, a little bit of damage, but now you've still got an opportunity to lock down P3 and maintain those left side spawns.
And it's worth the tag on it. Exnid, that gunfight against Shotzi might very well be one of the most impactful of the map to shut down that streak from rolling through and to make sure you kill the momentum of Shotzi. And now with P3, though, that could be very difficult for either team to collect. Priesta right now out of palms, just wants to play keep away if he can. He's got Exnid soaking up the time, and RC's, maybe him and Pred need to be worried about the pinch. Shotzi toying with the idea.
Oh.
But so far, the P3's not been too bad.
Not bad at all. Absolute battle continuing here on time. Pred on the slide. Pred on the 2. What a kill. Let's go for a listen in with the Vegas Falcons.
Mid on me, Dashy. Watch out mid, absolute Dashy. He went to the mid, he's close pillar.
Dashy, what's close? Control point.
Alright.
Control.
Nice. I know control. I have control.
Go vault to front. Go vault to right. Go vault to right. I
don't see him, right?
You're missing shots.
They backed up.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm with you, right.
Top art.
We got under him. One's on time.
Take your time.
I got killed from top art.
One on time.
Or top people.
I'm going right.
Stay alive.
Push off first. Big kills to top art. Nice. Go.
One top you go. 1 to 10.
Top before Caesar.
Come time.
Caesar, no bullets. Caesar dead.
Out of dirt. One shot. And go back. Shit on. One top.
I'm making it.
Big fucking hoop. Game idea.
He's free. Don't force it.
One my side door.
I spawn front.
I named my side door. On me. He time.
One time. And one spot. Actually, one shot.
Back door your time.
One's push out side door right now.
Alright, which one deep?
Side door on the truck, okay? On top of the truck on me.
Yeah, he jumped down. He's one shot in the back. Alright, he's back here too. He's one shot. Kill that guy. I'm bad now.
I spawned it all, guys. I got. Make sure back up.
I'm blocking all the way. I'm blocking.
I give him cat, guys. I'm on him.
Where'd Cat go?
I don't know. I missed it. I left him.
Half time.
Hey, I'm Cat.
Nice. I'm blocking.
Go.
They can be only Cat. Yeah, go. I'm trying to get Cat. Actually, Cat. I don't have Cat. Pick up Cat who behind me.
One's lobby. Money.
Lobby done.
One more, maybe Shotty.
I have Cat. No, okay. I don't see him. I got sun close.
One pinch.
I named lobby. I have it.
Time, boys.
Did he block?
Yeah. Top cat, guys. Two top cat, both stunned. They can't be lobby. Make a fucking job. Let's go down.
A furious listening chance for the Vegas Falcons. Sprees all over the place for them, and RST's on a route.
Yeah, and it's clearly a team that they might have 0 CDL points, but they are coming different right now with this new roster and applying the pressure towards P2. Maybe this has been the hill that's been the ultimate difference maker in this game so far, but with Arcsies getting shut down, that means Optic will have that initial time, and they got all 4 players remotely in position. Priest, though, has had the hot hand. That's 24 kills for him. Him and Exit working through the front.
Roll right through the front. Oh my goodness, over the top of Dashi, cut down. Exit now trying to pick up the red dots all over that minimap. Over to P2. To get in there, son. No. Skies brought down finally by Priest, who gets a little bit of time coverage there. 3 dead. Falcons with time. Great coverage up close now from Pred. You still got Optic spawning in the back though. That's where Exnid picks up 2. The third not going to be there. Here comes Pred. A lightning fast attack from the Falcons. Read by Skies and dealt with. To the front we go. What a hard point.
Skies, though, he does not have reinforcements. He was the lone man, and Arcsies was the guy picking up the cut, and Priesta wins the big one inside the time. A game where P2 has been the difference maker, and Falcons again lock it down for a substantial chunk and even flip one guy out. So they have a 70-point lead going into new time. This is Falcons' game to lose.
Oh, yeah, it is. Dashi still maintaining that top left-hand side position. Optic with the spawns, well, maybe on the next set of kills. Exnid pushing forward, trying to find an opening right now. Falcons on the approach. And again, a fractured setup right now from the Optic boys, but they are making this work. Full coverage on the left-hand side still. Exnid taken care of through the front. Pred trying to make the play again.
He's looking for it. He wants to find the flip. He can let the players run past. He wants to find the flip. He gets the timing. He gets the route, but he gets caught. That is heads-up awareness there from Optic. Hook and Dashi coordinated together, and if not for Exnid, the play might be dead, but he gets dropped in Optic. We're talking about being Falcons' game to lose. They've done the hard part. They've killed any sneaky plays. Now you want to keep him out of the P3 time and make sure you continue to rotate. I mean, Optic right now, this is a stranglehold setup they have here on P3.
It's incredible, man. It's a great war of attrition right now. So you've maintained the time, you're maintaining spawns, and you're finding all the kills. Wicked stuff from Optic. This is exactly what they need to maintain this pressure. Priesta finds a small opening to cut through the middle of the map. He has made it across. This is an opportunity right now. Vegas possibly able to turn it on his head. He gets through. X into the backline. There's a wide open hole here in the setup of Optic, and Priesta punches through. Dominance asserted. It's 10 for the win.
And they got the back spawns. This is going to be it. Exnid shutting down Shotzi as well. Falcons, best hardpoint team in the game, Miles. I don't know, but they get it done again. 3 in a row in a fun pop-off. These boys came to play.
We might have cut away prematurely, but the end of the game was definitely within sight, and so was a lovely falcon on the map. It might have been written, or at least sculptured in stone there. As Optic Texas, they will lose the first map, and the Falcons soaring, smiling. But they know full well this is a long series, and they have to pull off the hard points. They have got to pull off the search and destroys as well. Control could be anyone's game.
And listen, man, there is nothing more dangerous than a man with nothing to lose. Well, this is an entire team with nothing to lose. 0 CDL points. It is literally nothing but going up from here. And they get to have fun while they're doing it. Actually, it might be the vibiest player we have in the league. Like, he's been incredible to watch, all smiles. And, I mean, the plays he's making on the map as well. We're sort of like watching him grow and evolve as the year goes on. A very interesting dynamic for the team, but a fun one to watch, and a lot of credit to guys like Priest as well. 28 kills. He was a titan in the first half of the game, and where he slowed down, it's only because he was the super soaker inside of the hill. 2 minutes plus with the damage output to match it. A well-orchestrated effort there for the Vegas Falcons.
Honest to God, the stats across the board there. Tremendous amount of assists, good damage, non-traders. We had it all here, folks. Falcons taking on Optic. Who would have thought this would be such an exciting matchup? If you told me at the start of this year that this is going to be one of the hottest hard points you've seen, I would have absolutely told you to flashbang yourself, ladies and germs. Well, here we go. Highlights. A lot of love for either side. Chance. Anything that really stuck out for you that made the difference for either team?
Well, ultimately, I think, like, you know, it was a phenomenal P2 hill initially for the Vegas Falcons, where they get maybe 45 seconds from it, build a nice little lead, but it felt like the next few minutes, Optic really were able to seize control of the game. Shotzi getting streaked out at some point or going on a spree, Dashi going sprees, and Optic Texas sort of taking, like, turns, and I'm used to seeing the Vegas Falcons collapse in these moments, or like a team is here to get 0 CDL points, gonna falter, gonna sort of feel that pain, but they rose to the occasion and look clean the entire time, and just a fantastic way to fight back. And I mean, this is a tough match for Optic because, again, they're on the bubble for champs. They're in a comfortable spot overall. They got a 30-point cushion right now for like that 8th seed. But nonetheless, losing to the team at the very bottom could spell devastation. And everybody's been watching Fred for the past year. We know when he's on point, he is an absolute menace. And we know he is hungry to take his former team down.
This is a starving roster. CDO points and glory is exactly what the Falcons are chasing right now. Statistically, I think it is unlikely, let's say, for now. Maybe not impossible, very, very much unlikely that they do make it to champs, but what a journey they are going to have on the road to that moment. A team with absolutely everything to gain, and they are slowly doing it there. 185, the final score that Optic could pull out against a team that, again, is starting to look hot as hell, man. The best we've seen Arsties play in a long time, the best we've seen Priester look as well. It is vindication. That is the name of the game right now for all of these players. And Red Card S&D, it is the next step in this journey. Whew, this is lit. Just me? Or is it like, this is a good series already? What the hell? I'm serious.
It's going to be fun, Tom Miles. Listen, it's the Asim game for Pred, dude. It's going to be fun every single time. Everybody loves revenge.
Everybody loves a taste of revenge. But also, we want to see this Optic roster find their footing and get their spots. Themselves going towards champs as well. But all right, well, let's just regain. Let's take a moment here. I'm saying this to you lot. I mean it for myself more than anything. S&D Red Card chance. We've seen this played many times. Pressure is certainly on for both our squads. What are we looking out for here? Of course, the A-bomb. We're going to have our trophies in position. B-bomb. We want those trades to be good. Anything else that our fans can be looking for at home that is going to be decisive on this map?
I'm looking for the clutches. I feel like between these two teams, I don't necessarily have the highest expectations of like perfect S&D in terms of getting the first bloods and just closing out the round without breaking a sweat. I think every round is going to sort of be a battle. You're going to have to work in any given moment and make sure you genuinely stay as locked in as possible, because even for guys like Pred, he knows exactly how Dashy and Shotzi like to play. He's seen them on the map. He's talked it through with them. So the idea is on both ends. Like, there's no lack of awareness in this lobby. It is a square up. It's going to be fun as well because Falcons already with the first punch. They're winning hard points, man. It's officially a dangerous team.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're winning hard points convincingly as well. They're spicy matches. On board with Pred. Our opening round here on Red Card is looking like a B-bomb site hit. But again, Pred will be the first man in. So he's playing for information right now. Reconnaissance by force. Lots of noise made. An open door again, teetering on the edge of intel. Here we go.
No trophies. Stun connects. First blood falls. Trades out and about though. 3v3. Ooh. Red good shots laying on this stair, and everybody's wanting.
Yeah, this is massive damage. Get in there. Arcity's finding another one, looking for the feet of Dashy. Pred, he sends it past. Doesn't get a kill. Back over to Alec. Pistol in hand. Priester by his side. And now a 1v1 that comes to a close under a hail of Strider fire. Falcons strike first.
Every round is going to be a battle, but every round Falcons win. Exit will have the brightest smile on his face. And Alec versus Skies as well. Skies incredibly proficient with the pistol. Well, there's Alec to shut him down. Got 2 on the round and a mixy one indeed. That's my expectation. A lot of 1v1s, a lot of trades going to be rolling through in this match. Optic Texas still looking to restabilize.
Round 2, here we go. Optic on offense. Luke's a bomb carrier this time, and we're going to be looking towards A, so a very different experience here for our teams. No one home on the stuns. Dashy saw, I think, the barrel of Pred there, so yeah, the stun connects either way. The gunfight's on through the middle of the map.
And this is just very much play for picks. Dashy was looking to see if there's a freebie, but they've recollected and they're going to be working the A site. Pred watching across, and he's got Priesta looking over him. So all angles covered, tags being exchanged, but Optic firmly being slowed down.
Absolutely. Shots with the nade. It goes short. It doesn't connect. Pred somehow finds his way out of that trouble. Over to Hook, who's never going to guess this. Oh, he does, though. Over to Pred. The trade. Is it there? Yes. Shotzi looking for the next man in. Priester sending it. Trying to catch him while the health is low. Not going to happen. Bomb recovery complete. Here comes the plant.
That's Shotzi value right there. Gets in, gets out, plays his life. Movement going to save him. And the van not good enough to seal the deal. Exited, though. That one might connect and at least force Shotzi in. Exited gets baited, though, into death. He's in between 3. And just like that, Arcity's last man standing in a 1 versus 3.
Oh, great play from Optic, though. They take the gunfights from excellent cover. The Falcons boys caught out of position, desperately trying to stop the bomb plant going down. The ideas were there, but the execution of the positioning certainly punished them. Well played out of Optic there in the second round, and we're back and forth shots. We're all tied up.
Yeah, and a very interesting theme as well. The idea for, Exnid, very fresh. He's playing with, I would say Americans and Australian as well. So he's learning different accents by the day. But communication might have been a bit of an issue in that round. If the nades were coordinated on the bomb site, I think they'd be able to get Shotzzy, but a little bit discoordinated and just enough for Shotzzy to be able to live. Baits Exnid into death, and Optic able to close out. So they're on the board. Maybe a little bit of room to breathe, but the Falcons back on the attack, and they are flying at B.
Yeah, comms are essential. Here at BroCod, that's saying a little with a lot. 3v3 now. Trades endless. Man down for Optic, Falcons. The brakes have been pumped firmly here. Optic going to overwhelm the B-bomb site now, try to find their corners. Asuka and Dashi now find themselves in a tough spot, but Falcons are trying to play this as patiently as they can.
Hook is alive, so you're very cautious about these flanks rolling through. Until you get the intel, you're going to be concerned, but Falcons might have just played that timing perfectly. Hook and Dashi split up, and there's no fending these players off 1v3. The bomb is going to go down. Hook and Dashi are going to try to break through these front doors. Good luck. Have fun, gentlemen.
Yeah, as soon as you cross the threshold, you're in line of sight, and that'll be the gunfight. Starting Priest on the close right. RC's on the left-hand side. Usual spot there. Stun connects. Here we go. Dashi cooking it. Is there going to be a follow-up here? No need. His teammates are gone, and Priest, it looks like he may have found both there. Falcons, another good round.
Yeah, a 2v3 already very difficult on the outset, but if you actually give up the space for them to get in towards B, insanely difficult to actually get the re-break on. As good as Dashi's shot is, Priesta, but a pixel on his screen. An easy lockdown there for 2. So the trade's on point. Falcons very much showing off a little bit of the teamwork. Both of their attacking rounds, they are stacked up together and coming out on top of that trade fight. And active in the comms as well. You can see how turned they are just from the player games.
It's a one and done series, folks. You want them 10 CDO points. Historic moment for the Falcons organization here in the COD world, but lest we get ahead of ourselves, let's get in towards the B-bomb site right now for Optic. All they've got to deal with is Exnid for now. RC's on the push forward. And Shotzzy runs around the corner and meets a lot of trouble. Here we go. The fight is on.
Oh, actually causing problems. He still gets the first blood. He gets you 2. The trade's going to be quick, though. So 2 versus 2. Optic do not have the bomb in hand, though it is nearby. And Pred spotted, traded out, and a 1 versus 2 for Priesta. World champ. See if he has the ice.
Second man pushes right up. Damage is there. Priesta managing not to take any. Whoa! Nearly pulls off a miracle kill on a hook. Dashi with a perfect coverage, and that is the synergy you want to see there for Optic Texas. One man blinks, the other one's eyes are wide open in that situation. A beautiful round. And Exnid's 2-piece, though, I was all clenched for that.
Yeah, listen, that is a chaotic round. We've had 3 different just pure square-ups over by this B-bomb site. So it's tough to keep track. In-game, out-of-game, if you can see the minimap, even if you can see through walls, it is tough to keep track of these players at this speed. So in spite of Exnid's deliverance of the 2-piece, not enough. Tied up 2-2. And offense success has been the theme of Red Card thus far. Exnid getting the right class.
Hey, very important to do. The slow look here defensively from Optic. We're not going to be giving up a whole lot. The shot set from the skies tells you everything you already knew. If you're the Falcons, there's going to be boys on A and boys on B. Now the opportunity there lies. Who's connect? Who's lethals? Who's tacticals? What intel are we getting? What can we clear out? What could be guarantees an open place to move through? The answer is nothing. Skies, first blood on a Pred.
Yeah, Pred giving away a freebie is tough. They've had so much success running it down towards the B site, and it looks like that's what they want to do again, but now you have to do it a man down. It's going to be that much more difficult, and you feel like you can't check your corner. Shotzzy, so cheeky with the trigger discipline, but he lets Priesta through and gets the first blood. Shotzzy now shooting on the flank, ends up in a pinch of his own, somehow gets a kill, but he might have just let the round slip.
Trying to bang the doors open now, create those openings. It's a 2-man nade, possibly no. Priesta pushing forward. Oh, and there's no trades to be found. Vegas Falcons Give me that last play. Exnit did something because he's giggling.
Oh, I think Shotzzy gave that round away a little bit. I mean, I didn't get to see it from his perspective. I just saw it on the minimap, but I could have sworn in Nail he had the sights on the players running through, but Priesta just goes in uncontested, wins a massive gunfight. Shout out to the headshot multiplier. And for a 3 versus 4, Falcons just run Optic over again at that B site.
Unreal, man. Also, take note, folks, the first time we've seen Arsty's laugh in game in quite some time. Bring a tear to a glass eye, a moment like that here in Comp Card. Round advantage for the Falcons. Here we go.
Again, I was just looking at the minimap, so maybe I'm incorrect about what shots he saw, but I'm thinking he wants to sort of have a bailout round, get his team back for the previous one. And a slow approach again over towards the A site. Optic have certainly preferred this ever so slightly. And doing their due diligence, checking every corner, every spot before they make their move.
Yeah, nothing is safe here. Shotzzy working off some intel from his teammates there. Exnid has just gotten so active. Wow. He's managed to slip on through. Dashi unaware of the moment. Exnid now on the worldwide tour. He'll get into play a little bit later, but in the meantime, we're going to see the bomb planted. And he's up over the top. Good connect. A little bit of damage there. Anyone able to capitalize? Exnid still behind enemy lines.
Well, he's chasing, and his teammates are waiting on the information. Look at the arrows starting to turn for the flank because they're worried about Dashi. 3 different players now turning worried about him. You get the first blood, but now you only have 28 seconds.
Perfect feed there. Right up close. Opening exchange 1 there. The trades, though, on point. Arsty's finds his second on the round. Exit to stage. Time ticking. They've got to move faster than this. You still have to defuse the bomb. Eyes on the last man. Skies, can they bring him down? Yes, they can. What a move. The Falcons. They get the defuse, and they pick Optic apart 1 man at a time. What a round.
Oh my God, and look at that smile. That'd bring a tear to my eye too. That is very well played, and again, on the communication front, Exit out here showing off the bilingual goods. I was thinking they might be a little bit too concerned about Dashi with so many players turning, but they got the free kill, and they collapsed into 4 versus 3, and maybe had 2 seconds to spare. But that truly is a moment where the communication has to be perfect, and Exit making sure that he was absolutely that guy. Call of Duty timing on his side. Now you got a nice little lead. And this Optic camp, they're going to be sweating.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. 2 more rounds for a historic moment here for the Falcons, but they've still got to get it done. Optic, the conga line right through the middle of the map. They are looking to change this. Destiny taking it into their own hands in this round. They're going for it. A very different look and a protracted gunfight. We are emptying magazines here, folks. Not a kill yet. Empty pockets, empty mags, but full hearts. There we go. First blood.
Oh, what kind of nade did Shotzzy just throw to get that kill? But we'll take it for the first blood. Angles dialed in it. A geometry major there from Shotzzy. But another 3 versus 4 attempt. But at the A site where Falcons have not had success.
That was the Halo player in him for sure. Here comes Pred, looking to even up the odds. Sky is completely unaware. Lei G finds himself a very sweet and safe corner. Is he a cat? Who knows? There's an animal metaphor in here somewhere. As the bomb gets planted, anyone who's going to now push past those stairs threshold. Skies, little do you know. Oh, but you turn it into a very winnable situation right now for the Optic boys. Now they can fight forward.
The supine wonder, baiting his teammates, but at least he gets the kill. 2v3.
Priest on the big rat. Played with high ground, red, and dealt with by Dashi, who eviscerates him now. Priest at 1v3. What a round from Optic Texas this has been. Spotted out. And advantage. They play it perfectly. Optic. They get the round. And after a wild opening strategy, right through the atrium, right through the middle of the map, Shotzzy's first blood pays off. 2 there from Dashi as well. 3-4.
Yeah, I love the strat call. That's sort of like a big brother moment of like, you know what? Like, I'm tired of getting run over at B. We're going to make the play here on the defensive end and really shut you down. But there's a look from Shotzzy.
Oh, wow.
No angles, no geometry, straight line. He just had it perfectly cooked up. Shout out to the chef. I would not trust Shotzzy to cook for me.
Not even close. Not even close.
He does not know what salmonella is.
No. Don't eat. No, he thinks that Sam and Ella are 2 different people. Absolutely not. Here we go.
That girl from Frozen?
Do you want to build a... No. A-bomb wide open.
Like again, he's gotten through. Dashy playing it differently this time. He had bad Call of Duty timing. I think he doesn't know how it happened, so they're a bit more tucked in. And Shotzi's gone for the exact same plant spot, and he lives every time. The nade coordination for Falcons is not there. The flank from Exnid, though, still is.
And now it has to be a gunfight, and not ideal situation for Priester to be in. He can play this as slowly as he wants, but Exnid, he and Osty's working the flank together, managed to get something going here. 30 seconds to go. Dashy tears the stage asunder. Oh, and it's now a 2v2. Pred and Priester. Over to the PP duo. They've got Hook tagged up. They can't get the finishing kill. Dashy's like coverage from high ground. He should have this round safe. But the battle, though, up close and personal is not over yet. Here comes the Chow. Can they get him off the bomb? Big Bruce. Perfect positioning. That's the PP we were looking for.
Beautiful. That is exactly why you want him there. And I think that entire round, well, Dashy is the savior, but I think it comes down to Falcons' inability to just nade Shotzi off bomb. There was 3 nades I heard that landed around him. Only a single one actually connected, though. And I mean, listen, this is the default plants rolling through. So Optic just able to get the bomb down, and Dashy, a player he does not miss very often at all. Easy clutch there for Dashy for the 1v2.
Yeah, and the nade as well. I mean, it's everything in the right place at the right time. Really, really good stuff. 4-4. We go deep onto red card. Heavy stack towards B from the Optic boys. Trophies doing their thing.
They're squaring up, though. Falcons, yeah, they know B is their favorite bomb site, and they're rearing up, getting ready to go. And once again, Optic just give it up entirely. Maybe worried about the middle of the map pressure, but with no noise being made on the map, 2 players rotate back in. But Falcons, they've been overwhelming by this site. Might have another round like that again.
RC kind of play. I mean, Optic have been so ineffective at the retakes here on the B-bomb site, but this time trying to make it different. Pred, he is wounded, has to get out with his life. He can do that. The Shotzi's going to be the first man for Optic now to enter the B-bomb site. And once again, the RC, buzz, it's got everyone on edge. Pred, the Guardian Angel right now. Man advantage for the Falcons, back into the site.
What is going on? What is going on, brother? Shotzi running into death. Everybody's getting traded. And all of a sudden, Skies is in a 1 versus 2. 20 seconds on the clock, and Skies is a clutch player. But Pred roaring, rips his head off. And Optic might have just thrown that one away.
That was Pred for the ace, I believe. Wow. Unbelievable. Predwood, the Giga Chad. Cool, calm, and collected. Make sure the hair is right. You're on map point.
And he wants to break him down. He's on for the Asim revenge game. Do not know. Shotzi must have had somebody one shot to chase like that, but you don't get the kill. You get traded out and give Pred an opportunity to feel even more confident than he already is. Optic desperation. They might go down 2-0.
Not over yet. Dashy starting things off wonderfully. Another wall bang on exit. We've seen a few of those on this map already.
Look at RCD.
Priester.
Look at Arceus. He's got the positioning. He is behind all of them. They just broke glass. Arceus has 2 players lined up in front of him. There's the first, but should get traded out. You don't read Dashy. You do get a 2v2, but he's at least slowed the pace down. His teammates have the extra edge on the defensive end. It is ARs all over the place on this map for the 2v2.
A-bomb site, we're committing to this one. This guy's going to try to take as much ground as he can. And he's going to take the ground. Yeah, sure is. Can he get the second player as well? He's finessing. Schmoving. Pred can't get the 1v1. He's desperate for it. Finally involved. But he's been tagged up. And here comes Dashy to try to force the round 11. And it's happening. We go deep. We go as far as we can. Optic trying to stay alive. Man, what a series.
Funny moment. Miles, you were able to talk to Skies about who has the best dance moves between him and Kenny. Well, Skies showed off the dance moves there in that round. The only reason Optic clutched up on that 2v1 was Skies bought Dashy all the time in the world. Take a quick bite to eat and get ready. Square up, round 11.
This is what you wanted. We're getting it, folks. Gongs out. Optic on attack. Vegas Falcons, this will be the first round 11 they have ever won in the CDL. Optic to tie up the series. Heavy commit towards A. RC in play as well.
Fred driving on the wrong side of the road, being born out of Australia, but he's at least slowed down the pace. The nades, always so close from the Falcons to getting the kills, but no first blood just yet.
Still unable to connect. Coordinated team nade, not quite there. Skies with the slow peak, nice shots into Asties again. Not enough for any kills right now. Nervous tension in the air as we try to find an opening, try to create something. Is anyone in position? Yeah, Xnid on the route. Did he get spotted? Has he done it again? I do believe so. Is anyone looking for this? Meanwhile, another A-bomb plant for Optic.
Deja vu, man. Xnid, he gets the Call of Duty timing to get through on the pinch. His teammates trying to recollect. You gotta be quick.
He's done it. First blood, dashing out of position. That's your insurance policy gone. Optic now scrambling to try to make something work here. But wait, plan B's looking pretty solid so far. Shotsy behind the beer crates. He gets one. He can't get any more. 2v2. They know a man beneath the stage. Priester sends it. A blind pistol fight as Hook turns it into a 2v1. P-Dog, can you find the 1v1? Shots are there and it's done. Optic survive the round 11. What a fantastic game of red card that was.
Good night, almighty. The Falcons left stunned. They don't even know what happened in that final round. Shotsy breaking out some cheeky spots in the post play, and even with Xnid again making the play, the team simply unable to deliver. I think Hook might have been the saving grace for Optic in that round, including whatever player was dancing down low underneath the stage, doing a phenomenal job of staying alive. But Fred simply could not find anything in the final one, and ultimately a very well-played game. If Falcons had better nades, I think they end up winning this map, but they can't deliver, and instead we get a Dashy, maybe not masterclass, but he gets a 1v2, he gets 12 kills, MVP of the map.
See, if Optic could, well, sorry, if the Falcons could throw nades together and accurately, I think that's a 6-3, to be honest. Optic did a great job of getting Shotsy to that bomb site and surviving the endless onslaught. So, whew, gotta work on that one. Coach Clay, no doubt about it. He's having a word with the boys after this matchup. But for now, going to the break, tied up at 1-1. Des, take it away.
Can we just take a moment and appreciate the sweater? It's so strong, Chance.
Looks so good.
It looks so good, buddy. All right, so do the Falcons until round 11. Let's break down what we just witnessed in Search and Destroy, because, Al, I had a feeling you were going to be celebrating up 2-0 at halftime.
I was about to. I was locked and loaded, ready to be like, Vegas Falcons are on route. But honestly, it kind of goes back to what I said at the beginning of the pre-show. Like, Optic Texas sometimes will just out-talent teams, and I feel like that's kind of what we watch throughout the Search and Destroy. I think the casters touched on it wonderfully, that obviously Vegas Falcons, we got to work on our nades a little bit better, but also just our 2v2 situationals, a couple of free picks giving to the Optic Texas boys, and a couple of good plays like Dashy being able to stay alive top window and have that angle on the bomb and clutch the 1v2, puts him up into a tie. Dashy, once again, going on a 3-speed, kind of saving the side of Optic Texas. So the talent from the side of the green wall definitely saved them in this map too.
You know what, honestly, if Vegas were to have had offense in that last round, I think they could
do better, right?
Yeah, they would have done better. And here's why. I mean, their B pushes were excellent. I obviously saw the AG ace. You saw the aggressive plays when it was Priest and Alec pushing through the site. But like when you talk about that last round, Xnid goes for a wide flank, which I like.
I love it. I just wish it was a little fast.
Let's set up some pinches. As soon as he gets that kill, though, you know, the timing of the round, a lot of the round had been gone already. If you're Vegas, you got to converge and play those angles, right? Because you have been getting clutched on after the bomb has been planted so many times, and you see it just gets away from them. Remember, this team hasn't been together that long, so working on things, that's got to be one that's a pain point for them, though. It's like when we get kills, we have to take advantage of it when they're frantic and trying to regroup.
Xnid and Pred feeling the pressure at the end of that round 11. They were so close to being on match point against one of the top names in Call of Duty. Falcons very much still in this one with Control coming up next. That is a game mode they've got dubs on in the past. Before we get to that, though, let's take a look back.
Yeah, let's talk about the Hardpoint. So, you know, prior to this map, I talked about how Optic at times can struggle on P2, and we're going to talk about what they do here. This has now happened back-to-back matches on their vaults. This is a situation where Shotzi's just losing his mind. I'm going to be honest. Like, this guy needs to calm down in-game. You see, he's number 2 on your minimap, and we're rotating over to P2, right? Everybody's going to be spawning back here. If you're Shotzi, you just want to chill. They have to come to you. What ends up happening here is, number 1, that's Hook. He's going to pick up the lane on the players pushing through here. He's going to find kills.
kills. If Shotzzy just stays alive and waits, they would end up securing this rotation. But what happens here is he pushes all the way through, goes through, drops down, and gets picked. And as soon as he dies right here, now you're staggered on your push. All of the players on Falcons are going to be able to push front, and then the players able to late play mid and spawn trap your team here, which eventually flips you all the way out, right? So we'll play in real time, and I'll talk you guys through it. But in this situation, if you're Shotzzy, you just want to chill and get information. You aren't the playmaker here, my friend. Relax. They have to push into you, and you see number one, Hook. He goes around, finds some kills. Priestman just picks up the kill on Shotzzy. Now that opens up the lane for Exton, who has insane gunny. You give him an opportunity for 1v in Hill, he's gonna find that kill. And now you see in Vegas able to push on in. There's no layer in the front if you're Optic Texas, and Vegas are able to just swarm and get a ton of time here. And now at the very end, Exton once again spawn trapping you in your base, all because of one mistake. Optic just throwing their life away.
And to that point, Vegas Falcons heading into this during this split alone is a top 3 breaking team right now. It's how they won their previous 2 hard points, and it's how they were able to lock this one up as well.
Vegas Falcons taking map number 1. They were in the lead for most of map 2, but at the end of 2 games, it's 1-1. We're going into control. Are we going to a game 5 though, Allie?
We might be able to. Vegas Falcons, one of their only control wins on the season is versus Optic Texas in their most recent matchup. So we could be in for a banger.
If you're a fan of this Optic or Falcons squad, make sure you catch them in action. They're not only going to be in Boca Raton in 2 weeks for Major 3, but they're also heading back to Dallas. DreamHack will be the host of Major 4. You're going to get a special CDL lanyard to enjoy all of the awesome Call of Duty action at one of the coolest events of the year.
Yo, guys, should we cosplay? I'll go as Ghost.
Oh, you took the best one. That would be lit.
I'm going as TJ Haley.
Or Ninja Turtle.
I'm going as TJ Haley. He's crazy.
Yeah, I like it. He's my new hero. I like the guy. Tickets on sale right now. DreamHack.com/Dallas/CDL. It's going down May 23rd to the 25th. Great game so far today. We've already had one go near the distance. Are we going to go again?
I think we are going the distance here, yeah. I think the game 4 gets locked up by Vegas, and we go the distance.
Miles and Chance, take me to a game 5 round 11, please.
Only if you dress up like TJ Haley for me, Chris. Here we go, folks. Control could very much go the way of the Optic boys, but if this does become a Vegas victory, this series looks a hell of a lot shorter. We'll find out what happens now, though, folks. Chance, how we dress this one up? We good? We bad? We ugly? What's the vibe, brother?
I think we're great. I think it's been a very competitive series. I just am a lover of good Call of Duty. It does crack me up now I think about it, of like all the narrative of like, you can't chow Optic on Hardpoint. Have you seen it in scrims? This is why coaches and players have been saying for years, scrims don't matter in that regard, right? Like it's just practice for the matches. You can be as dominant as you want in scrims. You got to make sure you deliver in the matches. And Hook in control has delivered in the matches. 1.26 KD, especially so on the attacking rounds being even better. Hook, a lethal threat on the map, might make this one his playground.
Wow, man, everyone's got a playground, right? Every team has a player with a playground. Who's the daddies, though? That's what I'm more interested in. Who are the parents of these wild children running amok in these public places with firearms? Whose kids are these? Let's find out as we get into our first control round.
Yobi. This is a B-hit attempt as well. I mean, a little bit split there for the Falcons with Fred waiting down low, but they're just trying to draw these players out and going underground. Nice shots from Xnid, but no trades rolling through, and now you're worried about your own base. Pred is 0-0. 30 seconds had gone by. Finally, he's made his move, and he's gonna die. So not the best play from the Falcons. That's a 4-man wipe, and Optic can set up the spawn trap.
Set up the trap, try and do what you can. Priest is the only man who's managed to wriggle out so far. We'll find out how long that lasts for. Good job, Dashi. Keeps him bend in. Xnid trying to get out of pool. He's causing problems all over the place. And again, you've got a couple of players out, so a squirrely situation right now for Optic. As wait a minute, Dashi doesn't make too much progress there, so Xnid pushes right on up. And a single headshot is all he's going to walk away with before being taken care of. So a 6-life lead right now for Optic.
That is crazy mechanical skill there from Xnid. Granted, I mean, a lot of the pros have shots like that, but impressive nonetheless. Still, though, 30 seconds left in the round, as you say, and Falcons, you got to make something happen. You got to make it magical, and you got to make it happen now.
Well, we're trying. Oh, we are not having any success. Nice work out of the Optic boys. Xnid managed to get a little closer. Shots are in there on a shot tee, but not enough to keep it going unless Arsties can, and does, find a big kill. 13.8, and just so eager to throw themselves at these players. Optic Quick response there on the defense. Damn.
Yeah, they're playing a little bit nervous. No one able to stay alive. Every single trade from Optic rolling through instantly. Clock has been stopped at 6 seconds. But you have only just now captured your first segment. And Optic right now, I mean, they got bodies everywhere surrounding this A zone. RC's though doing what he can. Great tags, and if he can stay alive, it's huge. That's your teammate. Keep that guy alive.
He's twisted. Absolutely lit. Whoa, he's turned. Daddy Alec, Pred there on the pinch, picking up 1 or 2 shoulders. Good gunny from Dashi. What a pistol that man has got.
On the point.
0.3. We're in. Stack it. A big kill.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, they're alive. They've done it. They've captured A. Quickly. Oh, the swing and a miss, but Skies with the pistol as well. Over to B we go.
I mean, what is this round? I can't believe they just delivered. Priesta somehow got to a wild sequence there, but now back to his standard round in a 7v12. You're not going to win it on the life count if you're the Falcons. You want to find your moment. Just try to get some type of coordinated wipe, and maybe that's the start of it. You're going to have to kill Hook maybe 2 or 3 times to get this B zone. But they're working the left side of the map, and they are working as a unit.
Together, and what a unit it is. Craig gets through. And a kill. Dashi still the man upstairs. 9 of 5. Falcons putting in the work right now. Fred trying to get another one in this life. Brilliant play from Shotzi to stay alive. They get onto the zone for a second. 16 seconds to go. No lives left. Optic are holding it.
That was a huge win from Shotzi. That should seal the deal. Yeah, Dashi from over top is just going to close that one down. Pred found his moment. I mean, he took the route, won a big gunfight against Took, but that little dance battle between him and Shotzi just had the ever so slightest extra edge there in that battle. So, honestly, not a terrible round for the Falcons given how it started. They certainly bailed themselves out just a little bit, but ultimately defense there reigns supreme from Optic, and Dashi throws up a 10K round.
10 and 5. Bruce putting in an outstanding amount of work there. A lot of criticism for Dashi this season so far about his performance. Scrim stars come to mind, and right now doing his very best to deliver the goods. The pressure has not been higher for this Optic roster in some time. I mean, this is a very, very stressful period of play for them here in Black Ops 6. Let's see if they can turn it around. Keep this round going. Here we go on the attack.
And a 2-2 split. They actually had no pressure towards the middle of the map, so maybe trying to play off the Falcons and see if you can get them to tweak and overcommit. And in the meantime, Shotzi's gotten to work, found the first kill. Dashi is just keeping everything nice and slow. And you got a body on the A zone, so the clock is fine, but there the kills fall through for the Falcons. And an interesting opening break. Not too sure what the concept was, but Falcons handle it perfect.
Wow, okay, Arsties is cooking today, folks. So is Pred. There are a lot of dangerous animals in the waters in Australia, but right now Pred in an empty pool, the most dangerous one. The trap is now set. You are in it now, Optic. Sky is battling for his life, trying to get out of this one. 8 life lead as the Falcons keep kicking ass in spawn.
Yeah, look at where number 1 just spawned, though. They're getting the gift front ammo to actually get out nice and quick. Still, though, 35 seconds left. No ticks of progress rolling through, and many problems to solve because anyone on Optic that falls might end up getting spawn killed by Priesta, but he drops, bites off a little bit more than he could chew, and Falcons maybe losing the thread just a little bit, but Exodus continues to win. Ridiculous gunfights, as does Alec. Offense has been painful for these squads.
12 to 22. Falcons with a commanding lead. And 15 seconds to go on the clock here. They're trying to stop anything. Only man able to make something happen right now is Skies. And he's alive. So, oh, Exodus trades it immediately. That should be the round, folks. Last ditch attempt now from Optic to get into it. Exnid causing problems. Shots are in, enough damage for Pred to finish up the last man. Here we go. Hook wins his fight. Priest has got to go big. Can't get it done. Halfway through A. It's not happening again. Is it happening again, Chance? The answer is yes.
We're getting caught without pre-aim, and this is a little bit scattered there from Falcons. Not an ideal moment, because I felt like Exnid actually, I mean, he gave you a really good effort to sort of slow that one down when he was solo. But in a similar fashion, the ticks have flown through, and now you're trying to set up these like long pinches. You got to be careful not to give up these segments.
Whoa. Close. Trades. Skies, who getting everyone kills now. And Pred once again from down low finds a big one. That's enough to spy some space and push this play out. Optic 52 seconds and 3 lives remaining.
Yeah, I mean, you're just hoping to get an extra segment if you can. I think would be the ideal thing from Optic. But all things considered, we're tied up on that front. And just a last-ditch attempt, Shotzi kicking it off, and he does get out without getting traded. Nashy's got the help, so a little bit of potential here. A 1v8 though from Shotzi is Miles. I feel like I might have lost you. But he does not get the tick. Falcons there in the end, and they get the elimination. So 2 very similar rounds we just saw. The A zone, where the initial progress is not too fond for the attacking teams. They just find those bailout moments. So a little bit of magic rolling through, but that is just to keep things even keel. Tied up on the segment front, and I don't know if I'm looking at both these 2 teams. I'm just thinking on the attacking rounds. Don't need to think too much for these opening breaks. We're just burning way too much time off the clock before we sort of sink into the thick of it in the respawn. Just make sure you try to get active and do it right from the jump. So it'll now be Optic back on the attack, or Falcons. One of the 2, there you go. Falcons getting ready to fly. No splits rolling through. No one to ground rounds from Pred. Exactly what I'd love to see. You got trophies. Now you can go and attack the middle of the map. Let XNIB roam up towards Top Cat and everybody else nearby. They get the setup around the zone. RC's gives you that intro kill, catching the player underground, and everybody doing their job. XNIB getting great intel on Dashy behind enemy lines. The front line's there for Pred. Every kill rolling through, and Pred maybe has found his brand new home by Art. This is what he lives for. The Reaper of Albagra on these attacking rounds. When he gets in these types of spot, when Pred needs to slay, he becomes the best in the world. 4-man wipe. The spawn's going to be a dagger. The A zone is going to fall. And this is looking to be shaped up absolute devastation. 29-20 in the kills column. Optic scattered, torn, beat down. Looking for the bailout. There's maybe a double stack rolling through. Pred finally gets caught, but that is a wonderful life he just had. And Falcons, frankly, I mean, you might be able to win this round just on the kills column. They have an 8-life lead. 2 minutes on the clock to play with. And their funnel system of making sure you get players inside of Art has been flawless. The longer Arcedes is alive there, the worse everything is going to get. And they've had the slow beat capture going as well. When Arcedy falls, Priesta, next man line. We just got a nice little funnel system going. Optic, though, with a stun. At least get the intel. And see if they can clear him out. A 7-life deficit. May have not stabilized. Look at this battle. Priesta versus Dashy taking a year. How is Dashy not getting any help? Maybe it's just the coverage. Maybe it was number 8 on the minimap, Arcedes, that was able to protect his boy. Optic can't make anything happen. And Pred right back to prime position, draining the life count. The second segment has rolled through. And Optic Texas, well and truly, they have just gotten run over in this round. How about that? You get the trophies for the opening break. You establish the middle of the map dominance. And then for Falcons, every single player does their job. Arcedes looks the underground route, catches that player. You get Pred pushed out towards line. He's winning his gunfights. XNID on the back line, responsible for the flank and Top Cat. And not just that, XNID there for the best play. I mean, that is one of the finest offensive rounds you are going to see from the Falcons players. And I mean, listen, there's a lot happening on the middle map. Maybe I missed something, but the fact that Priesta and Dashy just had a 30-second long battle bottom Art, and Dashy just could not get any help from his teammates. Not an ideal situation there from Optic. And while Hook has been an absolute menace in control throughout this stage, the 1.26 KD, a slow one so far. Maybe they'll have an opportunity to get things going here in this round. 3 kills in the feed, Dashy for 2, and Hook, there you go. A little bit of momentum. Nice 2-piece he's working with in a triple stack over towards this A zone. That baby's gonna fly, just as Hook might not want the objective, but happy to get the kills. Nice and controlled here, our Optic on the attack. I'm gonna go get some water. There you go. A-zone falls. Optic says anything that you guys can do, maybe we can do better. It's not as aggressive. It's not as pouncy in this moment, but Skies has at least made it to his home. So saying, hey, Falcons, you want to get all the kills from top Art? Well, now it's my turn. By the time he makes his move, actually, those players getting through, and Skies, for the moment, does not have a ton of help. That actually gets traded out. He was the man out of palms, but 2 players to deal with, and Priest and RC's bamboozled. Looking up top, Skies was down low, and a 5-life lead from Optic. The back and forth game continues, and now you're just trying to get out of spawn as Skies, the dance moves on point. He's making TikToks in the lobby. The 2-piece, the 5 spree, and Optic right now respond. We might have ourselves a round 5 rolling through as Skies looking unstoppable. 22-16. He's got the hot hand while he gets shut down. It's not before the 2 ticks already roll through. Optic in a phenomenal spot in this round, and Miles, my hatred for you knows no bounds.
I just wanted to give the people what they wanted, brother. Not just an electrifying series, but a chance solo cast opportunity. What did I miss?
Honestly, 2 fantastic offensive rounds. Falcons absolutely picked them apart, and here we have Optic doing the exact same thing. So they got 17 versus 11 life advantage. They got all the pressure in the world. It is literally the anything you can do, I can do better series.
Here we go. P-Dog on the dive. Pred finding the first opener there, and the trades are so good right now. Priest managing to keep the zone safe for a Mo. Hook shots he brought down. Still keeping the capture going, though. You have to get rid of Hook off the time. Here comes the coverage. The boys have shown up. Sweet nades. Get him out of time. Pressure still there. Shots from Hook. Not able to get the kill chance. He's still getting the capture. It could be over right here, right now. Last man. Woo, nearly gets it with a pistola, but a minute to play. No more lives, Falcons. The capture. It's happening. Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, for the Falcons, you actually want to die here. You don't want to give away that tick so you can get defense for the final round, but they didn't have a choice in the matter. Optic get the capture, and I was criticizing Hook just a little bit. At least in the stat line, he's had a slow game. He just went and threw together a monstrous round. So right from the jump, Hook is able there to deliver. And as you pointed out, back and forth battle, going to a round 5.
Ooh, okay, well, the big story coming into this, Falcons a must win because the hard points are on lock. Optic, if you want that search and destroy, or even a shot at the hard point, this is it. One more round to go. Optic blessed for the attack. Falcons defense, here we go.
Funnily enough, the round 11 record was actually much better from Optic, and the stats provided to be correct. Well, round 5 stats looking a little bit better for the Falcons, and that's with a different roster, and Arcides has been a multi-kill machine thus far on this map. I mean, locking down over towards B in a scattered minimap right now.
Yeah, right now. He spots the next player out. I think he did. Great timing from Dasher to get that kill, starting getting the capture going. His 30th kill of the map. I missed most of them. Now towards the spawners. Big Bruce, unfortunate timing there. Pred catches him. It was a 50-50, and he sadly loses it.
Oh, this has been a slow round as well. Optic very much taking their time. They're happy to leave these solo captures rolling through. It's good when you get the kills. It feels painful when you don't. And Hook is going to make noise here on the pinch, but doesn't matter. Gets the kill. Hook too fast for Arcides. He's made it to his brand new home.
Yeah, he goes all the way around. Takes the long route. It pays off in the end. Okay, so here we go. Capture on A. A 2-man stack for the time being. Hook doing what he can to maintain position here. Over the B zone. A bum stun there from RC is going to keep this play going a little bit longer, but his teammates are getting dropped in the meantime, so Hook's still playing alone in this situation.
Oh, yeah, I mean, completely alone. RCD is actually, this is an irrelevant gunfight at this point. RCD is just trying to keep this man at bay because the rest of Optic, they're just getting spawn trapped.
Oh, wait, an opening though. They do manage to make their way out through B, so now Hook grabs himself the aims of RCDs. He's got his teammate on the zone, pressured out on the spawners. This is huge. Shots from Hook at that range with a PDW keeping it going. The B zone, we're looking at one segment closure on its way, and A might be done as well.
Yeah, the double capture, actually. So now the pressure's on for the Falcons. They bottled the spawn trap. Optic fought out, and it was a force spree from Hook in the meantime. Finally, they catch him. And the A zone actually hasn't been captured, and Sachi gets traded. So, I mean, all's well that ends well, but now Optic running out of time.
Running out of chances. Got to get this going. Pred drains the segments. Tactical retreat. Gets off time for a moment. Aims at the ready. Trying to take on all comers. Come at me, bro, he says. 10 seconds for the play. Reads Hook, guns him, brings him down. Over to the A zone, though. You do have the time. Exit from behind now. Catches 2. On the front, Priester. Oh, my God, what a play. And that might be the map. Falcons have done it. And Exnid knows. What a moment for that young man.
Oh, my God. The spirit of Clayster lives on through Exnid. I mean, that might be one of the heaviest pop-offs we've had. That's only for a map win, and they're only up 2-1, so the series isn't over. But XNID is bringing a level of passion we have not seen in years.
It's 2-1. Here we go into another hard point. And for XNID, he may have counted his chickens before they have hatched. The mere sight of that hard point is enough to get him going right now. But at 32 and 28, 11 assists, 23 non-traded. Massive work on the offense there as well. A well-deserved pop-off as that vault comes to a close. And the scriptwriters have been working overtime, folks, as I'm sure you can tell, but this is a massive advantage right now for the Vegas Falcons. Their hard points have looked great, and this is the last chance for Optic.
I tell you, man, Pred might end up becoming public enemy #1. I don't know what weird stuff happened at the beginning of the year, but all of the roster turmoil Optic have had, and all of a sudden, they parted ways with Kenny, they parted ways with Pred, and now Pred might be beating him and have the team in the 12 seed taking away 10 CDL points from a team on the bubble. I mean, this is a map, or really a map and a match with pretty serious implications. And frankly, after making Falcons look good, it's been a fun team to play. Obviously, Falcons, their gameplay has been on point. RC's been looking like a menace. Brees has had himself a super solid series. And I mean, XNID might genuinely have one of the best POVs in the league. It's been a fun team that the Falcons have built. Clayster has to be happy with the progress.
The whole team should be happy with the progress. But again, let's not get ahead of ourselves, folks. We're still going to get a dub on the board. But what a play from XNID. The final moments, picks up those two, the perfect calm to Priester, and the pop-off absolutely there. Falcons playing for the org, playing for the fans, and playing for themselves, a team of discarded champions from their own times and places. They come together under Clayster and under the Falcons brand, and right now, the most overwhelming advantage they have had coming into a map that they have possibly ever seen in the organization's history.
And we might need to get XNID a brand new headset. I saw him slam that thing
Beat
with
the shit out of that thing. Wow.
Yeah, hey, haram, brother. Can't say that.
Sorry.
But a high degree of velocity there. And XNID also the guy, he's constantly like messing with his monitor. So he needs to stop slamming his setup just so you keep everything nice and you know, restrained, but a little bit delicate with the setups. But in game, he's been a monster. Out of game, maybe take a backseat. Get the series win first. But if he does, legendary pop-off we're going to see.
Maybe the greatest pop-off of all time. Dashi versus Priester. This is just from map 1 as far as the hill time goes. And P-Dog there, he was certainly posted. And Dashi has been the hill kitten, or the king of the hill, I should say. Sorry, the proper title, full title there, for a very, very long time. But this series, not as much. But 34 and 29, he was certainly there in the kills department. He was putting up a lot of damage, man. I mean, Bruce is a damage hose for sure, but hill time, one of the sort of stats that a lot of players have attributed to Dashi for a long time. Not necessarily there in map 1, but just one of many little factors that have changed the shape of this series. And the final few training dummies are getting pulverized as we get ready to go to Skyline for what should be a banger.
Absolute bang out map. And I know for Dashi, like, you know, we've sort of watched him evolve over the years. Like, he's always been a phenomenal slayer, but I think, you know, with every given title, working with different coaches, we're like watching him come into his own, working on the comms. And like last year was where he truly became like the king of the hill, where that became his purpose. That's how to help the team out. And granted, Vault is a map that situationally, you might not be the guy super soaking in the time with an AR, but I know they sort of like lost their system a little bit, Optic has. Like, they bring in Kenny to develop that, and it looked great. They won a world championship. Dashi looked like the best player he's been in his entire career, but I think for the Optic boys, and it's obviously incredibly difficult with roster turmoil, but they've reverted back to their old ways just a little bit. You got to grind through and sort of like rework out all the potential bad habits rolling through. And right now, you got to be very concerned because Falcons, I mean, I don't want to say an absolute tear. It's only 3 wins in a row, but fairly convincing ones as well. And like 2 hardpoint wins against Miami, as it turns out, means a great deal because Heretics have been looking fantastic. So Falcons genuinely might be one of the better hardpoint teams in the game. Definitely need more reps. They're going to have to prove it, but Certainly, they have shown themselves to be ferocious in the game mode. And you know, to get their first series win, they're bringing everything into this skyline.
They don't want to leave anything to chance right now. They don't want to go to an S&D. Here and now, Falcons, that's what they want. And so far, so good. 3 dead for Optic.
Falcons swarmed that hill. Opening break 1. They don't have the spawns just yet, but one of the best POVs in the league. Excellent opportunity. Roam around and slay. Trades out 1 kill, trying to stay alive. Nice little dance, but simply overwhelmed, or maybe not. Wins the gunfight in Pred. Kills the guy from heavens above, and just like that, Falcons, they flipped the map, got a 20-point lead. Things are looking great.
But will they get flipped? Because you've made a big play here from Skies. He gets to the back line. Pred's still spawning up good, but for now, yeah, Optic are in there as well. Pred knows. Pumps the brake instantly. Heads up awareness right now in a big way, and that could be a very impactful play. He's the last man left alive over this side of the map, and he's got to do a lot of work.
Yeah, anytime a player makes it out to that putting green in the back, they always win that gunfight. But all things considered, I mean, that was a 40-second P1. I mean, one of the best P1s you're going to see for the opening break. So Falcons ultimately happy. Now you can take your time to try to work this break. Arceus wins a gunfight in the feed. He gets traded out. Nexted, unfortunately, makes a little bit too much noise, and Pred gets caught as well. So Optic looking for the instant P2 response. 30 seconds to go on the hill, and everything right now looking great.
Absolute perfect bounce back right now from the Optic boys. Skies and Shotzi on big sprees. Exnid winning more crazy gunfights. Unfortunately, a team kill, and back and forth we go on the trades. And Priester eliminates all the glass imaginable on that side of Skyline. Does his very best. As team kills again on both sides of the board. Lead change now for Optic. Rotation over the kitchen complete, and it's going to be the boys of the Falcons in control.
And you got a Hardpoint shaping up to look like a slums maybe from Black Ops 2 in terms of just you win the rotation, you anchor down the hill, and you get a near perfect full 60. So 2 massive hills coming through for each of these teams. Falcons on the rotation had the initial time, but they did not appropriately handle those spawns. Shotzi found the timing, found the route, and they're going to find the break off the back of it.
That's a great break, an ideal break at perfect timing to get themselves in there, get some early time. Now push the front line forward, but no Daddy Alec. Oh my word, wait a minute. Any more players here? Yeah, Shotzi finally brings him down. Traded out on the front side of the point, and now Optic are spawning green, and it's the wrong kind of green they want right now. Can they get it into time? No. Good plays out of the Falcons to hold it. Optic still trying to make this play work.
Oh, Priesta wins the big one. Yeah, Priesta wins that first one, and that sets him up for the rest. Skies, they'll clean up crew, but for the final 20, he's not going to get it. Hook might be that guy. Battle for spawns, and Shotzi takes down Arceus. So all things considered, a better hill for the Falcons, you would have thought, but they take it away, get that scrap time, and here they are in prime position on this P4.
Oh my God.
Until Skies hills the worst angle imaginable. And that's a mistake and a half. Optic just dropped the ball. Falcons ready to go.
Ball dropped, and it's rolling down the hill. Shotzi trying to pick up something now. Priester towards the back. We are anything but lounging right now. Shots in the sky straight away. Damage dealt to all these players. You've got a front line developing now. But wait, Hook's still alive. Instant trades. Good eyes on that minimap, folks. And P-Dog is trying to do everything and seemingly able to do so. Arstes with mid-map coverage and Falcons with a hold.
Dude, this is one of the, like, Priest's POV, he's one of the most twisted players in the league, and I just never understand how he drops .8s consistently, because he always looks like he's frying when I watch him. But there you go. In the time, in the feed, everything going by way of Falcons. They have retaken the lead, and Pred in prime position, creeping up on that Hellstorm. And he is the most patient player I have ever seen. He will wait for this kill.
Here it comes. Maybe not. But knows when to go. Skies underneath. Oh, what a shot. You love to see that. Priester, though, picks up straight away. His 6th spree on the road still. Showing very little signs of slowing down. Pressure on towards the spawners here. It's back over to P1 we go, folks. Falcons, an electrifying start here so far. Unfortunate timing, but again, team fight there. Great stuff. And Priester kicking ass, looking to get the Hellstorm here and now.
Doing everything he can. I mean, slowed down Dachi, gets the trade, but not quite enough. Optic find their way through. No perfect P1s this time for the Falcons, but a nice square up battle.
I think there are 12 bodies in the hardpoint. 12 corpses of Optic players and Falcons players, and we are sending it to no end into this hardpoint. Skies still from Jim. Here's Spree getting things going as well. Great turnaround of the damage department here from Optic. They're managing to get a lot of presence here towards P2 also. So the chance for them to get into this, but the holds have got to be on.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, it was a perfect P2 hold. They'll ask go around, and they have a pretty good setup here so far. Not a ton of pressure for the Falcons just yet. It's a 3-man hit, make it all 4 through the right side. And Shotzi does his job. He gets you the first kill and gets out with his life. And now, well, wow. I mean, listen, it's an idea. It was an idea.
But it was a great hold there from the Falcons. Priest on the rear security, finding the big kills. Optic still trying to get into this one. All of them down. This is a huge moment for the Falcons. Let's put Optic's brakes to the test and listen in.
Top back, kind of weak. These under white steps.
You should be front. I'm about to go right.
Shit. Got to try that.
Right?
They're just playing safe angles. Yeah, we can time exit. And one guy's right.
Look couches, guys.
I want to lose it. You guys working now.
Yeah, I'm gonna go near.
One guy's gonna be here.
100% one knee. So I'm table heading. I'm gonna try. Push me outer. And then one's outer inner. It was, that was.
Looking for one.
It was AG.
AG's here. He's behind you. DJ.
Let's go out.
Like close couches.
They're close couches. I mean, they're bottom bed.
I'll see this fucking guy.
I don't know they spawned.
You want exit. Our side fire.
No, he's dead.
Yo, and their side fire.
You weak. I hit him once. Their fire. Last guy fire. They spawn close.
Yeah, they're gonna
make from mid. We should make from mid. They're gonna 2 times. There's 3 times.
Yeah, I'm
both behind the bar. Both like quick spot. Exit, dead.
There's 2.
I'm watching. I'm dead.
One guy's P1. P1 Alec.
Alright, there's only one at a time. Then beyond you.
By the bar.
Outer, dead.
I see you.
I traded.
I bet you they're you.
One guy's deep left out. Deep left out.
They're gonna watch out. Exit. One guy's Jim, right? I don't see him. He's P1. Alright. One guy went bottom bed.
Yo, cut up bottom bed. I'm gonna go top mid.
Bottom bed.
Really bad. One more deep. One's out old.
Let me back on me.
Priest,
give me the back on me.
Priest is that old? Not weak.
Lay down the back.
Alright, can we go old?
Oh, that's Alec. There's 2 in the back. There's 2 in the back. They double hit me in the back. Double hit me in the back.
No, I'm going top it. I'm also going top. One guy's over here. Got my
back right.
I mean, that was technically a listen-in. I'm seeing Dashy and the player cams look entirely defeated. And from Optic, they dropped Pred, said they're never going to play with him again, picked him back up, dropped him again, and here they are getting beat down by him. 100-point lead. Xnid is roaring. We know what's going to happen. We know how this map is going to finish.
We know exactly how it's going down, folks. The writing is on the green wall once again. The shots are there. Xnid, it is just feeling like an impossible situation for Optic. They're so close they could taste it. The first series win for the Vegas Falcons. Vindication for all 4 of those players, for Pred against the team that dropped him. The discarded, unloved champions across the board. They have not only done it against Optic, but they've done it for themselves, they've done it for the fans, and that is a 4-box they will never forget. Vegas, their first 10 CDL points. What a victory.
Wow. I mean, Optic looked devastated. Paris Legion, the worst roster of all time from the Vanguard season, now need to be feared. They might end up retaining that spot. Falcons are on the board, and as you say, that 4-box of player cams there, I mean, that's camera number 2 gone from Dashy. And that is not a fun-looking team. Even leaving the lobby from Hook, apologies to Easy Mac on that front, but this Optic camp, this is, I mean, turmoil to the extreme. I don't even want to make jokes about it because that, I mean, they just look devastated.
I mean, it's, for me, it's just, the story there really is for the Falcons. It's not only those 4 players who have been,
wow,
yeah, whoa,
out with a whimper.
Yeah, that's, they flatlined there. That P4, you could have called it there. I'm no doctor, but you could have called it there. There is a chalk outline of 4 players across Skyline that vaguely resemble that Optic roster. Wow, Falcons put them down, and they put them down hard. Some of the parts that were dropped from Optic have gone on to now find success in their own rights. They're looking a lot happier, but those left behind, they are not enjoying themselves as of this one. Around 11, the only success that Optic really finds in that series. Apart from that, nothing, folks. Falcons win. What a series. Desk?
Ali, we saw it coming. I switched glass.
I didn't see production. election change it. I think you're safe.
No, they did. I made sure. I even tweeted it.
Sure
Congratulations to the Vegas Falcons. It took you 21 matches, but you got your dub. They get it over Optic Texas, and you know one man in particular is vibing. It's this one, Xnid, not just Pred.
Yeah.
He has been here since the beginning. I hope they take him out tonight.
Man, I really feel like Xnid is just breathing new life into some of these older guys like Priesta and Arcides, man. He's playing with so much passion with every single map win, and man, down the stretch of these games, just making awesome plays too.
Yeah.
If you're Xnid, like, he is a playmaker,
yes,
man, and they have a great dynamic. So 4 hardpoints in a row.
I mean, you literally talk about that final P2. It's funny, we're sitting in the green room, we're like, oh no, they're about to get farmed because they're hitting this bottom side. Nobody's trying to go through a pool. Xnid off spawn, sprints top hot tub to try and help his team with this push. They get the break, they get the time. It is just unreal.
Can we pause right here? It was 140 to 105.
Yes.
How do you finish with 112 on the clock if you're Optic?
So I'm about to tell you exactly what went wrong, Chris. All right, we are on a P2 rotation, and Shotzi throws his life away. They have the situation, and that is the dynamic shift for Vegas Falcons and this roster, being able to punish teams when they make mistakes. Shotzi throws his life away a couple of times this series. Vegas run away with it, and man, that's got to feel so good if you're Pred or Xnid getting your first series.
Yo, I love it. They're like, don't give me your hand. I want a hug, brother. Khaled, the rest of the crew, all celebrating, well-deserved to the Vegas Falcons. Clayster's been telling us behind the scenes, we've been grinding, we've been working. The work's starting to pay off.
Absolutely.
Is it too late, Allie? I don't want to be that Debbie Downer, but let's set some expectations. I'm a Falcons fan. I now have hope after this win that I can make it to champs. How do I do it realistically?
I mean, it just depends kind of where your goalpost is, because if your goalpost is to make it to champs, it is a very grim and almost next to impossible road. If your goalpost is to get some wins under your belt, to kind of build Xnid as a player, maybe set up for next year, find the roster you're going to stick with, things are looking so much better.
No, I mean, their champs is going to be EWC, right? Like right here, it's about let's try to make a winner's bracket. And right now, it's still attainable, this split, right? If you can start to string together some dubs, make Hardpoint that money mode, I mean, they have a chance. The respawn looks incredible on Vegas.
We're not going to get ahead of ourselves, but with plays like this, you have to think anything is possible. It's your scuff play of the game, coming from the one and only man dropped by Optic Texas, found by Clayster, and now wearing a Falcons jersey.
I mean, there's just so many storylines throughout the entirety of this matchup, but obviously this was the biggest one. Pred, and this ace is insane. So he gets the first trade on the hook, and then Shotzi, I don't know what Ant was doing, maybe just trying to get a trade, but there's 2 players there. Pred's able to find the second. He peppers a couple shots into that final player. He pushes out Dashy because he knows he's weak, and then he's able to clean up the rest of this round.
He's moving.
He's moving.
He's moving, man. I mean, that gunny is still S tier.
Pred winning the S&D, and they are going to take care of business against Optic Texas tonight. We're joined right now, though, in our winner's circle. Welcome, Xnid, to the winner's circle on the Call of Duty League. It took you a while, but you're finally here. How does this match win, or I guess, what does it mean to you?
First thing, like, hello. How are you doing? I feel like, I feel so better now. This is my first win in the league. We deserve this. Also, I trust my teammates because I play so good now. That's it. I feel better now.
He's losing his voice. I love it.
We're all so happy for you, Xnid. This has been a very long time coming for you, and it feels like every time we watched you play, we got to see your progression as a player. Did you feel that like the win was coming, like with scrims, with this new team? Did it just feel like a build-up that kept accumulating to this moment?
You mean with the new team?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I feel the winning is coming. Also, like we can win the tournament, not also the series. My teammates look so good. Also, like I around with 4 ring. Also, my coach had 3 ring. Like I feel so better. I can improve so fast because the guys. And also, like we will improve. We will do everything good, inshallah.
Xnid, man, how much fun? How much fun are you having right now?
How can I say? I'm so happy. I am so, I feel everything now.
I love that, man. Hey, good luck in your guys' matches, and hopefully you guys can make a run for winners bracket.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll let you go celebrate with Pred and the rest of the team. Congrats on the win tonight.
Thank you so much. Have a good day. Thank you.
Xnid even turned Maven around. He was originally a hater. He's like, this guy won't be around long. Now he's a super fan after watching some big plays. Xnid and the Falcons get a dub, but we are on to match number 3. And you can see the Falcons, we're asking, what is the road to champs? You're 90 points back. You win a tournament, that's 100 points.
I mean,
you win an online match, that's 10 points.
Guys, it is chalked, but listen, they can make a winners bracket and make some waves. I'm excited for the Falcons team and the process that they have going forward. You know, it was inevitable for them to get a dub, and we kind of set it up before the match. Obviously, it had to be against Optic.
Anything can happen. It's the CDL. Can Boston keep it rolling? Or is it LAG's turn to pull off a dub? Stay tuned.
Good job, boys. You guys are slamming.
Yeah, yes, sir. We all were.
The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Can you even believe this place?
Sit your slimy ass down. The sizzle sells itself. Someone give me a 10-gallon hat. I'm going full cowboy on these bastards.
You're not sure you have the right floor?
It is so nice to meet you face to face, Plate.
You don't trust me, fine, but you cannot trust her.
The 2025 LAG Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon camo to assert your royal will in the lobby. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
I was wide awake and laughing. The doctor didn't even have to slap me. Cut the cord 10 years later, I'm a prodigy. Got more letters on my name than the Ivy League. Now I'm an MVP, CEO, VIP. All the youngest want to be like me, cause I walk like a champion. Double helix twist pedigree. call me Red One, everybody gaga. For me, fame monster, sand squad posture. Big footsteps to follow, so use caution. Never duplicated, imitated so often. Feast on opposition, that's why I stay flossing. If you want the noise, I can bring it.
Welcome back. There was a gargantuan spotting earlier in our qualifiers. Will Giga Wake turn into gargantuan Wake once again? Today he played against LAG Nameless.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity. LAG now the worst team in the league during this split. You know, they've had some close maps. None have fallen through the hoop. I'm expecting Boston to continue to win.
Did that feel good to say?
Yes, it did. Because I called it before. I said this with this Vegas roster can be better than LAG. Nobody believed me. Telling you.
Let's take a look at the Boston roster first here. This is the team representing Beantown, and they have a very strong ARs, at least if you're looking at the numbers in our qualifier so far, Alley Cat. What have you seen from Snoopy's old squad now with Purge in the lineup?
Me personally, I love the core that is Boston Breach. I just think they've just been a little bit back and forth. I know I don't want to talk too highly of Boston Breach because they're one in their last 5 hard points right now. Like, they haven't been consistent across the board. So for me, they've got to clean it up and they've got to expand their map pool. They're only good at Hossie and Vault. So they're forcing themselves to go to all these lengthy series. I don't want that Toronto Ultra win to be a one and done. I want the continuation.
It was a 3-0 over Toronto with a little bit of drama at the end of that series. But following it, you went to a Game 5 and you fell in a search and destroy to Minnesota.
Yeah.
So tight, though.
Yeah, it was a round 11, right? Like, it was a back-and-forth game of search and destroy. I mean, that series, like, the story was that they just lost both their HPs, right? And this is a team that on the season in Boston, they've been solid in that game mode. Like you said, they have 2 maps they feel like are lockdown, but they're willing to play almost every single hardpoint map.
They are.
Which is good for them, right? So I think the biggest issue with Boston, it has been their control. It's been basically an auto loss in almost every series. But as of late, they've started to get better at it. Won their last control, and if you count the Toronto one where they were up, 2-0 in control as of late, right? So put in a ton of work there. LAG have their work cut out for them.
If you're a Challengers fan or fan, you're really going to enjoy this matchup because you're quite familiar with these squads. Let's take a look at LA Gorillas mates. The French squad giving up on the Lens experiment, at least for now. They keep Kismet, the vet, in alongside Fellow, Johnny, and Lunars. Now, Fellow, he's been competing for over a decade. Johnny and Lunars, though, what should I know about them coming into this match, Alley Cat?
Johnny can be very aggressive. He's one of those SMGs that's going to get in your face. He's going to try and set pace really early, which you think would free up the map a little bit for the rest of them. On the side of Lunars, he's a little bit more of an aggro AR, but his issue right now is sometimes he speeds up, sometimes he slows down. He's got to find that middle ground and where it fits in with this team because right now there isn't a lot of chemistry across the board.
It's a best of 5. The players are locked in, so let's get to it quick here, Nameless. Walk me through the hard points and searches. Control also Hacienda. We're going to get a triple dose here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at this for Boston, they love Hacienda in terms of the search and destroy and the hard point. Starting to win it finally in the control. I mean, I think if you're Boston, you feel great about this series from start to finish. You have the edge.
Hacienda triple dose. Before the match, I was thinking LAG had a chance. I don't even need to know the numbers to know that this will be a Purge and Snoopy playground. It's your Scuff Pick'ems. I'm locking in first. It's going to be Boston Breach taking the dub. They're going to go up 2-1 so far in the qualifier.
It's been a day full of upsets, and I'm not stopping it here. I'm going to go with LA Gorilla Mates.
Wow, she's going 3 for 3 potentially.
Listen, prove me wrong. I could be wrong. I think this LAG team is buns. I got Boston taking this one.
Fans, Boston as well. Al has claimed the 2 upsets. Will it be 3? Maven, do you believe in Kismet's crew?
Why the hell not?
I like buns.
Hun? Yeah, no, me too. Buns are great. Ant was having fun up there. He got to say some things he's really wanted to. He's pouring it out
there. Passion from Exnid is leaking into the
dude,
broadcast.
No, honestly, like, it's just like, it's contagious, his happiness. He's so fired up. I love to see it. I mean, I hated that past team because they were so bad and couldn't win a hardpoint. But like now, to see his excitement, it's awesome. It's all paid off, Joe.
It has. Well,
maybe it should have happened earlier, but here we are. You know? Won a series. But,
you live and you learned.
Yeah. Or you live and you don't. Boston Breach, LA Gorillas, now ready to do battle. And I mean, for Breach, this is, I mean, it's real important because the fight around top 8 is getting more interesting by the second. I mean, now maybe with the way Optic's been playing, maybe they're in trouble. Who the hell knows? Rocker seems a team poised to make runs. Miami's making runs. I don't know, man. This is like the most interesting bubble conversation we've had in a while. And I know we still have, listen, we still have 2 majors. You got a ways to go till champs and stuff, but it's fun. I love it.
Yeah, well, I think it's just like fun because there's a lot of teams that are, again, steadily improving, right? There's progress being shown.
Yeah.
Through some roster changes, and that's what makes it entertaining. Now, on top of that, I mean, Boston, the reason why they got 10 more points is from a forfeit. So
yeah, true.
That could come into play at some point.
Imagine
they'd be at 110.
Imagine that screws a team, bro. Like,
that'd be wild.
Oh, that would be.
But they're sitting at 101 just at Ultra.
Yep, that would be unbelievable. But all right. Series, you know, to the middle ground. We talked about the Haciendas, and well, Des talked about how good that could be for Breach, but we'll start things off on Vault and see if Snoopy could get to work. You know, for a while I thought he was kind of mimicking Shotzi's gameplay. Now it may be the other way around.
Maybe. Just, well, he gets 3 to start. He gets 3 to start.
Nah, he's been terrific, but his movement and his gunny have been terrific this year. Seems like he's really coming together as a player. Granted, his Breach team still work to do. He's finally getting shut down. His SMG duo and Purge also going to get locked up, so some time here to LAG, but with only 10 seconds left, we're going to focus now on the setup towards the P2. That's a big win from Fellow. That's 2 huge ones for him, really, to maybe set up a quick push and break and spawn people out. That's exactly what's going to happen. Well, they have 1 spawning out and also going to be Snoopy spawning out. Snoopy's gunfight is continuing. He's finally going to lose that. So Fellows 2, and eventually, what, like a 3rd? Ends up being massive for them to get the flip and get set up here for P2.
Yeah, I mean, you spawn back P2 as well if you're Fellow, so you're a little bit worried there's some presence there over towards ammo. There is. That's going to be Purge. First gunfight awakening, just a little bit off. And well, in Call of Duty, if you're a little bit off, you're going to get smoked, but maybe it doesn't matter. Just Snoopy is there. Him and Cammy locked it down, but Snoopy can't take down all 4. Only finds 2, and you're right back in the hill behind Kismet.
Yeah, it was still a bunch of time to earn, and yeah, 4 straight from Kiz. Johnny's POV, the whole thing's on the cross. Him, Fellow, Lunars, able to light it up. And now Johnny taking down a second. Beautiful play from the LAG side. It's a day of upsets. It's Upset City. Why not, Joe? Why not?
I mean, I figured we had a game 5 on our hands, honestly. That's kind of what my heart was telling me.
Okay, I mean, your heart, I believe it. I trust that heart of yours.
Not sure if you should.
Boston Breach. Now, a little setup for their potential run, but speaking of runs, Kismet's still on his as he comes out of the Hardpoint late. He'll be up to 5 straight. He's got a cruise to work with because, I mean, yeah, 5 straight, but he was in the Hardpoint the entire time, getting the objective points as well. And now you've fought back for the P3 control. You've also found a timing to get a share. It's gonna be the worst fight in the world with that share, but he hits enough bullets to get it. The streak is still going. 6 straight. This 6 spree has spanned like I got 90 seconds now.
No, it's been a long time. Yeah, Kiz is living, and yeah, I mean, he makes the plays alongside his teammates to flip the spawns. Almost gets another one on his Snoopy. A quick trade there, but if you are LAG, you are in a great place. You just have to deal with the player on the hill. Snoopy pushing up on forward. We'll see where 7 and Fellows will. You should spawn out here. Maybe you don't. You're a little bit trying to push on forward. There is the spawn out. You see number 4 in Awakening starting to look for it, so they know.
Yeah, kind of where LAG were able to get those kills at kind of the big time and transition to P2. It seems like Boston Breach is able to do that same thing towards the P4. They do exactly that. It's like all the kills for LAG came with like 20 to 30 seconds remaining. The good thing for LAG, you have this to use. So maybe a bailout in the form of the cruise. We'll see if Kismet and Co. can't connect and look for the opener. Going to funnel everybody inside. That's going to be a free cross of the street. You know, we saw in our first match today how hard it can be just to cross that gap when ARs are in position. But you get past the ARs just to get into the subs. And Purge locks it down, survives it with 2 HP in a dream. But everybody for LAG shut down outside of Fellow, and Fellow's just hoping to stay up. Maybe those teammates can get here. He's on his back having a great time.
He goes on a bit of a long route through our... Okay. He just beams Awakening. So you might split 20 of the seconds. That's actually big time. But he wins that gunfight. He's just hoping, though, when he goes on that route, again, it's messy. He gets spawns for his team, and they flip, but it ends up he's the only one alive.
And somehow, yeah, stayed alive throughout all of that and won a nutty one, but just 10 points separating the teams. Now to our second set of rotations we go. Early mid-map control, all green. Boston Breach will be set up inside. And we'll see what they can turn this into. Kismet, big streak earlier, trying to find the timing here, and he's able to find just that despite the opening shots not connecting. Nice reposition inside the point from Purge to get the angle onto Kiz, but doesn't have the support that LAG has. So they'll run it up inside the hard point for now. Spree time for Johnny as he's on 5 in a row.
I mean, Slime, you're just happy you're still within 20 if you're Boston, all right? I mean, you had such a great P2.
Getting slammed.
Or from Kismet. Just that Hellstorm, but yeah, you're just happy to be in this game right now. Just slaying so one-sided.
Kismet, though, looking for another opening. Thought maybe going to chain together a few there. Not going to be the case. Now the kill is going to start to be real important as a team kill comes in. But with 10 seconds remaining on the hard point, this is where LAG were able to make the play last time through, but they had a much bigger foothold in mid-map. Do they have the time to make things messy early? This time, it seems Boston are able to get into better position around the point. One's going to spawn out, though. That's going to be Awakening. It's going to try and track back. Same can be said on the other side for Kismet. The fight's going to go down towards the front of the hard point now, but it looks like they're trying to pick up Awakening on the other side. He was the one of the spawn outs. They turned to deal with him, but he's able to get 2.
Yeah, it looks like Fellow maybe thought one player dipped Cat, but that player actually went to the hill, so he just kind of gets lost in the mess, but maybe it doesn't matter. Trying to look over Johnny. Johnny somehow stays up. A great play, great help from Fellow. And now with 30 seconds left, if you control majority this time, it's looking good because you have them trapped in the back and you would have rotation for free towards P3, and they're doing well so far as LAG.
I did not think that was going to be how that played out after Awakening
not at
got
all.
2 on his spawn out because he shifted focus of 3 players literally to him, but the spawn comes in close and you're able to break in, and it seems like you're going to get a majority this time. And what a map from Fellow. He's 20 and 10, leading the lobby by a significant margin. Lunars is Guardian Angel during that sequence. A fight going down now on rotation. Quick and Art will be number 4 at Awakening, and 2 people in Fellow. Sorry, and Johnny and Kismet trying to hunt him down.
Yeah, I mean, Fellow's been great with the sub as well. I mean, we've seen him historically run the sub, switch to the AR, so he can do it with both. But nice gunfight win by Awakening. You're going to put the pressure on Kismet to have to play his life. And Kiz, he's left alone on an island, so you're going to eat up all of this time. Breach is going to try to deal with Kiz slowly but surely. That's going to be Cammy on the pinch. They find him, so good stuff for Boston Breach on this rotation because it looked like they were going to lose a majority of P2 time and lose this rotation.
Yeah, Cammy was like, I'm not letting Kiz get away and just be a thorn in our side throughout the rest of this. Just hunts him down there. The hot hand and Fellow will fall behind Purge's 2, so now they've got rotation and time. And yeah, it looks like he had spotted. It's based on the arrows.
Yeah, they're flying at him.
Everyone flying towards him. Great
Nice
shots.
angle.
Yeah, great shots onto the first, but well, multiple there to deal with him. But you do send a lot to deal with him, so this leads to hopefully a little bit of hardpoint time for LAG, but not a lot remaining here. Boston, it's their time to hold and maybe look for the lead change. P4 popping, they're set up in control. Let's go to listen in right now with Boston Breach.
I'm just watching right, boys. We have your cross, we have your low, we have your cross. One more. Marty, lower. Yes. I give you right cross, guys. Lower, one shot. Just 2, one more. Lower me. Johnny, lower, boys. Yo, front door, done. Johnny, lower. Last guy.
You went to the back, I don't see him front.
Front door, one shot. Absolute front door. Statue, absolutely. One bully. He's gonna go sit back and lay down. I'm gonna top. I'm trying to scout. Fellow big door already. He's out. Lower, yeah. Yo, 2 big door, just ironing. Big door, dead, one more. Big door, weak winners, dead. Let's go. Drugs. Knock him back. He's still to the left. Yeah, okay. Nice fucking shit, boy. Yeah. P2 truck, one shot.
P3 fellow, one shot. And big door, P3.
P2 truck, he's on you, Cam. Oh, yeah. You truck, turned on. I'm really bad. I'm boys.
Just keep my cap. He's like front.
I'm front goal. Weak as fuck. Come big door, Joe. Close right. Fuck. Nice shit. Nice shit. Right, he gonna come up cat. He's gonna have your money. Yeah, I have jump doors. Nice. I'm on the big. I'm on the Joe. Give me jump doors,
Yeah.
Wait, deep in the back. I'm one shot. Okay, I'm going big door. Big door. Big door. Look at my open. Yeah, I'm blocking boys. Go rope. I heard you. I'm open. The others and listen, there's 2 close. He's not pushed out the right, guys.
You ran me money.
Yeah, already. Yeah, Johnny on me, 1 shot.
I'm gonna go through that while you go.
We don't have to spend a ton of time on, but I like to listen a lot, whether it was small talk or just I like when people respond, like call something, like I hear you, like
yeah,
just
Cammy,
a little back and
Cammy,
forth.
You heard a lot of Cammy, which you love to hear from him. But the one thing that has kept LAG in this game has been P2, and they're right back into it. They find all those kills on rotation again. You saw Breach just so far spun all the way out towards Art, having to work trying to finally get here with 20 seconds off the hill.
Well, Purge kind of sends it before anyone's going to be able to help him there, but he was kind of left out the dry front of the point. Another good hold, though, for LAG so far. They'll eclipse that 200-point mark, 50 to go for the dub, but with the double, Cammy gets them in. Can they hold? It's really just going to be him inside trying to fight. Able to take down one, keep this kind of messy around the point. Still healthy, a little bit of time you can give it these final 15 seconds. Kismet finds an opening, though, and Kismet might just make you pay because you lost the AR fight, outer palms. But you're okay. All right, you stabilize, you get the time, you go back out in front, but LAG, make it messy and get set up.
Yeah, now it's going to be tough for Boston. How do you get through here? That's going to be the question. You just try to find the majority of this P3 time, put pressure on, force them to push up forward. Purge now, maybe the route man. He's going to find the first. That's going to be the signal to go. That player should spawn out, he does. That's going to be Kiz dealing with that. And this entire time, you've been on the hill, right? So you find 15 seconds or so, and all of a sudden, you're up to 230, and you're finding all the kills on the map right now. I mean, you didn't get one if you are LAG.
That was literally perfect for Boston Breach. I was about to say, like, you feel okay if you're Breach, because it's not like you've got 230 up if you're LAG, right? Like, 50 points is a lot. That'd be a perfect P4 hold. So, like, take whatever you can P3. I didn't expect him to get the P3 time and flip. Like, that was insane.
Hold up now. Hold up.
Yeah.
As good as it looked.
Before I finish talking, looks like we maybe flipped back the other way.
You didn't win here, though. At this P3, like, there is a chance. So, LAG had to put pressure on this. Purge is here. 5 HP, wins the gunfight. Right back to it. Johnny does get taken down, but because of that, you should see the map is all over the place, but it's Boston Breach that should have numbers towards P4.
It has to be perfect now from LAG. They've got to hold. They need 41, but are they going to have a chance to hold? Because in early is going to be Breach. They'll have the numbers here, and they've got the final ticks. Boston Breach make the plays at 3 to 4. Things collapse in that sequence for LAG. They were in the driver's seat. Well, okay, they were in the perfect position. Like, they had to kind of contest 3 a bit because obviously winnable for Boston Breach and also hold, which is tough to do, but didn't really put up much of a fight.
You lost fights everywhere.
Yes. You lost every possible fight there and collapsed late. And it's been a lot of that, regardless of the roster for LAG this year. Just late game collapses. Maybe the story for like Falcons too for a long time. Just like late game collapses, little misplays or big misplays that cost you.
I mean, it was 7 to 8 kills, I think, in a row in the top left there for Boston Breach. And yeah, they just had someone on the hill the entire time that player was hanging out. But slaying wise, I mean, it's close. It's pretty much dead even. I think you end up getting outside if you are Boston Breach. Johnny with a great game individually. Fellow right there. It just when it mattered. Your P2 holds were solid throughout the map. But where it matters at P4, that was all Breach. And while Purge has 2 minutes and 21 seconds in the hill.
I was going to say that. Like, that's great. That's what you want. Purge getting a ton of time in a map like that, and like Awakening was putting in a ton of damage. Like, obviously, in a perfect world, you want like your main AR getting time in the hard point and maybe lower interactions, but that's not the way it always plays out, especially on a map like Vault. And, well, Purge getting done objectively. Awakening the damage dealer, and you go down early in this one. Things looking okay for LAG. Fellow gets out to a really hot start. And while the P2's huge for them, but I mean, nothing really matters for me outside of that late game stretch. I mean, everything got decided in those final couple of hard points.
Yeah, what, 200 pretty much. And you have the setup, you have the rotation, your top art, but they lose a couple of kills in the middle of the map. Then Purge is able to slide on out towards Lion, and just everything collapses right in front of you.
Listen, we see sometimes when P3 is up, I mean, oftentimes it'll flip back and forth like P4 spawns. Like, they'll fight for them the whole time, but it's just not often that you get 30 seconds in the P3 and you manage to flip.
So you have 7 kills in a row.
Yeah, and without like, much of a fight. It just was way, way too easy. Things absolutely fell apart for LAG, and that's just one, like a moment like that, like it's probably hard to rebound from. It's just like, what just happened? Like, you just feel like you got flashbanged. Hit with a stun.
It's not a good time.
Struggling. I haven't had that in real life, so I don't know, but I imagine, well, you probably have from the sun reflecting off my bald head. But there's the game flow for the map 1 hardpoint on Vault, and then we head to Hacienda. And you feel good with that win if you're Boston, because these 3, they can be very strong here. Trying to obviously improve the control, but they've looked good at times. But for Search and Hardpoint, they've had some big upsets here. They've had some wins. It's a team that listen, they've been all over the place this year, but
they've been close. Yeah, right. I mean, right. They stuck with this roster early on. It was just through like the Hardpoint they were competing with the best, and we're like, hold on here. What do we have? And it's just like it really map number 3 in control has just been a struggle throughout the year for Boston Breach. Something they just can't hang on to. But then you get these upsets like we saw at Major 2 versus LA Thieves, and you're thinking, finally, but then they just get double bopped.
Yeah. Well, we'll take a look at some of the S&D numbers for this Boston Breach team, and it's just interesting because you kind of have like just this run to top 8. You have like, I don't know, you think about the teams that have made a change, making a run, like your, I don't know, your Miami, your Rocker, and then the teams that didn't. One's trying to hold on, one's trying to fight in, like Cloud9's trying to fight in, Boston Breach is trying to hold on. Like, I don't know, it's interesting to see the teams that stick versus the teams that change. Who's going to end up getting the last laugh, and how will that break down? But kind of the KD, now it's gone. I feel like for Cammy, really ever since like, what, after Major 1, I feel like Cammy was a different person in Search and Destroy. He like, remember he had that like goose egg at the LAN.
On Red Card, right?
Yeah, Major 1 had like the goose egg, and he was really self-critical, and then he came out firing in Search and Destroy. Now he's, I'm sure, had the occasional dud, but he has had some monster maps as well, and a big stage 2 for him led to a big stage 3 now in Search and Destroy. Still early though, more matches to play, but we'll see if he can continue that. Johnny, his S&D, a newcomer to LAG.
Yeah, I mean, he's put up numbers. The problem is, though, they're 0-2 in Search and Destroy since he's been on the team. So it's like, as good as this looks and as good as he's been individually, it doesn't really matter.
Well, that was like, remember, that was their thing when when Lunars came in, remember? He had some great like Challenger Search and Destroy stats, and he came in and we get some bloods for him, had some big rounds. They still just weren't really winning many search. I know they won that one game 5. But they've been struggling. They've never really found form there and trying to do it desperately. We'll see if Johnny can be the difference maker or if this is going to be the Cammy Clinic. Offense for LAG, and early, looks like Halls pressure. We know, like Boston, we've casted them several times here. They will be very aggressive Halls. They will take so much mid control.
Well, look at them. I mean, they're already through. They just run through A, the SMG duo. So you get the info. Now, this is going to be such a fast play. You need to be ready for this. Looks like Lunars looks at it. So he's going to buy some time, but he does get blooded. But there's a skirmish on the other side of the map. Bomb rotating to B.
Yeah, no, they're going to hit stuff. They're going to hit it quick on both sides of it. Bomb now getting planted, but you got to be a little bit worried. Now you're by yourself. Nobody's here, and Awaking's going to pick that up. Suddenly it's Kiz by himself. LAG just no plan once that push comes through, and they'll get picked apart. Nice opening round from Boston Breach, and I expect to see more of that. They will, I don't want to say like reckless, but they'll hit stuff without fear, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you take chances. Really what it is on
that's
a
good way to play it. Take chances.
Maybe you 4-stack your bomb site. If they're there, you take the 4-on-4. If they're not, okay, what is going to be sort of our step 2? They could be middle. They could be at the other bomb site. They just sort of flank top halls. The ARs get the info from Plat side. That just gives the heads up, the signal, I suppose, to Snoopy and Purge. Take the short route, cut back, and help us.
Round 1 to Breach. We'll see the adjustments maybe LAG make the next time they are on offense. I sure he'll be trying to pick up that faster if a flank does come through, but it's a big round for Purge. He ends up getting 3 and what, the blood, right? B's going to be wide open. Now, how do they play? Is they going to plan for the backside or take forward? It looks like they're still going to plan for the back and push through. I thought maybe we were going to do what we saw Heretics trying to do so much.
Yeah.
But they're just going to plan on the safe side, but they also get the blood. So Purge, I believe, back-to-back first bloods. He's also 4-0.
They're just going to push.
Hello. How are you? You can run, but you cannot hide.
Oh, he's hiding.
Oh, well, Snoopy, I thought nearly was going to get 2 out of that somehow. To a 2v2 we go. Cammy can't trade it out.
Well, yeah, and somehow Purge got caught. Okay, you just run into a pre-fire there. You're Johnny. That is tough.
That is real tough. Wakey's like, I got a kill.
He's dead.
Great. Wakey maybe in trouble, gets zapped a bit. The help comes in. Well, Wakey doesn't need it. He's able to get 2, but Purge dictating things in the early round. Him and Snoopy dictating the pace and tempo of this one early.
I mean, this is just a map. Yeah, we've seen them just kind of go off. Whether it's hardpoint, control, search.
Yeah, no, I've like cast them where they've like played a different search, like I don't know, like a proto or something, and just got like 6-0 bodied, and I'm like, they look lost, and then like we'll get them here. I'm like, oh, they're good. Well, that's typically how it is when you're like middle of the pack or bottom. Like, I don't know, you got some good maps, you got some bad maps. That's just kind of how it plays out, but getting stuff done so far. 2 first bloods for Purge. We'll see if he can get a 3rd one, and well, how do they play it this time? On the defensive side, they're going to hit it again. Or are they? Hold on. I thought they were. But now, yeah, you're set up on this side, so they can't really hit it because Fellows holding. It looked like they were just itching to go. Purge, I thought, had another first blood, but he's going to lose that one. Fellow will shut him down, so
Oh, Snoopy just, he ends up wrapping back. I thought he was going to push up for the trade. Maybe he doesn't want to throw his life away. Had a chance to clean up Fellow. Still do, though. So they just, again, just get active through lobby. Fellow trying to play his life. Has done a great job. He's just going to waste their time.
He's a magician, dude.
But somehow there's a flight. Cammy gets through and is able to find one. There is just skirmishes all over the map. Cammy gets 2.
Okay, all right. Fellow, I thought, did enough. Just staying alive that long. I hit the 20 HP. I hit the 2 HP. Kismet, nice recentering there, but the trade is in this time from Snoopy.
Johnny all the way back here.
Last up. Nice gunfight win. That is disgusting there versus Snoopy. Awakening. Johnny, 20 seconds to go, and Johnny nearly gets laced as he goes to toss the nade. Now, get out of there. You're good.
Well, Awakening plays a 50-50. He thinks he's going to wrap back to bomb. This is going to be so close timing-wise. Doesn't matter. Johnny wins it, and we saw the stats coming into it. Great plays. Almost gets caught while throwing the nade. Able to play his life.
I was literally going to say before he did, I was like, that's not the guy I do it versus. Like, when Awakening is last alive,
well, I think what he's doing is because he doesn't have bomb info on bomb.
Yeah.
So the nade is to sort of, if I don't see anything rock, I'm going to put it on the bomb, and there is the info. But here's Awakening.
Yeah, this wouldn't have mattered, though. He's not getting back to it.
Yeah. I mean, he's got like 2 seconds, but still impressive stuff. And I mean, that gunfight went on to Snoopy. Snoopy, like, threw a nice little strafe in there. That was not easy.
No. That was a big win from Johnny. That was a tough fight for both players. And Johnny wins it, and well, he's the reason they get the round victory. Fellow, though, the first blood on the Purge, kind of, give them numbers early, obviously. Well, I mean, honestly, Fellow's the reason they got there. The fact he stayed alive as long as he did, plus the first blood, was terrific. Fellow, another first blood. So Purge with 2, Fellow with 2. Purge on the hunt, though, and he's in behind enemy lines. It ends up being awkward. I thought he had 2 freebies, but it ends up, he's like chest bumping backs and sliding between 2, and it gets a little bit chaotic. But now, a 1 versus 1. Awakening couldn't come away with the last one. Much different position this time around. I thought he got caught, but then we swap, and he's just sliding down the stairs, bumming the dirt, gunning.
I mean, he's just got... His boots are lubed up, bro. He slides all the way down that staircase.
That looked insane.
It got the WD-40 on it.
All right, well, tough position. The last 1v1, couldn't do it. This one wins the crazy gunfight.
It's so tough for Lunars. Like, he just keeps going. This slide continues. You just don't think it's going to happen.
That looked like a sick joke. You're like, I need rotational aim assist to max. I need to 2x speed that. 3-1 now in Awakening. On 3 straight. She gets 3 in the round. Lunars reading it, holding it. Purge,
how does Purge almost win that?
Lunars just misses some shot. What the hell was that? That looked like the freest kill.
Yeah, it was a good read. I was literally about to say good read with his timings, and then
it was.
Yeah, no, you can read, but sometimes you have to shoot.
Yeah. Good read, just not processing it and put down.
I mean, Fellow just got the worst timing ever because 2 players just full flame through. They're already on the bomb. You're going to have to peek this and just get cooked.
That is tough with capital T.
Like, that is just an LAG round.
Yeah, LAG round, or, Fellow had a Guardian Angel in the 1 round. This was the payback from above. I don't know. That's an LAG round. That's one way to put it. We can't say it's a Vegas round anymore, We're winning. And 1-1.
Not winning Search.
No, it's true. I don't know.
Well, they were before.
I'm just saying, all our roasts that we had for Vegas Falcons, I'm now just going to shift right to LAG.
Nah, I can't do that.
Can't do that? Okay.
Gotaga's our guy.
That's true. I do love Gotaga.
We can't do that.
That's a good point. And I love all the French fans in France, and I like Paris and the Tower and stuff.
You're a big fan of the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah, big fan of the Eiffel Tower. Bomb site wide open. ISO guy will beat Purge. When does he get there? Or will he be needed? 5 straight for Awakening. It's a gargantuan takeover. 5 straight. I think I'm watching Nameless levitate here in the studio. But they're going to wrap it back with numbers. And then Purge, well, here he comes. Eventually he was going to get involved in the process, and he's going to take down another. LAG getting picked apart. Fellow and Lunars last up. 1 down. Last up is Lunars. Gets a little revenge on the Purge. Best of luck. I say that was a winnable fight for him, but able to connect on the head. And Boston Breach, another round.
Yeah, you're just seeing sort of the team cohesive. This is the advantage into keeping your team together for an entire year, right? Where you're just, the teams that are going through changes or struggling in game modes like Search and Destroy, when it's messy, you're going to be a step ahead. And any time these skirmishes happen, the Breach are coming out on top.
Yeah, we've seen this before. We've done this. And that has exactly been the case. Boston Breach looking to run away with this. After a bit of a comeback win in the map 1, it is not going to come back here. It has been dominant. 5-1, 7-1 for Giga. Purge has been the early round Reaper with, I think, 3 first bloods to his name, if not more. Bomb site will be A for now. Johnny is lurking, and, well, at least he traded out. Don't allow him to get 2. Purge will get dropped. Snoopy, though, insta-trade.
Yeah, wait on Kiz. That's the goal here. Kiz is on a full flank. His Awakening going to pick this up. It's a tough read, but he's able to find it. On the other side of the map, Cammy is able to find Fellow. Now they're just trying to isolate. They're trying to isolate, but Kismet's like, nah, I got this. 1v2 all day.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a nice little bait and switch, but he just took up a... Snoopy goes to slide out and just gets the hammer of Kiz. Oh, nice little snap.
Yeah, that flower head is so tough.
No, it is. Round by round now. 5-2 hole. They're gonna need a lot more Kiz hammers. And shut down Purge early.
I mean, yeah, just watch Purge and Snoopy sort of run as a duo on the map. That time you were there for the trades. We'll see what that duo tends to do this time. Looks like they're splitting up. Maybe setting up a Purge flank.
Oh. I mean, this is very just like their last round. Just like their last round. Easy ISO guy out towards P2. Oh, well. We may not be on dealership, but the cars are still hidden.
Snoopy, had a lot of those the last couple stages.
Out of it. Cammy's out. Purge, well, I don't know what his timing's going to be like on the other side of it. He's just trying to track back and help out his boy.
Yeah, they know middle of the map's open, so you see Six is just watching this. That's Kiz. Say hello. How you doing?
He thought that was a couch.
Check out my couch.
It was a couch and a player, yeah. Honestly, I barely saw him because he's like the white outline.
Oh my god! Oh my gosh!
That doesn't look comfortable. Half his brain's in the couch, Joe.
That's what happens when you have a.
Why is there a couch there?
A wild night.
That's after a wild night.
Yeah.
What was he getting into, Joe?
A whole bunch of things.
Yeah, we'll keep the specifics clear. There's the unfortunate opening sequence. Nade hits car hits man blows to pieces. 5-3 for Breach now. Is the comeback still alive and well for LAG? See if they got any more magic. Oh, they're hit it though. They're gonna send it. Phil, you better run real fast.
He does run fast.
He's able to get out. I thought he was gonna get caught because Purge and Snoopy, the tidal wave, was coming forward. But as the dust settles, we're into a 3v3. Everyone gets back to their side.
I thought that was about to be such a quick round.
Yeah, no.
But as soon as Awakening died, like Boston just hit the brakes. Yep. E-brake was on.
I thought they were catching Fellow, honestly. But now, I mean, this is basically like Purge and Snoopy invited Cammy to a sleepover. They're running around the map together. Now, Cammy's gonna split off now, of course. Like, let Purge and Snoopy work. No bomb plant yet. They're hoping to catch probably exactly this, like these two just roguing around. Can we catch one?
They're just checking the bomb from the middle of the map, so now they're just gonna go back to B, and this may work out for Boston, actually. It's like the idea is there, but there's more options than just where they were looking. I mean, the bomb is right there. They could have planted a long time ago.
They could have, yeah, about 60 seconds ago, Joe. And I know you're a person who always says just plant the damn bomb.
Yeah.
Now they're going to track back, and, well, we'll see how this timing goes.
Well, it's not going to be – they're already there.
Purge and Cammy, they're here.
Maybe it will work out. It works out. I have no idea.
Yeah, all right.
3 rounds in a row.
Let's go.
You see Purge's face. He's like, bro, what the hell was that round? That's what I'm saying.
He was like, are they going to plant the bomb? Like, I'm doing laps.
Cardio is done for the day. 10,000 steps in on Hacienda.
Yeah, no, like literally. Guy ran 5 kilometers. Just hoping they're going to plant the bomb. But now this Breach 5-1 advantage they once enjoyed, that's long gone. Maybe starting to sweat a little bit. Offense back to Breach. And they are just hitting it. Right out halls, wanting to square up, but the square up's not going to be there. Uh-oh.
Kiz is in his spot again. He likes that spot.
He sure does. All right.
So they use the car, but Johnny gets here.
Oh.
But Jamie might check this. He's a fisherman, you know.
True. Johnny, what's the timing going to be? What's the opening going to be? Well, the opening is wide open. Snoopy is gone.
He's going to find more, and he doesn't. This is going to allow Jamie to get one. Persia's on the flank, though, and now you're going to turn around because the entire team is dead.
All right.
Wow.
4 straight. 5-5 to around 11. Johnny gets tucked away seaside, and Cammy the fisherman can't find him.
Was on a net.
Uh-oh. And this is just one of those. I mean, even if you lose this, I still think I favor breach in the series. But I don't know.
You might mentally checked out.
Maybe it's a good thing you are.
Maybe just some confidence for this side of LAG.
True. Maybe you're glad you stuck together as a team that's grinded out and seen everything after if you do lose this, because that is going to be a tough pill to swallow. But we'll see. Does Snoopy and Purge hit the brakes? Are they still hitting it here in round 11? Gong is in. Round is started. LAG, offense for them, and Johnny, 9-5, 4 straight. You saw his S&D stack up before getting this, like a little over a 1-2. He's been prolific for them, and he's looking to be prolific here. Kismet, Pops gets the kill, it gets out. It is beautiful there as he grapples up.
Well, now he's on a flank. He's on a flank on the SMGs. Persian and Snoopy are together. Now they're going to try to hunt him, and Kismet's gone. And now look at this fellow just setting up for, okay, well, I thought Cammy was going to go on through, but he's just going to play his life. Now the other two are trying to hunt Kiz. But Kiz is all the way in the spawn. Now, did he see that? No, I don't think Snoopy did.
Not yet. All right, Kiz gets info 1-1. Calls out to his teammates, and they can just ISO. They should just ISO him.
No,
unless Snoopy catches him. I was about to say, Persia's going to drop, so that's, best case at least. LAG looking for 5 straight. Cammy's got one right above him. Bomb planted. He's going to catch him. Fellow's going to drop. 2 versus 2 now.
And Snoopy just runs away because they're trying to hunt him. And Lunar's, he's away from his teammate, but he wins the one-on-one.
Cammy just centered horribly, just off to the right. Can't hit the shots. All on Snoopy now to make the play. Just under 30 seconds to go.
This is a 5-1 comeback.
It's looking that way. There's just so little time, and they're both split. Like, how's he going to hunt down both players?
That's one way.
Okay, wins one. 16 seconds now to go. Thinking the chow's going to come, but it doesn't. Lunars is just holding, and Snoopy's just guessing. No time to do this. Just no time. Doesn't think Lunars is on that side, and he is. 5 straight rounds, the 5-1 comeback. Woo! Didn't see that one coming from LAG. And well, listen, we were gassing Boston Breach and talking about search and destroy and how you have the advantage sticking together and all these skirmishes, blah, blah, blah. Well, screw all that. 5 straight for LAG. Some of those rounds were insane, too. Okay.
Well, it's just this bench. I think this bench just...
The bench, like, dude, his opening centering, I think he just missed.
Well, and I think if Snoopy's there, like, they have a 2-on-1, right? Like, Lunars is thinking his teammate's with him, but he's really not.
Yeah.
It's an isolated gunfight. It just goes his way. So he's the hero in the play.
He is the hero. And now LAG, well, Dream's still alive within the series. You go down 0-2 with a couple more Haciendas to come. You're probably in for a world of hurt. But now, squared up 1-1. We'll take a look at the stats and how it broke down. Purge, he started really hot, had 3 first bloods. That kind of slows down. Fellow, only 6 kills in it, but half of those are openers for him as well. But Johnny, puts up like 1,200 damage, 9-6. He's been like a solid 1.2 for them this stage throughout their couple of search and destroys. But well, listen, you came back. You were down 1-5. You brought it back.
It's just they limited the SMG duo. Like, you just kind of stopped if you were Purge and Snoopy. And there were a couple of rounds where I think if they go and commit, like, they may find an extra kill, but they kind of stopped. Like, you could tell. Once the comeback started, they got a little nervous.
No, and that's why I said it, like, for the round 11 kind of, because, like, I just feel like that. Listen, people, they got big old ones, in a round 3.
I don't know.
In a round 11, in a round 11, that might not be the case.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that is at all.
Sorry to hear that, Joe.
Happens.
Hi, Desk.
I don't know what he's talking about either.
No idea.
Let's jump into what we just witnessed. It was a ridiculous fold if you're a Boston fan. 5-1. We're going to finish it, right? We just need one more round, right?
Yeah.
Nameless. You said Gigawake was in Omega Wake form.
Yeah.
He disappeared, bro.
Yeah, I mean, LAG, you know, I was questioning the way that the adjustments that they were even making in this game because some of the rounds are so weird, but afterwards, thinking about it, it's actually awesome, right? You just completely slow the game down. You know that Purge and Snoopy have just been together roaming the entire time, and you saw them, like, even on their offensive round, like, let's just play slow, let them run into us. When we get a kill, we'll end up winning. Because in a lot of those situations, like, either you force a bomb plant if you're LAG, you lose the trade battle and get retaken, right? So for them just starting to slow it down and get lost, play these off angles if you're Johnny or Kismet, ended up working out. A very bizarre search and destroy, but honestly, playing to your opposition.
Ali, somebody said drop Kismet already. I feel like he showed his worth in that search and destroy.
And near the later half, absolutely. You know, you're going back to the 5th man in the RCXD, and you're kind of kicking your feet if you're Boston Breach, because that could have been a round win. That could have been the game map number 2. But shout out to LAG, man. Shout out to Johnny. A couple of routes that really panned out for them, and Kismet in that last round. I was looking at Ant, and I was like, what is that cramp on the map? Because he went all the way to the backside. Now, it doesn't end up panning out for him, but it pans out for Lunars to close out 3 in that round because they are so busy trying to figure out where Kismet was.
They started to focus Wake top mid. There were like 2 or 3 rounds at the end there where it was like, even if Wake got a kill, like we're instantly trading him out, and then we know the SMGs are going to be roaming together, and they just don't have any information on mid at that point. So honestly, well done by LAG. Weird one, but they got it done.
Going back to the original vault, let's take a look at some of the best moments here. Fellow was fried. The man was double positive at 20 and 10 throughout the first 2 rotations. After that, we see Boston start to take over the game. How'd they get it done?
The big picture is Boston just did way better in the P3s and the P4s over LAG, and that's just kind of how Vault plays out, is they're going to end near that P3, P4, and they got that early setup, but the breaks just weren't coming through from the side of LAG.
Well, you're seeing it like right here. This was a really weird situation. Like LAG were in time, and what happened is they just give up open. Like they all play from hallway side, and you see like Boston are able to just get through open, find the kills, and then eventually break into this hill as well. So just down the stretch, LAG making some mistakes where we've seen a couple of hard points now, thinking back to like the Carolina Protocol, where it's at the very end, they just throw it away.
It is just so important to be set up early for these final P3s, P4s. Like, you can get away with kind of focusing the P1 and P2 time and keeping P3 mixy for majority of the game. We saw it in our last series, though. Like, if you don't start prioritizing those spawns and that late game pushes and you have a match that's within 50, whoever's got that early P4 setup, man, usually they're going to close it out.
This lane is even so far. We got a map 3 control loading up here in just a moment, but first it's game time on the CDL headquarters. Let's get into it.
Play a game?
Are you ready? Sally's favorite, it's Hidden Heroes! All right. We have 3 facts from 4 silhouettes. Now, I will give you a hint. 2 of these players are wild cards. 2 of them are currently involved in this matchup. All of them are tactical pickups in the 2025 season. Allie, I bought you time. Go.
I'm going first. Top right is Fellow. My bad. Varsity! I saw 26 and I was like, it's gonna be an older
I know. Whoa. Top left is no, it's too young.
I said it.
Wait, can you guys make it
age 24? KD on the season is a 1.12.
It's Johnny. It's
debuted in split 3.
This is Johnny.
Show me Johnny, top left.
Super.
The great Maeve. The great Maeve knows
I don't know how
ball.
old he is.
All right. All right, Allie, going back to you. Now, one of these 2 players is on Boston. The other of these 2 players is on LAG. I just made it way easier. Go.
One of the other 2 players on LAG stage 2, H21. Wait, is that Lunar's bottom left?
No, because he came in split 2. Bottom right is Lunars. Bottom right has to be Lunars.
No, he said one's from.
All right, well.
You guys are horrible!
Hey, listen, I was not given accurate facts. I do not take any of the blame. Allie, you are awful at this game. Name what's your worst. Maven is fantastic, and that's the one who will be bringing you the play-by-play for Game 3.
I've yet to get one wrong since I started that game.
I mean, they did.
Oh, I did yell beans the one time.
Chris did set them up as like Boston's in this.
That's right. Chris did lie. That might actually be on Chris. Allie is horrible at that, though.
Yeah. She saw just somebody old and was like, Fellow. Yeah. Like, that's insane. I mean, that's crazy.
Dude, she makes fun of me every day for being old. Like,
she makes fun of all of us.
That's like hate.
She hates old people.
That's hateful. She really hates old people. Young people these days have no respect for their elders.
Yeah, just calling us unk and whatnot.
Unbelievable. She asked me if I know how to use an iPad earlier.
I mean, geez Louise.
She called you a boomer? Let's get her out. Allie, you're fired. Control stage 3. Now let's look for the teams. 2-0 for Boston. LAG all squared at 1-1. LAG, though, will that be their bonding moment? Will that be the team that makes them a cohesive unit? That 1-5 comeback. We'll remember the day. Mark it in your calendars for all of France. The day that LAG became a squad.
Maybe. Could be right.
No,
might be right. I don't know.
Probably not. I'm selling the dream, bro. Selling the dream.
I mean, honestly, like, they haven't had a map like that.
What would Bryce Tacular say from the depths of hell, rising like a phoenix? LAG, a colossal, take out Poseidon and Zeus to win. I love him. I love him. Fight starting to go down towards the opening here at B. Fellow gonna be hunted down and dropped as Purge changed together a couple, and well, looking real good on the defensive side. LAG only able to get 1 kill so far, all the map control in the world for Breach, but who's gonna open things up? Maybe it is Johnny as he gets out there.
Yeah, him and Luna's able to find one, but yeah, Johnny's just like on the objective, trying to pause the clock, allowing his ARs though to work on up. You just love that kill. And maybe Purge a little pissed off from that map number 2, because he's up to 5-0, just fighting everybody.
If he gets this kill, I swear,
he almost did.
God, that would have been absurd. Dude, he is agile. Oh, well, Johnny, he's there in the corner. Awakening will finish it off, and yeah, you've down 6 lives, 30 seconds to go. You got half a ticket, eh? Nothing's gonna count on a scoreboard yet. Lunar's, you're toast. Can't find the opening there. Crossfire is up mid-halls, and Awakening gets 2 after the damage gets put in by by Purge.
I mean, you just see from Fella's VOV, he's up the stairs, looking left, looking right, looking left. Yeah, just gunned. Just nothing, no opening.
Last opening, last chance. Johnny, can you deliver? I don't know how he stayed alive that long, but finally he will drop. Maybe bought time for Lunars to get in, and the rest of the gang. Last person that will fall, number 5 and number 6. No chance to get towards the objective. So no tick for LAG, and well, I was hoping maybe do something, a miracle after that map too. But
I mean, it's an offense.
Yeah, no, you're
it's
right.
an offense.
You're right. You're right.
And I mean, sometimes on Hacienda, you just get put into the mixer, especially when Awakening starts off 7-1. I mean, Purge start off 5-0. You just have the SMGs in your top halls, right at your lobby door, and that's when this map is at its hardest. There's just no opening.
Yeah, no, that was Awakening Purge dominating, doing it in two very different ways on the map. It's a good hold for Breach. Now let's see if LAG can replicate that, because yeah, that's just tough. When you have an offense without a single tick, your chance to actually get a round 5 defense kind of goes out the window, unless you can match that, which is hard to do. Let's see if they can do it. Kids and Fellow just sitting on a breadstick right now, hoping for more. Well, Fellow delivers early. Kiz as well. So breadsticks are gone, but traded out pretty, I'll say pretty equally until Fellow is able to get to the window. Weki still got this streak. I mean, he's pretty close to the cruise. Just another kill or 2. There's one more. Oh,
yeah, needs one more.
Oh, reload, and maybe a cruise will come to the...
well, or you just need a shot through a wall.
Yep. Not going to happen for him there, and Purge might get caught as well.
So this is what you want if you're LAG, right? I mean, you have not been able to touch the objective. You did for a little bit over towards B, but dealt with it quickly. Winning some big gunfights. Finally, Snoopy's going to get out. Cammy's going to stop the point and distract over towards this A side as he wants to work B.
I mean, you've done much better like in the lives column of your Breach. You've traded more effectively and all, but it's not led to actually any openings towards the objective. You've not been able to get bodies on the point. This may be your best chance to do so, as you took a lot of fights towards office, till mid, out towards Rock, and kind of opened things up on this side of it. Snoopy trying to get here. There's a bit of progress, so already a tick advantage. See if they can get the extension, though. The contest will be deleted.
Good chance here. Trophies are down.
And yeah, you're able to bait the plat player to get up on that lip, and allows Cammy to get the angle, and there is your extension.
Wait, Kiz is going to go for this. Yeah, I was going to say,
okay.
One player started to cheat on up. That was Awakening before the point was done. There was a chance where Awakening somehow stops that, but...
Or Kiz?
Or sorry, yeah, Kiz stops that. But B is done, and yeah. Nice little setup there for Boston. Now you have the tick advantage. This round not done yet.
Purge wins a long-range one against Kiz, but not going to find anything else off of that. The two players on Rock side, they'll wrap in, see what they can do from this side of Halls. Nice centering there. The Snoopy Child's around the corner. Kiz, though, up to the task for the trade, and Cammy, well, can't quite keep up with the sub-player and can't get there for the trade, but you've at least got eyes on the cross or top hole, so Kiz tries to slide out, know where he can go.
I mean,
and you pause the clock.
Everything. Yeah, you're watching everything. So we've been seeing a lot of this, right? Just sort of baiting this defense out towards the objective, but maybe not ready for that. Johnny from Bottom Secret is able to find one, but you still have a life advantage. Man advantage on the map.
Yeah, that's the one. That's a nice win from Cammy, but yeah, you can watch a lot. You can't really watch everything. No, it can be tough on Hacienda. There are a lot of routes and angles you can take with enough time to do so.
But great life from Johnny. He's in and out multiple times, and he's up now to a 5 spree.
13 and 7. 5 straight, as you said. In and out. Just under 30 to go. Down 3 lives. Boston take their last couple of chances at this. The one player coming off spawn real deep is Purge. I mean, can Purge somehow snip this out for Johnny, get a kill, and get back to his team in time to do anything? He's not going to be able to do it on the other side towards lobby. Snoopy is hoping to get a kill before he tries to get on the point, but eventually he's just going to have to hop onto this. Now, how long can he finesse? The troops are trying to rally back in from lobby now. Finesses, but you can't finesse long. You got to get onto the point. Teammate tries to do it. It's Purge, can't stay up long. So, all right. LAG able to close it out, but what, you got 4 ticks?
Yeah, 4. Okay. Very close to the 5th. I think that's what they were trying to go for. You saw Jamie just like last second jump on it. Maybe they just kind of forget about him, fight around it. Maybe it's number 5, but it doesn't happen.
Well, the fact is, like,
yeah, 4 is better than 0.
Yeah, more likely than not, you're going to have a good offense and then a shutout defense. You're going to have any chance of round 5, but we'll see how it plays out. I didn't see the search going the way it did.
That's a good point.
So who the hell knows how this one will go, but great little stretch there from Johnny, as you said, making plays, bobbing and weaving, making sure he doesn't get caught and continue to be elusive throughout it. He was terrific in the search and destroy as well, and
yeah, I feel bad because even like last year when he joined the Vegas lineup, just feels like he's shown individually how just kind of talented he is. It's just like they're just kind of out of it.
Yeah, it's just
broken. It's tough being like that AM from challengers.
I feel bad. Some people come into a great spot. Some people come into a not great spot. Yeah.
Well, it's also just time of the year. You don't have a lot of time to build up. You're down so many CDL points.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, they're the same thing as like Falcons. It's not worth having a conversation about any chance for like champs or anything, unless something crazy happened in Major 3 and suddenly one of these teams makes like a top 3 run or something. I don't know, but until that point, I'm saying you're out of it because it is seemingly impossible. But they weren't able to get a tick in their first offense. Behind Johnny now on the objective, they're trying to get 1. Purge, though, well, he's going to get in behind. He finds the opening. He's able to take out 2 and silence that potential first tick.
Yeah, it feels like Kiz just has to have the trade there. Just then you would have the I mean, look, you have number 7 in Fellow on plat. He would be on the point. It's kind of everything you would want, but this allows Boston off spawn now. And well, that nade not did help. It's a bit of a trick shot, but Boston off spawn to just reinforce over towards B. Like, that setup is so much differently if there's somehow a trade on a Purge.
No, I like that you highlight that because it's listen, there are a lot of multi-kills and a lot of kills in COD that don't matter a lot. Sometimes, though, they do matter a lot, especially when you're trying to get into your like setup, whether it's for a hard point.
Yeah, and it was there.
Or control, and your setup's there, and it's just one missed trade, and that one hurts you. Sometimes tough to see the ones that matter the most in the chaos of it all, and you're watching one POV, but good shout on that one. Under 30 now to go. Still in a pretty significant life hole and still no opening towards the objective where LAG looked all right on defense. The offense has been woeful. There has just been no opportunity.
You had one chance.
Yeah, one chance.
We saw it live, and Purge just punched him in the face. As always, continue to lock down B. Kiz is going to be the only one here, but guess who? I mean, he just can't kill him right now.
Yeah, he's on 5 straight. He's only 15-14, nothing that crazy, but he's made some key kills around the objective.
Yeah, and he's had 2 like defensive 5 sprees that have shut down the B point.
Yeah. No, it's been massive. All right, now can LAG hold to get this to a 5th round, but you'll absolutely, I mean, obviously be looking at a round 5 defense for Boston because you don't have a single offensive tick. For LAG, nothing they can do in that regard. Just hope they can pull off some miracle. I mean, this would be one of the more impressive, like, round 5 miracles if we get there.
I mean, we just saw 5-1.
If you go from, I mean, zero tick offense to a win, that would be, I don't know how many of those we've casted. Like, there's been some, you know, stagnant offenses. But usually you're getting a tick or two or an extension here and there. They've had nothing. That would be a pretty unreal one. I mean, I know Invasion last year, we had some crazy ones. I don't know about that. Because you're usually getting the extension there at least. Oh, hold that one. Johnny gets dropped. Purge back to it, but gonna rely on Snoopy now, maybe to find an opening. Teammates all gonna be spawning out the rock side. And they'll try to fight back to help them. Awakening looking to find maybe a timing underneath, but Kiz there with a good position in play to make sure nothing squeaks through. And where it was Snoopy kind of in an isolation game, now it's Purge's turn. Quality shots there at range, but once again, can his teammates like get to him?
Yeah, he knows there's going to be instant pressure. He's actually just going to play the one-on-one versus Linders. The problem is, though, Linders has the AR. Well, he might have help from Kiz here soon. Linders actually just chows out without shouldering for the info. So, okay, this B lane kind of opens up behind Purge's place. And now Cammy's working the pinch. He's able to find another one off spawn.
Yeah, it didn't go exactly how I thought it was going to go, but Kiz is double. Okay, Kiz is triple, yeah. Maybe he came up short in a trade in the last round, but his triple there shuts down any offensive effort from Boston Breach, and now they're sub 30. I mean, they could have replicated this in their first defense. Oh, we might have had 0 ticks for both teams, and
I think they did, right? Then it was right around here, 20 seconds where they gave up the B point.
Yeah, true.
Let's see if Boston could do it again, and they might. They go 3 for 2.
Sure, why not? How do they opt to play this? They're going to send one to the point for the pause, and one maybe to fight around office and balcony. That'll be the play. Awakening. Johnny trying to not overchow. Wants to wait for the help is back in. Snoopy's trying to hop out the map, but doesn't quite have the vertical for it. Awakening then next up to swing, and they're lining up.
Everybody's here.
You've got everybody forward. You're looking towards the extension. Second tick done. 10 seconds on the clock, but looking like you're going to have an extra minute.
It is deja vu.
Oh, they're going to go for it again. Yeah, very similar. Last time it was just like Kiz. I think they went for it, but you send a couple more bodies at it, hoping to seal the deal. Not able to do it, though. Still winnable. For Boston, well, just got a little bit harder.
Yeah, just a little bit.
A little bit harder. As 3 go down. Kiz with the multi again.
Yeah, plus you have 2 in your base.
Yep. And the fact that it took, like, you got it with the final 10 seconds, you had a minute to work with. Like, you don't have time to be battling out of spawn for very long.
And your one front man in Cammy just lost a gunfight to Fellow. So maybe if, like, there was someone who could just cause a distraction, help you get out of this trap. And now we talked about it. I mean, offense has not been great for LAG.
I don't know if that's how I'd word it.
Okay, LAG's offense has been horrific.
Yes.
Is that better?
Yeah, I think so. With 0 ticks, I think that's safe to say.
But it's around 5.
Or you can say Boston's defense has been terrific. I don't know. Not great just wasn't enough for me, so I appreciate you riveting that. Only 5 lives for Breach. Make it no respawns. This would be insane. I don't think this is going to be possible, but I don't know. They've maybe seen stranger things, but now no respawns left. Purge and Snoopy, maybe a dynamic duo, but not quite that dynamic. Round 5 upcoming. LAG have battled through their defenses to get it to round 5, but now they need to pray to all the gods.
Fellow is speaking. He is preaching right now.
All the gods of France. Please, almighty Gotaga. Mbappe, that's a good one. Who's another famous like French person? Oh, Zidane Zidane?
Yeah.
Did I say that right? Zidane?
Probably not.
I mean, I want to headbutt somebody. Bam! That was insane.
I don't think he was remembered well for that one.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true. It was awesome, though. I remember it well. Okay, so we're going to pray to Mbappe. Dear Mbappe, on this day, what's the date today? Saturday, April 12th.
12th.
Can you send your holy soccer powers down onto the Call of Duty team, the Los Angeles Guerrillas, mates, not plural, and allow them to pull off what seems impossible? They already had the 1-5 comeback now.
Yeah, so we need a second one, really.
We need a second miracle.
This is our second one.
That's all right. We've already burned Gotaga's miracle. Now we're on to Mbappe's. It'd be insane if they could somehow pull it off, but not looking good early on. Fellow last guy up. Number 4 in Awakening, trying to put them in trouble towards Rock. They do deal with Awakening quickly, so, well, you're able to get out at least and not get staggered anymore early on, or will you? The problem is the other side of it, like the lobby side push. You got through Rock side, but It's similar to what we saw for Boston's offense for a while. Like one guy out, one guy alive.
Yeah, I mean, Purge is just, he might be the best Hacienda defense player I've seen, dude. Every time I look up, this guy's on a spree.
Yeah.
And somehow he's only +1.
No, it's just all his kills on defense, bro.
I can't wait to look at the scoreboard after.
Hold up. This is our best opportunity, Joe, to get a tick. It's the small wins in life, Joe. It's the small wins. Come on now.
I mean, Lunars has to get that kill, right?
Yeah. Okay, well. All right, we don't have a tick yet.
Mbappe might be busy. He might not be listening.
That's true. He might not have answered the call. That's tough. Under 30 to go. Still not a single tick. Can they just get one tick? I'll take one tick at this point. Can we just? Okay, here we go. It's so close. Here we go. This is it.
Yeah!
He's got it. Yes!
Wait, we have help!
Hold up a second!
Hold on!
Oh, if you got that kill to Snoopy, things get real nasty. But you lose plat control.
It's Purge. He's the best defensive player in the world.
They trade him out this time, where they have failed to do so.
Hold on.
Tucked away in a corner, and the miracle is still alive.
You just have to speak it.
Come on, dear Lord Mbappe. Oh, how does Awakening get another one? Oh, they're still on, though. Clock is paused. We're on all over the place. We got ticked on at A, too. Oh, my, we got ticked on at both places, Joe. 14 v 19. All of France.
Fella's got to find something here.
Hanging in the balance. Fellow! Oh, God, he doesn't find anything, but Kismet gets there in time. Can we get the extension?
No, I don't know.
Kismet, a lot to do and not able to do it. Johnny, oh God, damage into both, but not able to finish either of them. Lunars, though, able to hop out and get onto the point over at A.
You have to believe.
Come on. I'm believing it's still possible. Oh, get onto the point. Somebody got to win all these gunfights. They don't win any of them, though. 5 seconds remaining. Nobody is close, and the Mbappe dream seems to be dead. You know, at least they got a tick.
They got multiple.
They got multiple ticks.
It's the little things in life. It's about improvements.
It is, Joe. It is, and maybe it's it wasn't Mbappe. Maybe it's Fellows' speech before that. Maybe we'll give credit to Fellow. He probably gave a riveting.
I want to see. I want to see how many defensive kills Purge had.
Yeah, no, it had to be a lot. I mean,
I'm gonna go 21 to 26. What are your thoughts?
21 of his 26?
Yes, that's what I'm gonna go.
Bro, that seems insane. Okay,
I'm gonna go 21.
I'm gonna trust you. You're a wizard, man.
I mean, they had 3 defenses.
That's true. No, I mean, it felt that way. How many was it?
19.
19. You were real close. 19, though. He had a ton. Led the lobby in that category. I mean, yeah, he was definitely their defensive playmaker, and it came down to that. Nothing else. There's not really much popping off the page.
I mean, Johnny had another great game. Like, he is playing exceptionally well.
Yeah.
They're just not finding success.
No, I'm just curious if he's one of those players that I hope eventually gets a good chance on, like, a solid team.
Or just from the start of the year.
Yeah. Not
coming into this, like, a last hope situation.
Where you've got 30 CDL points. As we're in the Major 3 qualifier. Not ideal, but we'll take a look at some of the highlights. There weren't actually many of them. Because this was just one of those, like, listen, there are a lot of controls that are a blast, and they are crazy. This was not one of those controls.
No, and I think when you get 2 control teams at this level, you just kind of see the advantage of defense. It sticks out a lot more.
Yes. No.
Our top teams are very good at playing their lives, making plays on offense.
Yes. When I feel like when it's 2 bad control teams, it is, yes, all defense pretty much all the time. That is what you saw there. The fact is, Boston, after throwing away, I mean, they're thinking we should have 3-0 this one. You're up 5-1 in the search and let that slip away. Now get advantage again. Snoopy just swan diving. This is when he didn't have the vertical to quite get over that. That was tough to watch. Purge so good on the defensive side. And yeah, I mean, there was like a little, I started to believe. I don't know if
there was a chance. It was this 2-piece. I mean, they were both weak. They weren't even looking at him.
I wondered how he got the second. Okay, so he was just laying probably the other way weak. I was staring at the minimap at the time. I'm like, is he going to get traded? Is he going to get traded? Is he going to get traded? And then he gets a second kill. All right, so we stay on Hacienda. We had a riveting search and destroy. We had a defensive snooze fest in map 3, and now I'm hoping for a banger. I don't know if I ever believed in LAG or if I was just lying and trying to trick myself into believing.
That's all it is, really.
Yeah, it's just lying to
yourself. That's what faith is. Yeah.
Good point, Joe. All right, we ready for the map 4? I want to see. Listen, it's just been a day of upsets, and like, it seems like there's something in the water.
Yeah.
But maybe they'll do it.
There's still a chance. They're very much alive. We have a brand new map.
That's true. Well, if we get to the map 5, they are. Yeah, we'll see. They still got to get there. We're going to take a look at some stats, though. My producer told me the names of who we're going to check the stats for. I didn't hear them. Oh, yeah. No, I was looking at you, dude. I didn't see. Okay. We're talking about Awakening and Johnny. Good eyes, Joe. Yeah. Good eyes. I'm just staring at you.
Well, you pointed at Awakening, and he pointed back at you.
That was insane, bro. Wow. It's wild. We're in the Matrix. Awakening and Johnny. This is map 1 of the series. Johnny he's had a hell of a series, honestly.
Carlos Carrasco. That is a dope name.
That is. I'm not gonna try to say it. But Johnny, what? You saw his map 1 there. He had like 9 or 10 in the search. He was solid. Well, a big part of why they had that comeback then. You just saw the stats from the control where he was also terrific despite their struggles. Having himself a series, but can they get a series win? Fist bumps out. Guys trying to get fired up. Cammy's getting hydrated. Now we go to the map 4. Boston Breach able to brush off the devastating defeat in the map 2. Last 10 hard points. Well, I mean, we're looking at 1 and 9. That's never great.
Well, especially the stake.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a well done stake. Lost 9. Whew. It was. It's meant to say streak, but.
I wonder what you were saying, Joe.
The graphics said stake.
Okay. I honestly was thinking, I was literally racking my brain like, what is Joe talking about?
It said stake. But there's like stake. We just had a misspell. It happens.
That's okay. No, I like that you pointed that out. Keep our team on their toes, Joe. That was probably Ali's fault too.
Probably.
Not the best speller.
Stake sounds fantastic.
I haven't had one in a while. Okay. Stakes aside. It's map 4 time. Snoopy looking to get hunting here. See if they can close this one out. Well, now he's suddenly the lone man as the rest of his team got closed out and clotheslined. What kind of finesse can he do before his teammate gets back? Well, he got blessed with a team kill as Kismet gets dropped by Fellow. This is going to lead to a contest around the point and an opening for Snoopy. I mean, pretty good first life from him considering the position he was in early on. You know, numbers for a moment here if you're Breach, but you've also got the P2 spawns taking a route. It's going to be, what, number 6 in Kids. Kids is going to try and take a route, see if he can flip things, see if he can find an opener towards the P2.
I mean, this is a route. He's been taking this for a long time. I don't think his team's going to spawn with him. Yep. Yeah, they backed all the way up. Cammy is going to be on the hunt. Little game of hide and seek. You're not going to be ready for this.
Nope. Tickling his toes there from the back Jeep.
And now he's got an AR from there.
Kid's able to get a second kill as well. So yeah, listen, maybe you give up 20 seconds at P1 and don't get the spawns for your teammates, but maybe you make the play individually to get you to the point. But what matters now is what you do with it. Unfortunately, no one is watching Zig, so Cammy just slides in and get one for free.
I feel like someone's got to watch side stairs there, no?
You would think so. He is bust through the stairs and
I mean, we've seen
busted heads.
Yeah, we've seen some great holds from the front. You have trophies down, but that was just too easy.
No, now Kiz's route and kills amount to basically nothing.
It's 0.
Yeah, as the break comes in far too swiftly for Boston Breach. Snoopy goes out to that 5-1 start.
What was that little wall bang? I mean, Kiz is making play. He just wallbanged the heck out of that first player on the hill. Then gets the second. And well, I mean, at the end of the day, I think you're going to somewhat split this time.
Yeah.
You're going to have the rotation for P3.
No, it ends up being better than I thought, especially because, yeah, you get the time, but yeah, you have 2 people on rotation, so you kind of did it with a little 2-man game there for a while, so shout out to Kiz. Lunar's still looking for his first, and well, with him at 0-5, you probably feel pretty good to be down just 20 for now, and to have hardpoint control here. But the first pick is going to come in to be Cammy. He was the one that kind of led the way on the opening break into the P2. Cammy's going to get one to open things up and maybe set up his teammates to get in again, and it is just a Purge montage as Purge gets 3, Boston Breach break, and they break 2 quickly again.
Yeah, I mean, I think Lunars was looking at one player out of fences, but he doesn't even react to when Fellow dies. And, well, now you have to deal with this. He's just a Hossie and a monster today, up to 10 on another spree. You're going to see the spawns going to flip. Snoopy's going to pick this up with Awakening, but he's going to have a lot of LAG players to deal with, just trying to slide, stay alive, play his life, puts damage into everybody.
Yeah, no, I mean, you get a kill, you get damage into 2, you get all the comps to your teammates. That is a great sequence. Just, well, great movement there from Snoopy. We know how good he can be, how clean it can look, and just making that crazy. So,
may not matter, though.
40-point advantage now to Rock. Okay, LAG, another opportunity to set up and hold. Can they actually hold this time? Where's the spawn going to come in for number 7? Where's Fellow going to pop? He is all the way out well. So it was Cammy one time, it's Awakening this time that gets the opening kills, and once again, within the first 10 seconds of the hard point, despite having early position, is Boston Breach that are going to break in.
Yeah, it's tough. Just Fella's at ult, right? He's getting scrap time. He's just going to die off that. That's a great play from Boston. Now you get this pinch set up, though, by Fellow. He takes a long route garage side, but they just don't wait for him. They don't wait for him. Tiz and Johnny go a little bit too early, and it's another multi-kill for this man.
Yeah, punishing the mistakes. The timing is just a bit off. And I know that frustrates you, whether it's like an individual just kind of hitting it and staggering it. But the timing has got to be on at this level. I don't know if Purge cares what the timing is, though. He is taking over right now.
He does not care. Anytime it feels like he is on the screen, it's going to turn into a little highlight.
And what it was, Purge had like 2.5 minutes in the first hard point. I said, you know, ideal scenario, you'd love to have Awakening in there.
Yeah.
There you go.
He's almost at 2 minutes.
Yeah, I just noticed. I was like,
well, halfway through the game.
Yeah, that's what you want. This is literally the stat line you want. Awakening around even 2 minutes in the hard point. Your subs, high engagement flying around. That's what you want it to look like. And that's part of why you're almost up 100. It's weird though, because it hasn't been like that traditional since you've had to like break a bunch of times. It's not like you've like had the rotation win, but you broke. And Awakening's breaking back. So much for being 6-8. Now 9-8 off of that triple.
That's so much objective. He's at a Hellstorm.
He's been soaking. The super soaker. Lead is to 100 now, and Awakening is still shooting. Look at a clothesline and drop this LAG team. Maybe had that miracle in the map too, but they're only allowed one apparently. Or are they? Shooting from 6-8 now to 11-8 on 5 straight.
Gonna use it here? That's gonna be
trying to wrap his missile. Still fighting. 6 straight, finally gonna drop, and yeah, we'll see if he'll use it.
Might be too late now.
Oh,
I mean, there's already 15 seconds off the clock.
Stop, hold up. There's 10 seconds that have gone off this hard point. LAG are still in control.
That's good.
Yeah. Well, it's the first time. So I wanted to highlight it. Oh, that was a big deal, Joe. There we go. All right. Maybe there are more than one miracle, Joe. Maybe. Mbappe was busy earlier. He's answering the call now. Next break opportunity, though, for Boston Breach.
Well, the problem is like, they're going to go for this because at this P3 or P4, you have the missile. But you're able to hold on once again.
We'll see if they need the missile. If Purge can be the Purginator. He's done a great job in this map so far. I mean, he's slowed down a bit. He was, what, like 15-8, somewhere in that ballpark? That's what happens when you stop breaking and there's finally a hold for LAG. Things get a little bit trickier. Now I'm imagining
he's here, though. He threw a stun and nobody looked this way. I thought a couple of players would just have the heads up. But doesn't happen. You have to slow this guy down. Finally, Lunars is able to.
I thought he was going to get another one there with the quick swap to the AR. That would have been disgusting. Nice wallbang from Cammy, but it might not amount to much. As now suddenly LAG are winning fights and holding. And with only 35 left, streak still in the back pocket, right?
Yeah.
Of Awakening, so you might just hold on to it. If Purge wasn't there, maybe you try to break, but you just thought maybe you could do it without it. Or at least make it a mess here, save it for a rainy day.
Yeah, I think that's why they're committing so much to this play right now. Just trying to find this 20, and then they can use the missile at Rock if they need to. But they're going to get the 20, and Soupy's going to be on this rotation. One player already there in Johnny.
Oh, I thought nearly Snoopy was that, but doesn't walk away with it. Yeah, this should be the setup around the Hellstorm. Final second ticks off the point. Players want to get safe and in a position they can start to collapse. Then I imagine he's going to call, one spawning out as well. Well, Cammy dies there, and that's the worst time to drop. And now this is setting up the pinch coming in from the guy that spawns out in Lunars. So this might amount to absolutely nothing.
I mean, at least they're off the hill, and it's a little bit crazy. You kind of see LAG.
It's not that crazy.
No.
It's not that crazy at all.
Well, I just meant like everybody was running around.
Yeah. Kind of squirming to get back to the point, but you really only had 2 bodies kind of close, and well, they got shut down.
Oh, boy.
Hold up now. Once down 100, now down 60, dear Lord Mbappe. Still some time they can earn here. Johnny on 5 in a row. Johnny cuts down 4, gets out to 7 straight, and where it was Purge early, maybe it's Johnny late. Still though, Down 50 and work to do.
Now Fellow gets 3.
Okay, all right. They're piecing.
Is this the new rocker?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. Is this rocker, dude? Someone pops a crazy play, and then suddenly everybody levels up. One streak comes to an end. Johnny's still going to be on his.
Well, he wants one more for a streak. That's what he's playing for. He is so close to the Hellstorm. There it will be.
Okay.
Now going to try to back down up. He wants to be on this time. And well, they do spawn one out, so they get a little too aggressive. And that's why you're going to see Fellow back on up.
Spree still going. Spree still going. That's a nutty win, but finally he will get pushed out, but he's still got the body. He's in the point. Lead dissipating for Boston Breach. The dream still alive for LAG. I'm becoming a believer. 100-point advantage at one point is gone, and now Johnny is gone nuclear. He is just shooting. Fellow right there with him, I swear, every time it's those two lighting it up. A lead change is looming now, and they've got the setup for the P2. They got cracked wide open early on a P2. This time looking to get a much better hold.
Fellow might spawn out here, so they gotta be careful. Great win by Lunars. I mean, he was weak drop shots. Fellow is out of the play. Boston need to be quick on this through lobby.
They're quick, but are they quick enough?
Somebody wants side stairs!
Nobody's watching it. Nobody's watching it, and they just run up side stairs, and now Boston Breach are in. I thought LAG was in a decent position to maybe hold, but side stairs is open again. Snoopy goes on through, and now it is nothing but kills for Boston Breach. And I once had a dream, and now that dream is feeling very, very, very dead.
Well, they might have to use a Hellstorm right away. Yeah, you don't have this now for like P3. So you have to break this, and this is still not an easy break, even with the Hellstorm. You're forcing them in, but now numbers are still equal. You can still lose. Breach can win it here. Kismet did a slide on through. Numbers not gonna be on his side. Oh, no.
Oh, no, no, no. Still just a tick or two advantage here to close out the map on P2. Last effort for LAG. They made a run, but the run may be coming up a little bit short. Last player up is Kismet. Kismet in a dream. The dream is dead. Boston Breach win 3-1. It was a valiant effort from LAG.
But the dream was just our dream, by the way. It was just you and I. It was our dream.
Yeah, I was trying. I was really trying. I was trying to have a dream so much for them. I really was. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if they know, but there's a side door.
No, there is. There is a side door. They'll probably pick that up next time. But yeah, I think it was just a day of upsets. I wanted to believe.
Yeah.
Because all the other upsets, I'm like, they can do it too.
No, my pick'ems, I picked Boston. I didn't believe.
No, I hear you. I know. I think it was just a 1-5 comeback deal. I was insane.
Yeah, we were into it. We were into it.
I was trying to get fired up, man. I was trying to harness my inner like old school Benson and Miles LaRosse and Bryce Tacular, just get fired up, dude. I was trying, man. LAG let me down. Shout out Gotaka, I love you. Boston Breach, they get the series win. Purge, I mean, Purge started to get slammed too. He was what, like 16-8 or something. He slowed down as you know, Johnny started going nuts, Fellow started going nuts. But the fact is, you were up 110 at one point. Just too big a deficit. They brought it with him. What was the closest? Like 12?
Yeah, I mean, it was too big of a deficit, but they were there.
They were.
You were there. You won the P2 rotation. You were on the hill.
There's just a door at P2.
There's
a door. Yeah, there's a side door there.
And then it puts you into a spot where I don't even know if you have to use the Hellstorm there. It's just not good.
No. I mean, the fact is, you're doing everything. You have to break there. The map is over, so you're trying whatever you can.
Whatever you can. Yeah, I know.
You just unfortunately can't quite like pause it midair, curl it, go under, and like.
Well, if there was like a hole on vault and you could put a missile through the hole, that'd be sweet.
Yeah, well, you shoot missiles and holes. Boston win.
Missiles, holes, and what's your favorite door?
P2 door. It's a good one.
Side door is a pretty good one.
Always watch it.
Break it through. Boston takes the lead and the dub.
And the dub.
How proud are you?
I'm proud of Boston. I am.
Of your LAG squad.
So mad at LAG right now. You did everything. You did all of the work to set yourself up for an opportunity. And nobody's watching side door. It's not even that. It's the fact that you got the comm that all of Boston was pushing through mid to hallway, and you still dedicated not only two people to fences, but Johnny instead backtracks time instead of re-hitting that open door to maybe go for a pinch. It's just like, there's so many vets on this team, guys. Somebody make the call.
Let's focus on the positive here, and it's probably from the green team, man. What did you see?
Yeah, I mean, well, one, in the control of some heroic effort on the defensive side, right? It was wonderful. We'll talk about the hard point here. Obviously, you build yourself a fantastic lead. You get inside here with a good hold on the P2 at the end, and, you know, LAG decided to invest the streak, and
I mean, I get it, right? Because we're talking about the green room. It's like, you got to make a play, but you just stagger yourself.
They win on that hill if you do nothing.
Yeah, I know. So it's going to be definitely like people are going to argue about it. But I think in that situation, you save the streak for when it eventually does go fences. You try to bang it out as a unit. Like you've been shooting. Johnny was having takeover moments. But yeah, I mean, this is like the woes you have when you've just built a roster, right? Things are going to be given up. You think back to the control, same thing, getting flanked and getting two-piece. Wake had a huge impact two-piece. Purge with the same thing to stop them on fences. So it's a young LAG team, and they just make 2 mistakes as it stands.
On the positive side, though, for the side of Boston Breach, Purge Masterclass, Snoopy Masterclass, those two work the map incredibly well together. And obviously, Gigawake, when that much pressure is relieved, he's also able to pop off as well. So a solid series out of the Boston Breach.
We are now joined by the man who had pop-off potential, and he showed it in that game 4. He goes by the name of Purge. Purge, welcome to the stream. How you feeling?
Feeling good, feeling good. Glad we got the dub. It was pretty sloppy, but, you know, I'm just glad we got the dub.
Yeah, there's a little mixy there throughout this series. What is it like playing when you have a whole group of Challengers players come up?
Yeah, I mean, it's different because, you know, we're not used to their play styles. Like, they definitely play the game a little different. We haven't played them this year, obviously, so it's a little different than playing the other teams, but we didn't really know what to expect because we haven't scrimmed them, obviously, since we played them. But, yeah, they're good players.
Purge, it feels like it's been a little bit of inconsistency from the Boston Breach right now. What is y'all's main focus as we look towards Major 3 and near kind of the end of the regular season? Because you've got some insane wins versus teams like Toronto and LA Thieves, but sometimes you guys struggle when it comes to the teams around you.
Yeah, I think we definitely been focused on control, obviously, after Major 1 and Major 2. Glad we're getting some dubs now. Just got to find consistency across all game modes, which is what we're trying to do. You know, putting our head down, practicing hard, and yeah, I'm confident that we could do something at this next Major.
Purge, I want to ask you about Search and Destroy, because I feel like you guys are a great search team. Obviously, like your guys' numbers on the season don't exactly reflect that. They made some huge adjustments there. What were they doing that was throwing you guys off, and how can you improve in that game mode?
Yeah, no, we went on 5-1. I mean, you know, you go 5-1, you played, you know what I'm saying? You kind of take it a little bit lightly, a couple rounds, and then you look at the scoreboard, it's 5-3, 5-4, and then it's getting a little mixy. So, I mean, they adjusted correctly, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what they're doing that one round. They didn't plan the 2v2. That was probably the craziest round I ever lost.
Oh, and, dude, that was insane.
Yeah, I'm just glad we got the dub because that was a crazy map. I was mind-blown we lost that map.
Craziest round I've ever lost. Yeah, that map kind of broke all of us. You guys go on to win the series, though, and I was looking at the big picture. You are sitting at 120 points. That's now 10 points with this win. That ties Optic Texas. I'm looking here at 4 teams rather, and there's only 3 spots. Optic, Boston, Miami, Minnesota. Who doesn't get into champs?
Oh, man, I'm not going to jinx myself. I'm not going to pick nobody. You know, I'm cool with everybody, so, you know, I hope everybody makes it, you know what I'm saying? But we're definitely going to do our thing. We're going to be there. I can promise you that. So.
Well, with your win tonight, Purge, not only do you move over Optic, you are also over the Heretics all the way up into the number 6 spot. Welcome back to the left side of our standing screen.
Appreciate it, man.
That is Purge. That's Boston Breach. Their work is done today, but our work is not. When we come back, we still got a whole nother match to go, Nameless.
Yeah, it could be a banger. Honestly.
It could be. It depends what version of Cloud9 that we're about to get. The contending top 4 version or the middle of the pack 6-8 version.
All right, we got a scuff play of the game as well. Let's take a look at this one. Before we get to that next match, we have to tie the bow on Boston's dub. This one, the closing moments. Walk me through it, Alley Cat. This is going to be a round 5 control.
Yeah, this controls everything because if LAG win this, we're looking at a map 5 that could have gone either way. It's just Boston Breach in a tough spot. There's only 12 seconds left. It looks like LA Gorilla Mates might pull the miracle, but again, it's off of the back of players like Snoopy who are capable to get these insane kills.
Yeah, I mean, and prior to this, LAG had a ton of pushes over there.
Yeah.
Right? Like they could have captured that point, but there's just so many times a player gets behind them, makes a big impact play on Boston, which is kind of sorry this Boston team. It's always mixy, but they're always going to get the last laugh.
Dude, Snoopy is so good. Like, for the longest time, it was like, oh, they're building around Snoopy. Like, what is he going to bring? Is there any consistency? That guy is disgusting.
Well, we learned why Snoopy belongs on Boston. Cloud9 going to try and prove why they deserve to wear the sky blue jerseys. It's going to be a showdown against one of the best in the league and a day full of upsets. Can Cloud9 pull one off over the LA Thieves? It's a final match on the Super Saturday.
Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
Has been, well, potentially. Hold on. Gonna choke it just yet. 10 more seconds to go, but they got it, Miles. They're gonna get it, Miles. Priest is popping 4 pieces. They're winning champs. They've got it. What?
Kids gets an AR to work with as well. Gwyn, though, gets 2. And it might be a Gwyn ace. Help now coming in from Gwyn to the back. Give the man the ace. Monster series so far out of him.
Lost man Nero.
Me too. Could do it.
1v1. 1v1. Nero, the Emperor again.
That was nice. Ferocious.
Oh, that is disgusting. But now exited 1v2 and he's got these boys in position. Can he get the 1v1? Can he? Oh, what a win!
Parallel levels of hype as well. That is a filthy 1 versus 2. Tip it to Exnid having a monster map.
Rocket through the threshold. Both corners covered. Damage in from Gio, the first man. The pinch is down. The kills are on. 2v2. Over to Hook. Sends it forward.
Oh my God.
Texas survived the round 11.
Nice. Let's go. Let's go.
The 2025 Cloud9 New York Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this kitty weapon charm to keep you company while the competition gets smoked. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Nah, for real. They be talking tough, but they won't get up in that field. ARPs and 223s get hit up in your grill. Iron on me like I'm Tony, like an orange eye pill. Come and get your shorty, cause she tryna cop a feel. She know look chaotic, keep it hot before the deal. And you steady talking out your neck, it's never real. So I say nah for real. So I say nah for real. Nah for real. Yeah.
Make sure we're counting names, listening to each other. Listen. This time, we take everything.
It's the final fight of the night. We have LA Thieves taking on Cloud9. And if you've been looking at the leaderboard, you know Cloud9 was in trouble at the end of Major 1. They made some moves during the Major 2 qualifiers, and at Major 2, they earned some more points. But now they have been riding the struggle bus, most recently coming off a 3-0 loss, while LA Thieves is coming off a 3-0 win. Let's start with the Thieves. What is working right now for this squad? Because when it comes to online qualifier matches, this is now 11 in a row.
Basically everything is working for LA Thieves. They've gotten better in all the categories they were struggling in. Specifically on Search and Destroy, that was probably their main focus when we would talk about the Thieves. And they were number 9 in opening duel win rate and top 3 in conversion, and now they're number 2 and number 1 in both categories. And they struggled when it comes to the defense. They're middle of the pack, but since attack has taken a back seat, they're now number 1 defense team in the league, number 1 in retake. I mean, across the board, you could spit stat after stat. They're top 3 in almost every category. They've been disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've been ridiculous, right? Championship contender for sure, and I believe they're going to get one by season's end. I'm going to keep going back to what Scrap talked about. It's like when they faced adversity, they weren't rehearsed in those situations, and it's all about that now. As Ali mentioned, Search and Destroy still need to expand your map pool. We got 2 new maps in it. That has to be the focus for them throughout this entire split.
Do you think it's worth playing your weaker maps and maybe starting down in some of these series?
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Right? Take it to these teams. We've seen it in history over and over again.
Atlanta does it all the time.
Yes.
LA Thieves is not in a position to worry about champs, but Cloud9 could be. Let's take a look at the team representing New York. Attach and crew having some success this season, but not nearly enough to keep Cloud9 happy, Ant.
Yeah, I mean, people have been calling for like Attach, like saying like he needs to be the guy that gets booted from this roster. And I don't know if I like necessarily agree. Now, I won't say that he's been performing because he's definitely been underperforming. But I will say when you look at this team, they are bad at hardpoint. I mean, 2-8 in their last 10. And the sub duo has been nothing. Like, Kremp's been great in Search and Destroy, but why has the community set the bar so low for this sub duo? I mean, both have .9s in the game mode. Both of them are averaging less engagements than Sib, their AR, on the team.
Wait, is that bad? Like, sub should be more
one of them should be fast, right? And, you know, I'm looking through the teams. Is there a sub duo that you would take these guys over? There's only one sub duo in the league that I would take Mac and Kremp over, and that's Kiz and Johnny right now. And I don't even know because Johnny looked ridiculous in that last series.
I will say play devil's advocate just a little bit here because I do have some choice words for Cloud9. But I mean, let me just read off their past couple matches. They went up against Optic Texas, which now doesn't look that impressive. But before that, it was LA Thieves, Atlanta, Toronto, Atlanta, Carolina. So they've gone through the gauntlet in their past couple of series.
True.
But their ceiling is really high. It's just one of those unfortunate things where their floor is incredibly low as well, specifically Sibs, because right now he's averaging a .6 again. And we realize now he's the X factor for this team. He has to be performing or they are not going to win.
I would love for people to legitimately answer that question. What sub duo are you taking Mac and Kremp over in the league right now? Because I really feel like for them, in order for them to be very good, it's like Sib has to fry, which he has done for the better part of the last month and a half or so, and you need the SMGs to be able to set pace in the hardpoint, right? Like, this isn't a team that's going to come in and 2-3-5 everybody. You have to be good at hardpoint with the makeup of this roster. I don't know, maybe it starts here.
Could come down to slaying, and you're going up against one of the best slaying squads in the game. Let's take a look at your best of 5 for Cloud9 in LA Thieves. Protocol Rewind Hacienda. Finally, we don't allow 3 Haciendas in a row. Rewind Search and Destroy is going to be a good matchup potentially here. If Cloud9 steals that search, how do you feel about the rest of the series, Allie?
I don't hate it for Cloud9. They feel good about Skyline not being an SD anymore. I'm really happy to see Rewind put in here and because they are 1-0 in that game mode. It's just difficult because on the flip side, LA Thieves, one of the deepest map pools in the league, they will literally take you on any map. There's nothing they're going to auto veto, so it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Game 5 protocol if you're Cloud9, if you can get there. I mean, I feel like it's a map that they've enjoyed over time. The way that the ARs play it typically works out well for them. And, you know, if you're LA Thieves, 0-1 on it, right? You haven't had too many reps, and the one you did, you lost.
7 losses all season for LA Thieves. Cloud9 has not been able to beat them in any of their 3 attempts. I think they go 0 for 4. LA Thieves gets the win tonight.
I'm definitely going with LA Thieves. This is a championship squad.
Yeah, I'm going to go with LA Thieves as well. I think they get it done.
Fans will also agree. Casters, let's get it on.
Ding, 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 ding. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get the final match of the superb, stupendous, and sensationally succulent Saturday. Nearly got that bit wrong. Underway. Final match of the day. C9, downward trend for them. Surprising 3-0. The last time we saw them in action. Chance, how are we feeling about this one? LA Thieves, obviously a hot contender. Super hot. Top 4 team in the game. Definitely not number 1, but top 4 indeed.
For sure. And online, they have been impeccable. So obviously LAT, as the Jess talked about, with the maps coming through, thinking long term. They're thinking about championships. They're thinking about champs as well. And champs, in my mind, has been the theme of the day. So we talked about how there's a handful of bubble teams. And Miles, we had the Optic series. Optic was in the best possible spot in terms of being on the bubble for 8th place. And then they suffered like the worst possible loss. Well, here's C9 in the worst spot amongst the bubble teams, only 95 CDL points, but maybe with the best opportunity. A win against the top team. You start righting some of these wrongs, you know, stopping the 4-loss spree in the Hardpoint. Really big opportunity. Of course, though, LAT is a very tough task, but in a sense for C9, they have nothing to lose.
Absolutely. Nothing to lose. Except for the series. Let's find out how we go. Right in the protocol. Opening rip. Looks a lot more red than I thought it would. Opening targets are done. That's going to be Ghosty in time, and that is going to be a little bit of love there in the kill feed going the way of the LA Thieves. C9, not a tremendously strong start.
No, in Hydra, that is a tremendously strong dance move just to pirouette around a player and somehow delivers him a kill. So he just cakewalks through P2, gets you 2 kills, and yeah, the river runs red in the kill feed. That's bloody, and this might just be a P1 beatdown, and this is Hydra in a moment where apparently they're not going to shoot back.
Well, it's difficult to shoot back when he keeps maneuvering like this. The Phenom on quite the run. Kremp finally puts it down. Finally ends that little spree, but you've not done a whole lot to maintain P1. So that has gone very, very much the way of the LA Thieves. An opening 39 to them. P2's going to open up the business any second now, and Kremp will be the man doing the dishes. The dirty work being done right now. Can we see C9 get back into this?
Yeah, you're gonna have to clean it up. 39 seconds on a P1 is brutal, and you're getting pinched in. You read it. You didn't win the gunfight, though. A bit of a scattered moment. At least you trade out scrap, and okay, you clean house. You haven't like flipped the spawns yet, and obviously long term that's what you want to have. But you're getting a decent chunk of the P2 time until it gets taken all away, and you get wiped off the board. So LAT will continue to run the score up.
Got a bit of an awkward situation here, though, with Sib on a pinch. He might be able to get the timing on this right and get a couple down. Mac finds his skills up front, so there should be a break. Is anyone there from the Thieves going to be able to keep this one going? Ghosty, yeah, absolutely does. A 2-piece. That's disgraceful. Nobody on time just yet for C9, as they have been unable to capitalize on this one. The 2-piece from Ghosty there saves them of that. And now you're getting the scrap. Well played there out of the Thieves. And a Krem. Nice 2-piece.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's a little bit scattered. So you had a phenomenal P1 from LAT, and then you had a 50-50 mixing one. That for C9, you're happy because you sort of win the rotation, but Hydra's been hanging out behind enemy lines, which means these spawns are going to get weird. Number 2 actually spawns up right next to time, and Mac instantly reads that there's somebody behind them. So C9, heads up gameplay, gotta convert.
This is the conversion attempt. Here comes the attack through the front 3 dead. Oh, Kremp with the old in and out, trying to stay alive. He does the best he can. Thieves now on the full setup. This hard point is theirs for the holding. C9 now trying to make the break through the back line. Mac, what have you got here, son? There we go, number 1. A second not going to be there. Comes his boys through the front line. Oh, Attach gets brought down. Ghosty, another ridiculous 2-piece for him, and the time keeps flowing red.
And Sib, he's been dealing out some damage, but he is behind on the rotation. Didn't actually help really too much with the P3 fight, so really wants to deliver here. A P4, and you're right back in the game, but he gets put on skates. Ankle's broken. Envoy delivers, and Attach might be there for the trades, but Attach does not have a ton of help, and he ended up in a pinch. So a moment where C9 lose out on the final hill and don't win the rotation. This might get bad.
It's a staggered attack here from C9. They're unable to get anything going together. Watch that Kremp arrow. He's going to wait for the pinch. The setup here is absolutely on, but you're going to lose a good 10 more seconds before this play is really able to get things going. Here we go. Down spiral, lads. We've seen this work out before. We've seen it not work out, and it's not working out right now. Another big one. Kremp gets involved. A little bit too late. Front door red and dealt with. Scrap on the immediate turn, and the LA Thieves continue to hold.
Yeah, and it's a simple play, not necessarily the most difficult to make, but I love Scrap not tweaking. He knows there's a player and maps behind him, but he holds his iron, knows what his job is, and everybody on LA Thieves for their job deliver. You have a massive lead in C9 against this squad. Really can't give them too many opportunities. If you're losing out on P3, you gotta win the P4, but just inactive, and now they're getting beat down. Ghosty, 6 spree, 14-7, a minute and 30 in the hill, and he's calling in the Hellstorm immediately because wide open hill. C9, they're not getting this one either.
This is Hellstorm, 1 of 2. Hydra also has 1. On way onto time. Snaps are there as well. Sib taken care of at 1:30-ish and climbing. The Thieves are in full control. Let's go for a listen in.
I have my own outer. One pinch to zip, 100% don't. Top zip and top doubles. And outer. 2 by time. Top zip, top doubles. Outer, chop. Top zip and outer. Last 2. Outer. By the way, kill outer. Last guy zip. Yo, I'm staying out heli. Okay, spawning dog. He probably pinched again. He probably pinched again. Nothing pinching.
Full of us, 1 bullet. On time. No, outer.
Outer is. I don't want mid gun. I have a kill. Mid gun back. Top trips. Top trips. Oh, Ivy. Zip. Oh, he's zip. Zip and Ivy. Last guy zip. After that, he's out mid gun. Hey, one heli, one Ivy. One Ivy. Ivy steps, one top Ivy.
Mid.
2 or 3 gun. I got one.
One more mid attached. Mid gun. On top of the guard 80.
3 old, I think. Okay. At least 2. Yeah, old got me. Sneaking fucking shit. I'm going low. Yeah. Nade old. Let's kill this guy fold, yeah? I'm pitching. Yeah, we should play mid. Let's play mid. Nice. I'm playing tower. You guys hit mid. Nice. Let's hit the hill. Now. I'm blocking trips. Probably steps in time. Hit the hill, boys. Let's go time. Hill. In tower max. Now we pitching top broken. One more broken. Front tower. There's deep right. Spawning triple. I got
this one tower.
They could have put behind you.
Yeah. No. We got
it. Top broken. Nice. Deep right. I need him deep right. I have my own steps. Let's play ladder. I have all in mid. I need help. Yeah. Already ladder and steps, guys. Ladder and steps, I think. No, just 1 for sure. But ladder. Got 1 mid, late. 2 mid. Mid gun right now. Mid gun. Mid gun.
Yo, Bill.
I'll get you stairs. And top broken. I have your stairs. I think it's ladder. Ladder, top broken. Bag, then. One more. Top stairs. One more. Top broken. No, see us. Cramp, absolute steps.
Oh, good.
One mid gun. Last guy hold the mid gun.
Just go ahead. Go low.
I am. You play for yourself, though. I don't know where you went. Hold.
Tower weak. Nice, dude.
I'm jumping up Ivy.
Are we blocking or what?
Yes.
This one in, you do.
Give me a second. Single. One's in the back. Probably top.
This one out.
Missing Mac +1. Mac and Cramp, boys. Both subs. I'm going up top. Someone get help. I'm playing the back stairs. I got it. Top. Mac. Done. Missing Cramp. Back Ivy.
P1.
Ivy with deep Ivy.
P1.
In the back set. Keep blocking. Last guy P1. P1 dead. Spawning parallel. Yeah, all up. P1 spawns. I have left, by the way, Ernie. Focus your right. I'm out stone, by the way. In the back. Mid alley, 1 time. Play time. Front door of time. Mid gun to front door as well. Front door in the corner.
One more dead.
Just hold them. Front door in the lockers dead. One more front door needed.
Nothing front door.
Dead. Nice. Go
to be top.
No, it's attached. She's new. Spiral. Oh my god, absolute spiral. Almost got turned on. Absolute spiral. I'm not kidding.
I don't see anything.
In the back. That's already. Paco, 1 shot. Still in back. Watching his pinch. I'm here with you, Paco. You can just fight this. Just bang. Gonna be spiral already. I'm banging big door. I need help. Grab it. Backside and 1 spiral. It's spiral right now.
It's almost a 100-point lead right now for the LA Thieves. Are we seeing the C9 resurgence after the listening?
Well, possibly. I just know Scrap's out here delivering sound bites for us, so I can always appreciate that. Just like I can appreciate a good break, but I don't think it's going to happen. We're going to get a good hold instead. Cramp and Attach working together to lock down Spiral, and, well, on the outer wings, Max there to cover the door. So 4-man wiping. I mean, P4 is the hill. It will make or break you on protocol, and right now, as you said, Miles, it's making you the comeback.
It's making the comeback indeed. C9. Here we go, boys. Keep this one floating. Ghosty now sleeping with the fishes. Cramp on a tear. You pre-aimed the right door, but the wrong player. Unfortunately, final few moments are going to be going to the Thieves, but a worthy break there from the C9 boys. Decent holds. Cashing out a couple of players here is exceptionally challenging, and now the Hydra is once again alive and at large. You didn't finish the kill. That's a problem. And now, dude, you get 1 chance to kill the Phenom, otherwise you pay.
Yeah, there's a lot of close but no cigar sort of moments going through. Even for the P4, like they got the 4-man wipe and then just played so distant. Everybody's sort of looking for the bigger play, and you lose some scraps. You're still trying to dig yourself out of a 80-point hole. You do get Sib up top, and well, he's got 2 kills in his favor. Back a 2 spree as well. Here's some momentum, and here it goes.
Well, not necessarily just yet. Okay, at least 1 kill with it, no problem. Envoy's going to take care of Sib upstairs. That's great. There you go. So it does pay off. It works out indeed. The Hellstorm sucks the air and sucks the life out of the play there for C9. And now over 200 points. The LA Thieves, exactly where they want to be. Full setup. Eyes towards P2 and a Mo. But they're going to try to soak what they can at the first point as well.
I mean, they're just hanging out. I mean, I feel like the P1s even for LAT have been a pretty sizable beatdown. And Hydra, I mean, this is just prime territory. 30 and 16 double positive, and it feels like Hydra has just played this map with complete freedom. Right from the jump, making highlight plays without getting shot back. And I mean, now it's just a comfortable finish. 25 points to go. LAT starting their series off right.
He's doing it this way as well. I mean, there's no one home whatsoever, so he's totally looking the wrong way. We're about to try to give him the gas, and what happens? Well, he gets killed on the flank. Good job there, mate. But either way, you've got the hard point right now. The pinch is here, and Ghosty on his 4th kill in a row, looking for number 5, and it's not going to be there. His teammates trying to push up and help out. And C9 do what they can to hold this one together, and Mac is fighting for his life here on P2. Slow, concerted effort right now from the Thieves. 1 break's all you need, lads. Will you get the break, though? That is the question. Open hard point for now, but more C9 bodies on it.
You know, if I remember correctly, EasyMac gave us the hill-to-hill stats, and I think LAT are actually the worst P2 protocol team in the game. I think they're like 1 in 10 on it, if I remember right, which is like distinctly bad. And even watching him there, like, it just looked weird. It's a weird sort of style, but ultimately, you can be bad on one hill if you're great on the other 3. However, the lead that they had, 80-90 points, is collapsing a little bit, and you got C9 set up towards the new time, so LAT, be a little bit careful. Envoy, make a play.
He's trying. This is it. He's been red. Got to get the kill here. This boy's trying to make something happen as well. Okay, Sib, Kreb, they get theirs. It's still happening, folks. Mac finds his. Last piece of the puzzle Ghosty dealt with as well. Back on a time we go.
This is the protocol special, actually. I mean, a massive comeback. You get a good P3. They got all the cutoffs, by the way. Mac's chilling in the middle of the map, calming everything out. If he doesn't see anything, it means they're down low. So Envoy's taking a route, but number 3, Sib, is ironed up for this exact push. They're still winning the gunfights. Timing does not go his way. And now the trades start to roll through. LAT do come out on top and scrap there to make the break, and he forced the spawn out, so the danger has been quelled.
That's it. Crisis averted, folks. Last chance here to stay alive for C9 and keep this run going here on Hardpoint. And the answer is no. It is a big old punch to the mouth from the LA Thieves. They certainly lost their breath throughout that Hardpoint. Kudos to C9, but not enough to keep it going. The Thieves started too strong. They're in map number 1. The shake of the head there from Mac. They know that that map should have been a lot closer for them, and it should have been a lot hotter off the rip. But hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles, and this cookie was delicious for those boys.
Maybe scrapping the comms with a little bit of disrespect in the firm handshakes all around, but not a fun reference, not a fun person, but a fun map. Maybe the protocol P2's a bit of an issue for LAT, but ultimately the map and the game mode is not absolutely deliver in spite of Krem's best efforts. I think he gave you 38 kills there, and I mean, pretty sizable advantage there in the lobby, but across the board, the rest of his teammates, unfortunately for him, were struggling. Frankly, for C9, they were just on the back foot right from the opening break. They were just in a 40-point deficit. So LAT on point, homework done, and I mean, everybody sort of doing their jobs. Ghosty, 2 minutes nearly inside the hill. Him and Hydra both getting Hellstorms as well for a 50-point game. That's about as comfortable as you're going to want it for an LAT.
Yeah, 17 objective kills from Ghosty. That means 17 of his kills from inside the hard point. That is absolutely brilliant. Lovely kills there across the board there, and this setup, that is such an unorthodox way to hold Spiral. Typically you have a player standing on the back computers, also laying prone there, or you have a guy, you know, shouldering the back computer position. That was so weird, man. You're never going to be able to deal with that. You're never going to read that on the opening hit, and now it's just another thing you have to worry about when trying to break one of the hardest points in the game.
And Ghosty's a very interesting player as well, because obviously, you know, people talk about his comms, and when his comms are on point, one of the best in the game. Admittedly can be a bit 50-50 at times, but for a player that has like that reputation and is the super soaker inside the time, very snappy player, like still super high skill cap, as is this entire team. So yeah, LAT having a lot of fun, and obviously everyone not named Kremp really gonna have to try to step things up and turn it around, because if you're having those moments off the rip where Hydra is just, you know, if you're not shooting back, they're gonna run you over.
He's going to have a great time, yeah. I mean, this was the thing. A lot of the times we see Hydra get those big kills, it's because he's shooting players in the back. He's given the free reign. He's got all the intel in the world to operate. He knows where the players are, and he finds that open space, and he abuses it brilliantly, man. I mean, that's not even what makes Hydra such an insane player. So you're really having a good time here if you're the LA Thieves and Respawn. S&D, we'll see how things go. Again, that's been a pain point and a strong point for them in different ways, but you kept the gap really large there in the first map. A strong start indeed. If not for the comeback, that would have been way, way worse.
For sure, but even still for LAT, obviously a team that is going to be very confident. C9 did not really plant a seed of doubt into the back of their minds, handled it from start to finish, and it's always nice in COD when you just feel like you are in complete control of the game. It is very tough to sort of wedge that out. Confidence is everything. And maybe Rewind will be an interesting test between these two teams. Very happy that this map is back, and I love the way it plays for Search as well. Maybe an opportunity for C9 to see if they can make it a favorite one for them. Certainly my memories on LAT on Rewind are some of the best. I think the hard point that they had, I think against Atlanta FaZe, still might be one of the best maps in the year. So Rewind, I'm happy you're back for S&D. I still miss you for Hardpoint.
I don't remember that one. I might have to look that one up, but yeah, it's going to be cool to see.
242 or something like that, 246 maybe.
Ooh, early on as well. Search and Destroy, though, as far as we're going to be diving into this one, it's been pretty good for the LA Thieves. It had been a pain point, you know, but you put the work in, fellas. You're 14-4. The team KD is great. The attack win percentage is great. The plant win percentage is great. So let's face it, folks, everything is good. The good news for C9 is Rewind hasn't been around for too long, so they're going to have to delve deep back into the playbook and remember how to play it.
An interesting note of like relearning how to play certain things, because I mean it's the same storyline every time for Hydra, where at the start of the year he can start out slow and search and destroy, but once he figures it out he just ascends. In stage 1, bottom 5 S&D player in the game. Stage 2, Hydra top 5. So maybe the new map will set him back just a little bit, but everybody on LAT absolutely sort of in their bag, in their form for the game mode. And even Scrap, I've heard him talk about it, how he is reputationally one of the best AR players in the game, but people primarily focus on his respawn prowess. He's a lead at S&D as well, so he wants to let that be known, as Envoy is posting a 2.25.
Yeah, that's a lot, folks. This is at this level of play here in the COD League, a 2 point anything is pretty unbelievable, let alone in S&D. Admittedly, a relatively small sample size, but nonetheless, impressive, to say the least. Let's see what magic is in the trunk of the LA Thieves this time round. You get a chance because elephants got trunks.
I've heard that rumor.
It's also like if they were a traveling magician and they had tricks, they would probably keep it in some sort of large, like, secure trunk so that people can steal their secrets. It's a double whammy.
You're thinking trunks. I'm thinking Vegeta.
Okay.
I've never actually bought Dragon Ball. I don't know what's going on. First blood.
That was really good. That was great. Even better, Envoy on the instant fly forward does get a trade. The bomb's dropped, and it has been spotted out. So here come the reinforcement from C9. Bad news. Hydra's already on it. No, you got to get the bomb, bro. He went for the ghost plant. He was like, I'm holding the button. What? There's no bomb. But now planting it. One man left alive for C9. As the fun and games of this round come to an end.
Attach might be the most elite player in the game at just being last alive in a 1v whatever situation. I think he's in them more than any other player, and I think it's by a decent margin. But obviously a 1v3, you know, you're clutching him 2% of the time. So not ideal, just pointing that out.
Yeah. Strong opener there from the Thieves. Going on the opening nades as well. We love to see how they connect and see how they fly around here on Rewind. An interesting map again here in the Black Ops 6 world, where the minimap doesn't necessarily show you what's going on the inside. There's a lot more detail on the inside of the Rewind video store that we do not get to see, so it's a weird one. It's a weird one. But we can assure you, folks, the action is furious. As Attach gets away with a kill and his life. Double back straight towards the site. Nice stuff out of Kremp. The turn and burn on the drive-by there leaves it all down a Scrap.
Oh, again, he wants to talk about his S&D being one of the best in the game. Opportunity to prove it right here. Bomb, though, swinging. They're taking sort of a nice route all across the map. So Scrap not working with too much information. Just taking his time, clearing out both bomb sites.
The bomb site's not necessarily concerned just yet. Oh, the timing on this is going to be really good. We're seeing shadows and shoulders. Oh, the peel! Kremp gone. Attach. Spots it out. The fadeaway there. The stun connect. The reposition. And the hunt is still on. The clutch is still doable. And Attach planting by A. What will Scrap do? Directly towards the site, I would imagine, but there are so many corners on the inside of the A-bomb to check. The Rewind video store, a labyrinth.
I remember in Advanced Warfare, Attach was dubbed one of the most clutch players in the game. A long career for these moments, and he gets dropped. Wow. Anticlimactic, and that is a 1v2 from Scrap. And that is just a tone setter.
Yeah, it's the new releases you really got to be keeping your eyes out for, folks. Scrap. Look at this. The hop onto trash. Oh, firstly, the crimp kill. 1, 2, 3. It was all headshots. Absolutely ridiculous. That is lethal. Then top trash. Perfect view of the inside. The best way to look at a maze, folks, from high above. A fantastic play there from Scrap.
And just to check it, beautiful thing about casting from home is I can just look up the stats on the fly. This now makes 40 total opportunities for a clutch for Attach and S&D. And he's obviously 0 for 2 on this map. But he came in with a 7.9% clutch rate. Obviously, that's probably down to like 7.4 now.
Getting things done in gens at the moment. A lot of shots ringed out there. So again, the red dots all over the place. You know they're going to be close. And Envoy, hungry for it, wins the opening engagement damage-wise. Oh, and Civ walks right into trouble. Scrap on the pinch. The one and done. Envoy back at it again. Can he get a second on the round? Whoa, the hops and the shots are all good. Spots the intel on the third man. What a life Dylan Hallen is having right now.
Last man alive. Shocker.
The stats. Oh, it doesn't finish here. And behind door number 3, the third member of the Thieves. They drown him out once again.
Having a grand old time. Some of the most fun team maybe we have in the league. Always enjoying each other, always smiling in the player cams, and making sure you have great execution the whole way around. Virtually everybody getting involved in that one for LAT. And Ghosty, feeling on the comms. He's making the play call, or maybe they're talking trash. Honestly, with this team, could go either way.
Could be both at the same time. Envoy, you brought up his comms earlier. Obviously in the intro Thieves for the LA Thieves video. It's so weird that he just interrupts Dan while they're trying to do like a pre-match chat. I wonder if he's ever done that IRL. Very strange. But a cool video nonetheless.
This is about to be crazy timing between what, Civ versus Scrap.
Hello.
And yeah, well, Scrap will let him know. In the meantime, though, Matt gives you a 2-piece, so you have a 2 versus 2. And Scrap was ready for Civ. You'd never be prepared for Attach in that moment. But where Scrap was able to clutch a 1v2, now it's Ghosty's turn.
Ghosty has such a lovely angle here to see the players coming by RV, but he's exposed quite a lot from behind. Playing it low, spotting underneath anything that could possibly be coming his way, and Attach might be going for it. If the B-bomb site is the target, which thank goodness it is not, Ghosty now gets a shot at 1v2 of his own. This time Attach has got friends who are alive for the time being. Let's see how this one goes.
And, you know, for a fact, Ghosty has an AR in your hands. Play a tight setup. Just make sure you can guarantee a trade.
Perfect checks. Noise. Pulls Mac forward. 2-man chow. Lovely damage to the reposition. And he's close. 1v1! Done. I was puckered up there, folks. I believed. But C9 said, no thank you.
I think all the LA team believed too. Ghosty had his hands up. He thought he had that one dialed in, which in fairness, I mean, great play in terms of a 1v2. Sort of suss that one out as best as you possibly could. I don't know exactly how efficient those wall bangs are on the spot for Attach, but I thought he might have just tried to let it rip there. Either way in a 1v2, you know, gets the second guy half HP, gets the first kill. A good try, but ultimately, as stated, tight setup from 2 players. You just got to make sure you get the trades. C9 deliver, and Mac had a pretty big round.
Really big round. Envoy, wow, they wanted it bad, and you got it, mate. C9 puts 2 of you to bed instantly. Stun checks are there. Scrap might be in a great spot indeed. Catch Mac out unaware, but now he's just a red dot. And that red dot has been dealt with. Kremp finds another one here on the round. 3 in a row still for Mac. Ghosty in a 1v4. Take 1 or 2 players with you by all means, but good luck with this one, mate. Yeah! Oh my fantastic play, Kremp said. C9, back-to-back rounds in rapid fashion.
Okay, chirping a little bit, trying to get some enthusiasm there in the mix and let him know ultimately. You just had a jackal and he busted through a door like the Kool-Aid man. So, you know, make sure you seal the deal on that one. Either way, first 2 kills ultimately seal the fate of LAT in that round. Great first blood, great follow-up, and 2 rounds now in a row for C9. So it would have been nice for them to have gotten that 2v1 back, but ultimately if you make the comeback, you're happy.
I think 1 round away right now. Attach the Island Man. This is this shows you why statistically he's alone in these 1vx moments. He and Scrap will be the lads on the outside as the Bravo team makes entry towards the A-bomb site. And Krem's still sitting on that 3. He's trying to get the RC car. And oh my god, Envoy. Oh my god.
Instinct.
Back to Envoy. There they are. Uh-oh. And there he's so close to the LC as well. Mac gets his as well. So Mac's on a 4 spree. This is an unbelievable round. Damage in. Send in Kremp for the kill. Sit with the covering fire. And Kremp gets ever closer, but not a thief to be found.
I just love that. It's just the patience once noise is made. Who's going to sort of tweak first? Well, Kremp ends up delivering. But for a 2 versus 4, next man falls. Sib now chasing because Attach is out of the picture. And now you're a little bit nervous.
This is not over yet. The Thieves playing it tight. Hydra and Ghosty now. Kremp goes wide. But as the Thieves do, we are running around each other. And the Thieves, they're on the tail end of this snake. They're the guys who are going to be stinging the most. Kremp spotted out in the open. No kill. Huge damage. And here comes a cookie. Ghosty gets it done. Damage on the last man. Surely you push it here. Kremp 1v2. And he was trying some ish there, boys and girls. The Thieves hold it together.
Yeah, and a 2v4 as well. That is the round that certifies the stamp of devastating. Not ideal, and that was a 4 spree from Kremp and a strat call, honestly, from C9. That was perfect. I mean, you made the noise in sight. Mac gets the first blood. It sort of baits out Envoy into death, so those 2 kills go down at the exact same time, and then you just give it away. And C9, again, a bubble team right now, not going to make it to champs if the standings remained where they are now towards the end of the year. So you definitely need some extra wins and some wind in your sails.
Well, this is the way to do it, folks. 2-2 off the rip here. And the kills departing from Hydra and Ghosty. No one's going to be anywhere near any sort of viable streaks, but RCXDs on a map like this, there's so many tight corners, you can catch players out. Whether or not we get to see one of the remainder of this match, still to be seen, but lots of presence here on the A-bomb site for the Thieves. Envoy still the first man in. And there's no way he gets through that door without being spotted.
LAT, though, really taking things slow, hoping to sort of bait C9 into death and let them make a mistake. But C9 posted up, not overcommitting, and as that zip is coming through, players will start to get active. Envoy move towards the bomb, get it down, but Kremp is behind enemy lines in theory, so C9 have a good mini-map here for the retake.
A good job, but they use the RC to buy space, and it works out real well. Bad news now, the retake is on. All doors are covered. We're inside on the inside. At the start for Kremp gets 1, 3v3. The in and out, fast movement. He's going on a wrap here. He's trying to pull some aggro. All corners checked, and it's going to be a battle in generators. Sib tagged up, covers from Kremp. Fantastic work to stay alive. Next man in. As the Thieves have been completely blindsided here. Last man Hydra. Can he get the player off the bomb? Sure can. One more check, and that is map point. Thieves, from the jaws of defeat, Hydra gives you the round.
A 1v2, a 2v4, and now a 1v3. I'll be damned, just as C9 New York are.
We have seen Hydra pull off some pretty magical moments in Search and Destroy. That one, not even close, but still great. But he does make it look very, very easy. There is a mastery. C9, they did an amazing job to clean out every possible space there, every possible avenue of attack. The Thieves were cut down, entirely blindsided, but it didn't seem to matter. The Phenom saves you out there. Here we go, a fast hit towards A. It's looking like a day one, and the trades are there, and my goodness, it all comes down to Attach to stay alive here in the search. The Lord of Clutch himself.
Not this year.
Uh-oh. You don't know that. It's on. He's challenging. Oh, it was a bullet away, but Dan Ghosty, off the back of a sensational play from Hydra, gives you an explosive final round that opens with a bang and ends with a 1v1. But that is all you will see on Rewind. 2-0 in the lead right now. The LA Thieves, they are cutting C9 to pieces.
Yeah, they just truly have their number. 3 times they faced off this year, and LAT have beaten them 3 times. I mean, a 1v2, a 2v4, and a 1v3 in all of these moments where C9 have the advantage. They do the hard part, and then they get to the easy part, and it's like they don't know what to do. Mac 0 for 4 on the First Blood's first death category, which is ultimately not a good look, though he was pretty involved. He did have one pretty big round, but yeah, really nothing positive to say about C9, I assume. Maybe more like clutch opportunities there for attach. We'll keep giving them tries, but yeah, 250, 201, 6-2, LAT, these guys are on cruise control.
Absolutely. Search and Destroy continues to be the best mode they have in their toolkit, and with damn good reason. They stay at first, especially after a one like that, folks. Well, it's over to the desk, 2-0 at the half.
At least we're not going to another round 11. Well done, LA Thieves, and Mac just got picked apart. 4 first deaths is a rough way to go on Rewind. Let's take a look back at our search highlights here. Alley Cat.
Yeah.
Why are the Thieves so dangerous?
Because they're really solid across all game modes, Search and Destroy included in that conversation. They're one of the best defense teams in the game, which is interesting because they used to be really bad at attack, but at least statistically it says that they've been solid for the past couple of splits. And the biggest problem for Cloud9 is they continue to let this bomb get planted by the side of LA Thieves. I mean, we saw it there in the final round. Hydra, and like the easiest 1v3 you possibly could have handed him. Just Cloud9, not a whole lot of life out of them.
Yeah, Allie, 1v3. We got to hop on it. Why don't we chow Hydra?
Why don't we just fly out at him? I don't know.
That's what we're doing. One guy, by the way. If we do it all together, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
But we just go out one and challenge. It's just not going to work. But yes, I think Thieves played this search phenomenal. We're going to break it down in the clip in a bit, but just setting up plays for the late game. It's like their offensive pushes were absolutely beautiful, and then you got a 1v2 from Scrap, which was awesome, and then obviously the 1v3 from Hydra, 2v4, some big clutches when you needed them, but I just think the early round setup for Thieves was incredible throughout that whole search.
I just saying, come on, man, get me off this map. We are ready for map number 3. LA Thieves previously 3-0 in Cloud9. That was just March 22nd, not that long ago.
Not that long.
3 weeks ago. Hacienda Control will be map number 3. Before we get to that, let's take a look deeper into the Search and Destroy. Nameless, can you show me something cool?
Yeah, I'll show you something cool. Yeah, we've been doing some more search lately, and for LA Thieves, this is the game mode that they've been working on, and this is how you want to play it, right? So one of their offensive pushes, they're just trying to displace their opposition and keep them guessing. So this is off the rip of the round. We're going to talk about how they set up this A push. So first things first, this is Envoy down here. He's going to push into generators, and he's going to make noise, and he's going to pull players out from bomb site to try to chow him. But instantly what he does after he makes noise is he's going to wrap back with his SMG and Hydra and push through and take space on the bomb, right? When they start to wrap over here, you now have lanes to push and take bomb. Meanwhile, while doing that, simultaneously Scrap then fills the gap that Envoy was just in and picks up those players, because as they chow them, the SMGs, like I said, on bomb, as they chow them, they start to rotate back over towards the SMGs, right? So we're like, okay, what's going on? All right, they're hitting gens? No, they're going back towards bomb. What do I do? Meanwhile, you're getting picked by Scrap, you're getting picked by Hydra, you're getting picked by Envoy. This is how you want to play Search. Get information, get out, go help your teammate, and then reclaim that space when you have an advantage. So you see they all go over towards gens. Envoy takes the bomb space. Now they have control of the bomb site. Scrap's inside, you're displaced, we have numbers, and now you lost the round. So the quick decision by Envoy, why he's one of the all-time greats, and then the gap filling by his teammates around him. Just unbelievable offensive push.
Cloud9 playing with confidence. I don't hate that. How do you play together better, though, in the remainder of these games? Because LA Thieves definitely have their comms on point.
You need commitment, in that situation, right? Because, somebody comms, hey, there's a guy generators. I think they're trying to push through towards the site. Well, right there, we just have to commit to the comm that he gives us and either push that guy out or give it up entirely. We can't get into this rat and mouse chase, going back for cat and mouse chase. There we go. Going back and forth.
Hey, I like rats and mice better.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of rodents. All right, let's take a look at some more marsupials. Actually, there's some mammals. We got Homeboy on the left, Scrap on the right. A 1-2-2
Why
for
do you even
Dylan.
have that word in your
Tommy, a
vocabulary?
1-4-7. You don't know about marsupials, bro?
No, I do not, bro.
They got little pouches.
Oh.
Learn about them. Here we go. When it comes to the damage, number 1 versus number 5. Who's putting who in the pouch next game, Allie? Is it Dylan carrying Scrap, or is it Scrap carrying Dylan?
I think it might be Scrap carrying Dylan because of the map that we're going into. It's a little more AR.
We know a man who knows lots about marsupials, including kangaroos. Miles from Down Under, how are you?
Miles has a pouch. When he became a dad,
I do, mate.
One, right?
Yeah, especially if you have Australian citizenship or if you're Australian by birthright, you have a pouch. That is true. Can confirm. I've got nowhere to go from here, Chance. You better save me. Nope. You son of a... Let's get on the next match, folks. When you ask for him, when you need him the most, Ashworth's never there. Absolutely disgraceful.
It's tough to be abandoned, isn't it, Miles? It's not fun. On a Miami S&D, a Ramaza Hardpoint? Are we serious?
Yeah, well, I mean, don't worry,
I'm not saying the third, because I'll talk about the third next year, you know?
You got Skyline Hardpoint. Forget it. Thieves, road to major. Let's just keep rolling, folks. Let's keep rolling. It's getting very personal here on the stream.
My bad.
Thieves have started things off great. Surge, not a problem. C9, first 2 maps, not necessarily a problem. There's plenty of time for that to change. Ultra, the Mates, and the Ravens. I think Ultra and the Ravens are obviously going to be, I think, a taller task chance. The Mates, they're getting a little stronger in fight, but the Thieves are too well polished, man. They're too well polished. There's no problems in any of the modes right now for them. We'll see how this control goes, because this is going to be a nice sort of tone setter for the upcoming matches, not just the way C9 are looking, but the question I have for you, Chance, is C9, they've bend, are they breaking? Is it happening?
Well, holistically, I have no idea. I feel like this team can definitely bounce back, you know, throughout the remainder of the stage, going the major. This is a team I definitely have faith in. I don't know if I have faith in them in this specific matchup, though. I feel like they just have their number. And again, confidence in Call of Duty is everything. LAT, they're basically bouncing in their chairs. Meanwhile, C9 is feeling like stage 1, where they're just having to recollect and figure things out. It is atypical in my experience to see Sid being the motor mouth in the comms, trying to hype his teammates up. Typically, he is just stonewall. Very solid. Marcus Aurelius would be so proud. But if he's getting active, that means this team is a little bit desperate.
In we go to Hacienda for our 3rd map here in the series, and hopefully not our last. C9, the highest of highs. They have looked so good, and they're a little quiet right now. Attach has been deleted from the plat side of the map. Hydra springs into play. 3 dead instantly. Oh my goodness, there's going to be a 3-man stack here on fences by B. See you later.
And I don't know what the opening break was for C9 or what the read was going to be, but even Kremp was worried about the rock haul. So he's made it back into the mix for the 2nd hit. Gone. And the point's gone. So yeah, not the best idea rolling through for the opening break, and LAT completely capitalized. And it's not as if C9 really accomplished and got too much space on the map after the fact. You make sure, Attach, not going to be behind you. No spawn kills rolling through. Keep your guns moving forward and keep the pieces maybe flowing. You want to get that trade and keep on moving, but LAT, it's actually a triple stack through Dark Hall. They're working the left side of the map.
And they've managed to make their way into as many of the powerful, soft positions they can get themselves into. And it's left C9 wanting. They've got no idea what to hit. This is going to happen. Excuse me. As Hydra finds himself another one. Onto A. 1-man capture for now, and it's not going to be a problem. Max trying to save that. Kremp from top window. Contest is now gone, finished, cleaned up, and the segment is not done just yet. Thieves can get in there, at least C9 can save that point, then that would be ideal.
It's crazy kind of timing. Kremp managed to jump out of the window before Hydra spots him, but, you know, as fast as the B zone fell, C9 have stabilized just a little bit. They're spending a lot of time looking for Kremp. And Kremp maybe leaving his mark. Ends up getting traded out, but there's Attach reinforcements there. C9 in the mix. Attach versus Scrap. For a little bit of positioning, and Scrap does catch him. So once again, you've cleared out your base, and once again, Hydra, the man looking for some spawn kills.
I was going to say, I mean, speaking of positioning, oh, dude, the timing on this. He's waiting for the regen as well. Open for the next challenge. Can't cross it. My good God, was he trying? Did he buy enough time for his teammates to make their way forward? Envoy's next man up. He's top office. And even after the opening B hit, which was so good, you haven't had that much map presence. You haven't had that much success on the A zone. Uh-oh. That's going to sting. Now we're capturing A.
Oh, and Sib got caught. Sib got a two-piece earlier on, which is great if his teammates got out of the base, but because they got spawn killed, this is looking like this might be the round. Great reaction time, slide and gunny, and now you just get to shoot everybody in the back. Dominance from start to finish in this series. They're not the best on P2 protocol.
Nope.
Otherwise, phenomenal.
Phenomenal. That was perfect, man. You waited for the right time, Envoy on the slow capture alone, and then Hydra gets the perfect time with the next two players. The kill on the guy in dark was disgusting. That was genuinely, really nice, the fadeaway slide. But waiting for that extra few seconds after hearing the door pop and then jumping in there, adds a couple of assists to the pile, guarantees the intel to his teammates. You best believe the Thieves are getting those kills. Great opening round.
I mean, all about their business. I mean, that had to have been one of the fastest, if not the fastest, like, zone capture we've had in Control. Yeah. Just instantaneous. In the B zone, I mean, you got to take a hike to get there. It's not exactly close to the offensive team spawn, but C9 trying to one-up them. 3 players headed this direction. Matt gives you the entry, and you got a little bit of pressure on the B zone.
This is great. He doesn't even need to throw that window, though, so he is going to be doing this basically alone, and now you know full well that that is going to be a power position to be worried about. Crim's got a tiny angle to work with there, but that's not that effective, especially with the Jackal at this range, and good God. Hydra right out through the fire, into the furnace, and goodness, he's hot right now.
Oh, the gunfights are just ridiculous looking from that perspective. Still, though, the pressure on the B zone is here. You expect Ghosty to get traded out. He does. Sidmo, maybe just a fractionally too late to the party. Going to be going for the solo capture. He does not yet have reinforcements, but he also only has one gunfight to win, unfortunately. Wrong gun for the job. Envoy drops him in LAT. Remain under control.
Yeah, still. But at least one segment. It snaps there at Krem. And that's it. The go button hit. You should be able to finish this segment at the very least, if not get the capture outright. Bad news, no one's got top control. And that is exactly where Scrap comes from. You get the segment, you keep the capture going. For now, there's going to be a quick contest any moment now. But there's pressure here from C9 through the corridor. So you do what you can to keep this damage off of Max. Sib gets involved. Good shots into the second man as well. And the B zone is gone.
Long time duo, making plays. Mac really delivering there, and Sib just gets to be the cleanup crew, but a nice moment from on the zone. Mac certainly one of the better objective players in the league, but now is where the slang is going to be a pretty big impact. Hydra is over towards Lambo, and Hydra behind you in control is a nightmare.
Yeah, this is not a good thing. And you C9 are fully aware of this. They are committing resources to make sure the back is covered. Rear security has been pulled. Now to Sib. Oh, and he's got good timing on this. Great job staying alive. Not enough, though, to keep him out of Ghosty's hands. Attached still, behind enemy lines right now. Able to cause some discourse. Will the Thieves bring him down on the way forward?
I mean, a 3-spree from Hydra. Ghost is here for the setup. The only thing open is the well side of the map, but Ghosty is surely calming that.
Ooh.
Hydra finally gets overwhelmed and taken care of, so that is step number 1 to getting out of your base. Now you got to clear out Secret. So many corners to check. At least you get the trades. You see Sid making sure that he has a Jackal off spawn. Sometimes you'll see 4 Jackals being run for this A zone capture because it gets squirrely. The number of creddy spots in and around this time, so difficult to root these players out.
Oh my good God, you can't even get through lobby. It's a very tight defensive setup right now from the Thieves. And Scrap trying to get out of spawn. Not as much of a problem. And here we go, Hydra. Clearing that little segment progress that we've had there on the A zone. 30 to go. Thieves still very much in control. Only 2 lives apart.
It's just looking at the minimap, though. Thieves always have players behind enemy lines, and I mean, the number of places you can get shot from them on time, 4 different windows, 1 different jump over, you got connector, you got bottom secret. It's a nightmare to keep track of these things. You need a clean wipe.
Yeah, not bad either way. Oh, Tatchex tags in. Contest. It's over for a second. The life count is getting dangerously low. Kremp baited into another classic bait and switch. Final 10 seconds. Hydra pushes out the lane, finds himself at least 1. Mac from behind, and the Thieves run amok. It is 2-0 here in control.
Yeah, completely endless, that sort of funnel system of LAT players just being annoying behind enemy lines. Hydra had his moment over towards Lambo. Envoy was taking his turn. Ghosty, like all of them, just making sure you maintain that pressure on the map and sort of playing off the zone perfectly. You don't have to make a move until they step foot on it, and then you play for the cleanups and all the trades, all the bait and switches. Very efficient. Ghosty having himself a fun time here on Hasi Control, 17-9.
And Ghosty is one of the players on the team you don't expect to have to pop off, but this game alone, BO6 has treated him so well. Looking back at his red card dominance in the S&Ds, I mean, nearly every series, Ghosty can give you some unbelievable pop-off moment. On a squad full of players that can do that, it is a brilliant lineup from top to bottom. Hydra, the Island Man, here on the approach towards the other zones, and a big old stack here towards B for the defenders C9.
Ghosty certainly like a top 10 player I enjoy watching in the game for like 1v whatever situation S&D. Watching him get to work, always good. But watching C9 get to work there on that opening break, yeah, baby. Much more efficient. Completely shut down that B zone approach, and they are already in a radically different spot than round number 1.
Absolutely. Great coverage once again. You are never fighting one member of the Thieves at any given time. Except for that time, where Sib and Kreb get the kills. Now on a Scrap, who is on the absolute prowl here. You got Kremp out of your spawn, good stuff. But there's another set of players now flooding their way forwards towards you. 40 seconds to go here for C9.
There's so many corners to check too. At least you get the trades. You see Strap actually picking the side that Hydra was on, so there for the cleanups, and Hydra. Ooh. Awareness on point. Mac, though, drops him, but again, as you state, the trades very efficient from LAT. Someone always nearby. Now you got trophies out. 2 players on the B zone.
Yeah, man, this is everything you really want right now on a B zone capture. The first time we saw him do this, it was immaculate. This time around, a little bit ugly. Whoa, the snap wasn't there, but Sib is. Forward he goes, currently more at the life, but the trades again. That is what you want from C9. A life lead right now, and an opportunity to get on the board and keep this game of control going. Opportunity, though, still for the LA Thieves. Oh, no. To get themselves on towards A. A Scrap is doing the thing with no HP and no help.
He's going right towards the B zone as well, so they're just trying to get the double capture through. Both their teammates over towards Rock Hall, so right now, Scrap and Hydra desperate for help. So many directions to look.
Here we go. There's the big old dive there from Crimp. The slow one gets taken care of, and the zone contested. 2 players on it. Hydra can't get them both. You've saved it again, C9. Over towards A we go. Next chance. How many more lives have these cats got?
Well, they're down to 11. That's going to be an issue, and you're keeping the life count at least even between the squads, but Kremp strikes. Now you might have to go for a 2-zone attack. Ghosty's on A, Scrap's on B, and they're trying to flood in. They want to finish this B zone. They're desperate for it. Team kills on either side, and Ghosty still doesn't have help, and he needed it. The trade's going through. 2 seconds left. Let it end.
It will not end, and it most likely will not end here unless we get a 2-piece out of Sib. He put the AR away. He said it's a submachine guns world, and that was the adaptation you needed. What a great round, and some ridiculous saves from C9.
Yeah, take a deep breath, too, because they just had to work for that one. I thought Scrap had the bailout moment, and we're going to get another look in the best play. Just clean shots, instant snap on Atash, and we saw the round-off finish, getting the wall bangs on the 3rd guy. But in spite of the heroics, yes, you deliver a handful of extra segments, so that's nice maybe in the long-term game, but ultimately C9, they get on the board.
You needed it. You needed it real bad. Deep breaths. 1 more we go. C9, attack. Thieves defensively, we've seen them look very strong indeed. But the Cloud9 boys, again, it feels like they are a learning computer. They're advancing slowly but surely. Love that good coverage. A little slow there from Sib, but it certainly paid off because his teammate was safe. So Hydra down. The Sib spree comes to an end. Envoy nearly getting another one there onto Mac. Lovely snaps. Good work from the hip. Over to B we go.
And Kremp in prime position. The timing, though, not on his side. Awkward moment. That player's stacking up, and he has a little bit of help there for the trades, and you still got number 3 Sib over towards top office, but Mac is going to need that protection, and he's not going to get it. Now he's isolated on the time. A 1v1, though, to keep it active, and he wins it. His team might be able to help him.
Oh, that's huge from Hydra. Buy some space. Now, you know, the office is not going to be a good place to be. Mac has to keep his head on a swivel. Both Tin and the top plat are an issue right now. Here comes the counterattack from the Thieves. Contest. Mac wins another 1v1. Keeps the capture going.
I mean, this is the hero right now. 4 kills all on time. And he's just getting his own by himself, and he literally cannot get any help from any one of his teammates. They just can't make it here. And finally, he gets shut down eventually. But a 5 spree to give you 2 ticks. I mean, tip it to Mac. He did everything he could.
He did everything he could. His teammates are now fighting out a lobby. And they've been pinned. Side door. Nameless's favorite door. Has got a member of the Thieves inside. They're just trying to slow the approach now of C9. They cannot advance without checking those corners. Mac, once again, looking for another 1v1 win. Doesn't get a whole lot of help there from anything. And Scrap still making the play happen. 30 seconds to go. Chance, this is going to be a tough B zone capture.
And Krem versus 3, and he does not have that sort of something special sauce Mac was bringing towards that zone. And if you had a solo capture on the B zone for 2 ticks, that means Mac bought his team 30 extra seconds of time to actually play with. And in spite of that, they're still just down to 20. They got to make a play on B.
30 seconds in this map is insane. Back over we go. Mac, we've seen you do this before. Can you do it again? This time, no. Scrap says enough of those shenanigans. This time, attach. Oh, nearly wins an insane gunfight. And Krem, you cannot send it alone. You must wait for the lads on towards A with a capture now to buy some time. That time has been bought back by the Thieves. And wait, Krem is making something happen here. The slow dive on towards the B zone. Can he do it this time round?
They keep losing the pitches, though. They keep losing over towards Dark, and you have an elongated gunfight now. 3 players flying over through the plat. A pinch is rolling through from Sip, though, but Attach falls. Last man standing on the time wins the gunfight. 7v6, and he falls, but number 2 staying on A. Mac has been living on the objective, and he's living with 4 red arrows surrounding him. That poor man needed some help, and he never got it.
A disjointed C9 are pulled apart by one of the teams in the finest form we have seen in the league for quite some time. C9 New York down and out, a vicious 3-0. Signs of life there in the control and a lovely resurgence in the hard point, but otherwise, LA Thieves simply too strong in their road to Major 3.
Yeah, Cloud9, not a cap to be found. Maybe painful for him there, because I mean, again, that the stretch that Mac just had never had any help. His teammates couldn't get through to Officer Platt. He's getting shot in the back from Dark. Like, he was surrounded for so long. Still was able to give you, 6 objective kills. He's doing all that from standing on the time, but yeah, simply outmatched towards the end. Maybe the ultimate tail. In every single game mode, just across the board, LAT had their number, and Scrappa another perfectly fine performance. 33 and 24, great damage as well. I'm only understating it because for Scrap, we just expect it at this point.
He also had 3 assists and to those 23 non-traders. So my guy was running around alone, just finding those kills solo. But 3-1 the final score there on Hacienda. 3-0 the final score in the series. C9. Good luck on the next run, but for now, LA Thieves just so hot right now. They're so hot. They're like so hot.
Dude,
Drew.
Agreed, dude.
12 online matches in a row. So hot. Just like Chance's sweater, if you guys want it, you can get it at your local Goodwill. In the meantime,
take it off the back of.
Okay, that's.
My
let's.
bad.
Can we talk about LA Thieves, Allie? In the last 11 matches, what are the 2 losses for LA Thieves? Pop quiz. I hid your papers so you wouldn't be able to look up your notes. All right, well, Al is looking for the correct answer.
For my mic.
Do you have it?
Toronto.
And
well, they also Boston.
It was Boston.
Okay,
That's right.
There we go. Nice. There we go, baby.
Well done. Allie, way to find your mic in less than
Thank
30
you.
seconds. That
Thank
was
you.
impressive.
That was impressive.
From the ground to back on, just like that. The fans wouldn't have known, and they wouldn't have known about the dominance from Cloud9 because it didn't really happen.
There was no dominance from Cloud9. You're right. What is this, April Fool's City? Anyway, LA Thieves, I mean, there's only so much you can say about a series like this, especially map 3-star. You're too boomer to know that reference. But LA Thieves, I mean, they look unreal, dude. It's a continuation of what we saw during last split when they went undefeated. I mean, it's dominance across the board.
Yeah, they look extremely clean. I mean, you couldn't trade Scrap in this control. He was just absolutely everything. But yeah, I mean, the improvements, and especially the search and destroy, are what I'm going to take away from this series. This is a Cloud9 team that's been pretty good at search. Throughout last split, coming into this one, you expect them to put up a better fight there, but getting clutched on left and right, the vibes are flowing in the Thieves camp.
Cloud9 has a tough road ahead of them, and they have had a very tough last 7 matches. Let's take a look, though, at the best play of this matchup. It's a round 7. Let's take a look one more time, shall we?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be the 1 versus 3, and this is what I'm talking about with challenge.
The Frenchman.
Yeah, I mean, somebody slides out, believe it's Sid, chows him for no reason, and then now we're in a situation where it's like, okay, bombs planted from multiple different angles. All Hydra has to do is go back street. It's a 50-50 guess, and, Kremp just picks wrong and ends up getting there a little bit too late. It's just an unfortunate situation.
Imagine dying to that. Like, that's his reaction. I would retire.
All smiles from Hydra and all smiles from us tonight. Thank you, LA Thieves, for the only short match on the day. We started with the grueler. Let's go all the way back at the start of the show and talk to you what happened between Atlanta FaZe and Miami Heretics. You know, if you're hoping for a game 5, didn't really get there. Miami looking clean.
I mean, what's crazy is, like, you look at the map spread out of this, and, like, it was pretty obvious Atlanta FaZe is still trying to work on their map pool and make it as deep as they can heading into this major, but huge on Miami Heretics to capitalize overall. We didn't expect them to take that control. We didn't expect the continuation of Super just being disgusting up against a team like Atlanta FaZe, and makes your expectations and your hopes incredibly high because we're heading into their home major.
Unpopular opinion. Miami Heretics are the best dealership team in the game right now.
No, they look good there, Chris, honestly. I mean, I think the way both teams played dealership was awesome. It's been a nice addition to our map pool, but, you know, this Miami team, winning controls, the Hardpoint was extremely clean through their last 2 games. Like, they're all of a sudden a contender. I think after watching the last 2 matches, you have to say Miami's a legitimate contender headed into Major 3.
If you want to compete against the best, everybody has to be contributing. They got the job done on the slaying front. Miami Heretics takes down our #1 seed, and you can see what it means to them.
Oh, yeah.
Now 3-0. My Puckett's powerhouse player. People were talking smack back before Super was on the squad, a .89. Look at him now, Allie.
I think this is great for Metals individually because he's kind of been that player that's kind of been coasting with Miami Heretics. He hasn't necessarily done bad per se. He's just kind of been, like, I feel like at that average bar, but his ceiling's so incredibly high. So to see him play this way versus Atlanta FaZe, like, unreal.
Double digits in search. He leads the lobby in that game number 4. Let's take a look, though, at another squad that was frying when it came to the hard points. Falcons. Clearly the stronger squad over Optic Texas.
Yeah, to me, this was a 4-0 series. I feel like they should have won the Search and Destroy as well. Like, they played very good, and you could see, like, the vision that they had with building this roster. Get some high fast-paced, aggressive ARs, put them with Exit and Pred, and just let them soar, man, and that's exactly what they've been doing. We know this game can be a bang-out on a lot of hills and situations, and do they thrive in the chaos, Allie? Wow.
They do, and it's unreal because you just look at the stories for all these players. Like, if I want to hone in specifically on Priesta and Arceus, like, Priesta's now in a situation where he just wasn't that good at this game, right? And so then he gets stuck on a Vegas Falcons roster where they're hit the floor, right? Like, the only way you can go is up, and I feel like he played incredibly well versus Optic Texas today. And kind of same thing for Arceus. He's had to go through the Challengers Gauntlet for a hot minute now. You know, he wasn't in conversations when we talk about players being brought back into the league. So I think both of them, today's series was everything.
Allie, you are so good at your job. You didn't even know this was the graphic I'm throwing up next. It features the 2 men in the top left and bottom right, the world champions Priesta and Arceus. We were asking, is this a bum AR duo? Today, that was not the case.
Not the case, man. You got 2 maps that really fit their playstyle as well in the series. I mean, obviously being able to run around on Vault and Skyline is going to help them. But yeah, if they can keep this pace up alongside Exnet and Pred, then this team can continue to win HPs.
Optic falls to 2-2. They have 1 more match left in this qualifier. Meanwhile, you're going to see a lot more Boston and LAG. This matchup, it was close at times, Al, but Boston a lot stronger. Snoopy feels very comfortable on Hacienda.
Well, my 4-for-4 prediction on the day. They gotta tip my hat to Boston Breach. Every time I don't think they're going to show up, they do, and a lot of it is off the back of Purge and Snoopy. That duo is absolutely terrifying roaming the map. I personally would hate to spawn in against that.
Yeah, I mean, I think this team, you know, clutching up when they needed to. This was a weird series.
It was weird. It was a little wonky.
Especially the Search and Destroy. That's, for Boston, I'd say that's like the one thing. I feel like they've been on the outside looking in of the elite Search teams. Yeah. It's like if they can consistently, like, close out games, then they can actually upset some top teams when it comes land time, because their hardpoint has been solid on the season.
Today's wins from Boston and Miami make it quite interesting moving forward. With Optic's loss, we now have a 3-way tie at 130 points. All 3 of those teams would make it to champs if it were tomorrow. But looking forward, you've got Rocker on their heels. Cloud9 not out of the mix yet, Allie.
And I feel like the split is kind of everything, because last split it was like Minnesota Rocker were just getting a lot of points. Vancouver Surge obviously started to get some points, so the bubble was really close. And now it feels like the teams that were sitting on the outside last split are now looking to make changes during this one and move their way up the rankings. So it's a battle in that bubble, dude.
Minnesota with just 7 matches left in the online qualifiers, desperate for those 70 points. They have an opportunity to push Cloud9 lower on that leaderboard with a win at 3 o'clock. We've got Surge in action against Carolina, LA versus Toronto. Which one goes to a game 5?
All of them.
Ooh, I think game 1 for sure. That is such an important match. Rocker versus Cloud9. I mean, absolutely massive implications there. Make sure you're glued to your screen.
Once again, the Vegas Falcons. What a match! It took them 21 tries, but they got the job done. Congratulations to Xnid, Clayster, and the rest of the crew. I hope you're celebrating tonight. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 2:45 Eastern.
Candy paint on live through strap, yeah, we stay mobbing, drop so low for the street, y'all can't stop us. Detroit shop, go ahead and say something. Stay on top, got to keep running. Anti-hero, after shot, 60 from 0, way out past the lines. Rest up, here to get what's mine. Stay down when I ride.
Go, tome. Nice.
Vente, ¿vale? Es que ese equipo acá muerto, muerto medio. Bueno, falta uno. Falta ganar ahí. Fíjense otro, pucha el caracol, va, doble ventana ya. Muerto. Fuera. Vale, te tengo que muerto. ¡Era buenísimo! ¡Vamos, hostia! ¡Vamos!
Nothing else, kids. Nothing else, kids. They have to talk. I have to talk. Hold this. On the back. I can P1. Let's go!
Impossible situation.
They've done it! They've done it! The first points of the season for the Vegas Falcons!
Series
Vindication! We got effects and everything. We got effects and everything.
This guy Alex, unbelievable. First series win for the Vegas Falcons. Vindication for all 4 of those.
I can't believe it. Oh my God!
Unloved champions across the board. They have only done it